Lively Turtle from Household Words, Volume 2, Number 31. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 4. Lively Turtle from Household Words, Volume 2, Number 31. By Charles Dickens. I have a comfortable property. What I spend upon myself, and what I don't spend I save. Those are my principles. I am warmly attached to my principles, and stick to them on all occasions. I am not, as some people have represented, a mean man. I never denied myself anything that I thought I should like to have. I may have said to myself, Toady, that is my name, you will get those peaches cheaper if you wait till next week. Or I may have said to myself, Toady, you will get that wine for nothing if you wait till you are asked out to dine. But I never deny myself anything. If I can't get what I want without buying it, and paying its price for it, I do buy it and pay its price for it. I have an appetite bestowed upon me, and, if I balked it, I should consider that I was flying in the face of Providence. I have no near relation but a brother. If he wants anything of me, he don't get it. All men are my brothers, and I see no reason why I should make his an exceptional case. I live at a cathedral town where there is an old corporation. I am not in the church, but it may be that I hold a little place of some sort. Never mind, it may be profitable. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. It may, or it may not, be a sinecure. I don't choose to say. I never enlightened my brother on these subjects, and I consider all men my brothers. The Negro is a man and a brother. Should I hold myself accountable for my position in life to him? Certainly not. I often run up to London. I like London. The way I look at it is this. London is not a cheap place, but, on the whole, you can get more of the real thing for your money there, I mean the best thing, whatever it is, than you can get in most places. Therefore, I say to the man who has got the money and wants the thing, go to London for it, and treat yourself. When I go, I do it in this manner. I go to Mrs. Skim's private hotel and commercial lodging house, near Aldersgate Street, City. It is advertised in Bradshaw's Railway Guide, where I first found it. And there I pay for bed and breakfast, with meat 2 and 9 per day, including servants. Now I have made a calculation, and I am satisfied that Mrs. Skim cannot possibly make much profit out of me. In fact, if all her patrons were like me, my opinion is, the woman would be in the Gazette next month. Why do I go to Mrs. Skim's when I could go to the Clarendon, you may ask? Let us argue that point. If I went to the Clarendon, I could get nothing in bed but sleep, could I? No. Now, sleep at the Clarendon is an expensive article, whereas sleep at Mrs. Skim's is decidedly cheap. I have made a calculation, and I don't hesitate to say, all things considered, that it's cheap. Is it an inferior article, as compared with the Clarendon sleep, or is it of the same quality? I am a heavy sleeper, and it is of the same quality. Then why should I go to the Clarendon? But as to breakfast, you may say. Very well, as to breakfast. I could get a variation of delicacies for breakfast at the Clarendon, that are out of the question at Mrs. Skim's. Granted. But I don't want to have them. My opinion is, that we are not entirely animal and sensual. Man has an intellect bestowed upon him. If he clogs that intellect by too good a breakfast, how can he properly exert that intellect in meditation during the day upon his dinner? That's the point. We are not to enchain the soul. We are to let it soar. It is expected of us. At Mrs. Skim's I get enough for breakfast. There is no limitation to the bread and butter, though there is to the meat. end parenthesis, and not too much. I have all my faculties about me to concentrate upon the object I have mentioned, and I can say to myself besides, Snoady, you have saved 6, 8, 10, 15 shillings already to-day. If there is anything you fancy for your dinner, have it. Snoady, you have earned your reward. My objection to London is, that it is the headquarters of the worst radical sentiments that are broached in England. I consider that it has a great many dangerous people in it. I consider the present publication (if it's household words) very dangerous, and I write this with a view of neutralizing some of its bad effects. My political creed is, let us be comfortable. We are all very comfortable as we are. I am very comfortable as I am. Leave us alone. All mankind are my brothers, and I don't think it Christian, if you come to that, to tell my brother that he's ignorant, or degraded, or dirty, or anything of the kind. I think it's abusive. And lo, you meet me with the observation that I am required to love my brother. I reply, I do. I am sure I am always willing to say to my brother, my good fellow, I love you very much. Go along with you. Keep to your own road. Leave me to mine. Whatever is right. Whatever isn't, is wrong. Don't make a disturbance. It seems to me that this is at once the whole duty of man, and the only temper to go to dinner in. Going to dinner in this temper in the city of London, one day not long ago, after a bed at Mrs. Skim's, with meat breakfast and servants included, I was reminded of the observation which, if my memory does not deceive me, was formerly made by somebody on some occasion, that many may learn wisdom from the lower animals. It is a beautiful fact, in my opinion, that great wisdom is to be learnt from that noble animal, the turtle. I had made up my mind in the course of the day I speak of to have a turtle dinner. I mean a dinner mainly composed of turtle. Just a comfortable tureen of soup with a pint of punch, and nothing solid to follow but a tender juicy steak. I like a tender juicy steak. I generally say to myself when I order one, Snoady, you have done right. When I make up my mind to have a delicacy, expense is no consideration. The question resolves itself then into a question of the very best. I went to a friend of mine, who is a member of the Common Council, and with that friend I held the following conversation. Said I to him, Mr. Groggles, the best turtle is where? Says he, if you want a basin for lunch, my opinion is, you can't do better than drop into Birch. Said I, Mr. Groggles, I thought you had known me better than to suppose me capable of a basin. My intention is to dine. A tureen. Says Mr. Groggles, without a moment's consideration, and in a determined voice. Right opposite the Indian House, Leadenhall Street. We parted. My mind was not inactive during the day, and at 6 in the afternoon I repaired to the house of Mr. Groggles' recommendation. At the end of the passage, leading from the street into the coffee-room, I observed a vast and solid chest, in which I then supposed that a turtle of unusual size might be deposited. But the correspondence between its bulk and that of the charge made for my dinner afterward satisfied me that it must be the till of the establishment. I stated to the waiter what had brought me there, and I mentioned Mr. Groggles' name. He feelingly repeated after me, a tureen of turtle, and a tender juicy steak. His manner, added to the manner of Mr. Groggles in the morning, satisfied me that all was well. The atmosphere of the coffee-room was odoriferous with turtle, and the steams of thousands of galleons, consumed within its walls, hung, in savoury grease, upon their surface. I could have inscribed my name with a penknife, if I had been so disposed, in the essence of innumerable turtles. I preferred to fall into a hungry reverie, brought on by the warm breath of the place, and to think of the West Indies and the island of Ascension. My dinner came, and went. I will draw a wheel over the meal. I will put the cover on the empty tureen, and merely say that it was wonderful, and that I paid for it. I sat meditating, when all was over, on the imperfect nature of our present existence, in which we can eat only for a limited time, when the waiter roused me with these words. Said he to me as he brushed the crumbs off the table, "Would you like to see the turtle, sir?" "To see what turtle, waiter?" said I, calmly, to him. "The tanks of turtle below, sir," said he to me. "Tanks of turtle? Good gracious! Yes." The waiter lighted a candle, and conducted me downstairs to a range of vaulted apartments, cleanly whitewashed and illuminated with gas, where I saw a sight of the most astonishing and gratifying description, illustrative of the greatness of my native country. Snoady, was my first observation to myself. Rule Britannia, Britannia rules the waves. There were 200 or 300 turtle in the vaulted apartments, all alive. Some in tanks, and some taking the air in long dry walks littered down with straw. They were of all sizes, many of them enormous. Some of the enormous ones had entangled themselves with the smaller ones, and pushed and squeezed themselves into corners, with their fins over water-pipes and their heads downwards, where they were apoplectically struggling and splashing, apparently in the last extremity. Others were calm at the bottom of the tanks, others languidly rising to the surface. The turtle in the walks littered down with straw were calm and motionless. It was a thrilling sight. I admire such a sight. It rouses my imagination. If you wish to try its effect on yours, make a call right opposite the India House any day you please. Dine, pay, and ask to be taken below. 2 athletic young men, without coats, and with sleeves of their shirts tucked up to the shoulders, were in attendance on these noble animals. One of them, wrestling with the most enormous turtle in the company, and dragging him up to the edge of the tank, for me to look at, presented an idea to me which I never had before. I ought to observe that I like an idea. I say when I get a new one, "Snoady, book that." My idea on the present occasion was Mr. Groggles. It was not a turtle that I saw, but Mr. Groggles. It was the dead image of Mr. Groggles. He was dragged up to confront me with his waistcoat, if I may be allowed the expression, towards me, and it was identically the waistcoat of Mr. Groggles. It was the same shape, very nearly the same colour, only wanted a gold watch chain and a bunch of seals to be the waistcoat of Mr. Groggles. There was what I should call a bursting expression about him in general, which was accurately to the expression of Mr. Groggles. I had never closely observed a turtle's throat before. The folds of his loose cravat I found to be precisely those of Mr. Groggles' cravat. Even the intelligent eye, I mean to say, intelligent enough for a person of correct principles, and not dangerously so, was the eye of Mr. Groggles. When the athletic young man let him go, and with a roll of his head, he flopped heavily down into the tank, it was exactly the manner of Mr. Groggles, as I have seen him ooze away into his seat, after opposing a sanitary motion in the Court of Common Council. "Snoady," I couldn't help saying to myself, "you have done it. You have got an idea, Snoady, in which a great principle is involved. I congratulate you." I followed the young man, who dragged up several turtle to the brinks of the various tanks. I found them all the same, all varieties of Mr. Groggles, all extraordinary like the gentlemen who usually eat them. "Now, Snoady," was my next remark, "what do you deduce from this?" "Sir," said I, "what I deduce from this is, confusion to those radicals and other revolutionists who talk about improvement. Sir," said I, "what I deduce from this is that there isn't this resemblance between the turtles and the Groggleses for nothing. It's meant to show mankind that the proper model for a Groggles is a turtle, and that the liveliness we want in a Groggles is the liveliness of a turtle, and no more." "Snoady," was my reply to this, "you have hit it. You are right." I admire the idea very much, because, if I hate anything in the world, it's change. Change has evidently no business in the world, has nothing to do with it, and isn't intended. What we want is, parenthesis, as I think I have mentioned, end parenthesis, to be comfortable. I look at it that way. Let us be comfortable and leave us alone. Now, when the young man dragged a Groggles, I mean a turtle, out of his tank, this was exactly what the noble animal expressed as he floundered back again. I have several friends beside Mr. Groggles in the Common Council, and it might be a week after this when I said, "Snowdy, if I was you I would go to that court and hear the debate to-day." I went. A good deal of it was what I call a sound old English discussion. One eloquent speaker objected to the French as wearing wooden shoes, and a friend of his reminded him of another objection to that foreign people, namely, that they eat frogs. I had feared, for many years, I am sorry to say, that these wholesome principles were gone out. How delightful to find them still remaining among the great men of the city of London, in the year 1850. It made me think of the lively turtle. But I soon thought more of the lively turtle. Some radicals and revolutionists have penetrated even the Common Council, which otherwise I regard as one of the last strongholds of our afflicted constitution, and speeches were made about removing Smithfield Market, which I consider to be a part of that constitution, and about appointing a medical officer for the city, and about preserving the public health, and other treasonable practices opposed to church and state. These proposals Mr. Groggles, as might have been expected of such a man, resisted. So warmly that, as I afterwards understood from Mrs. Groggles, he had rather a sharp attack of blood to the head that night. All the Groggles party resisted them too, and it was a fine constitutional sight to see waistcoat after waistcoat rise up in resistance of them and subside. But what struck me in the sight was this. "Snowdy," said I, "here is your idea carried out, sir. These radicals and revolutionists are the athletic young men in shirt-sleeves dragging the lively turtle to the edges of the tank. The Groggleses are the turtle, looking out for a moment and flopping down again. Honour to the Groggleses! Honour to the court of lively turtle! The wisdom of the turtle is the hope of England." There are three heads in the moral of what I had to say. First, turtle and Groggles are identical. Wonderfully alike externally, wonderfully alike mentally. Secondly, turtle is a good thing every way, and the liveliness of the turtle is intended as an example for the liveliness of man. You are not to go beyond that. Thirdly, we are all quite comfortable. Leave us alone. End of Lively Turtle, from Household Words, Volume 2, Number 31. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway. The 20th of March, 2012.
The Out-and-Out Young Gentleman, from Sketches of Young Gentlemen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Moseley. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 4. The Out-and-Out Young Gentleman, from Sketches of Young Gentlemen, by Charles Dickens. The Out-and-Out Young Gentleman. Out-and-out young gentlemen may be divided into two classes: those who have something to do, and those who have nothing. I shall commence with the former, because that species come more frequently under the notice of young ladies, whom it is our province to warn and to instruct. The out-and-out young gentleman is usually no great dresser, his instructions to his tailor being all comprehended in the one general direction to "make that what's-a-name a regular bang-up sort of thing." For some years past, the favorite costume of the out-and-out young gentleman has been a rough pilot coat with two gilt hooks and eyes to the velvet collar, buttons somewhat larger than crown pieces, a black or fancy neckerchief, loosely tied, a wide-brimmed hat with a low crown, tightish inexpressibles, and iron-shod boots. Out of doors he sometimes carries a large ash stick, but only on special occasions, for he prefers keeping his hands in his coat pockets. He smokes at all hours, of course, and swears considerably. The out-and-out young gentleman is employed in a city counting-house or solicitor's office, in which he does as little as he possibly can. His chief places of resort are the streets, the taverns, and the theatres. In the streets, at evening time, out-and-out young gentlemen have a pleasant custom of walking 6 or 8 abreast, thus driving females and other inoffensive persons into the road, which never fails to afford them the highest satisfaction, especially if there be any immediate danger of their being run over, which enhances the fun of the thing materially. In all places of public resort, the out-and-outers are careful to select each a seat to himself, upon which he lies at full length, and if the weather be very dirty, but not in any other case, he lies with his knees up and the soles of his boots planted firmly on the cushion, so that if any low fellow should ask him to make room for a lady, he takes ample revenge upon her dress, without going at all out of his way to do it. He always sits with his hat on and flourishes his stick in the air while the play is proceeding, with a dignified contempt of the performance. If it be possible for one or two out-and-out young gentlemen to get up a little crowding in the passages, they are quite in their element, squeezing, pushing, whooping, and shouting in the most humorous manner possible. If they can only succeed in irritating the gentleman who has a family of daughters under his charge, they are like to die with laughing, and boast of it among their companions for a week afterwards, adding that one or two of them were devilish fine girls, and that they really thought the youngest would have fainted, which was the only thing wanted to render the joke complete. If the out-and-out young gentleman have a mother and sisters, of course he treats them with becoming contempt, inasmuch as they, poor things, having no notion of life or gaiety, are far too weak-spirited and moping for him. Sometimes, however, on a birthday or at Christmas time, he cannot very well help accompanying them to a party at some old friend's, with which view he comes home when they have been dressed an hour or two, smelling very strongly of tobacco and spirits, and after exchanging his rough coat for some more suitable attire, in which, however, he loses nothing of the out-and-outer, gets into the coach and grumbles all the way at his own good nature, his bitter reflections aggravated by the recollection that Tom Smith has taken the chair at a little impromptu dinner at a fighting man's, and that a set-to was to take place on a dining-table between the fighting man and his brother-in-law, which is probably coming off at that very instant. As the out-and-out young gentleman is by no means at his ease in ladies' society, he shrinks into a corner of the drawing-room when they reach the friends, and unless one of his sisters is kind enough to talk to him, remains there without being much troubled by the attentions of other people, until he espies, lingering outside the door, another gentleman, whom he at once knows by his air and manner, for there is a kind of freemasonry in the craft, to be a brother out and outer, and towards whom he accordingly makes his way. Conversation being soon opened by some casual remark, the second out and outer confidentially informs the first that he is one of the rough sort, and hates that kind of thing, only he couldn't very well be off coming, to which the other replies that that's just his case. And I'll tell you what, continues the out and outer in a whisper, I should like a glass of warm brandy and water just now, or a pint of stout and a pipe, suggests the other out and outer. The discovery is at once made that they are sympathetic souls. Each of them says at the same moment that he sees the other understands what's what, and they become fast friends at once, more especially when it appears that the second out and outer is no other than a gentleman long favorably known to his familiars as Mr. Warmint Blake, who upon divers occasions has distinguished himself in a manner that would not have disgraced the fighting man, and who, having been a pretty long time about town, had the honor of once shaking hands with the celebrated Mr. Thurtell himself. At supper these gentlemen greatly distinguish themselves, brightening up very much when the ladies leave the table, and proclaiming aloud their intention of beginning to spend the evening, a process which is generally understood to be satisfactorily performed, when a great deal of wine is drunk and a great deal of noise made, both of which feats the out and out young gentlemen execute to perfection. Having protracted their sitting until long after the host and the other guests have adjourned to the drawing-room, and finding that they have drained the decanters empty, they follow them thither with complexions rather heightened, and faces rather bloated with wine, and the agitated lady of the house whispers her friends as they waltz together, to the great terror of the whole room, that both Mr. Blake and Mr. Dummins are very nice sort of young men in their way, only they are eccentric persons, and unfortunately rather too wild. The remaining class of out and out young gentlemen is composed of persons who, having no money of their own and a soul above earning any, enjoy similar pleasures, nobody knows how. These respectable gentlemen, without aiming quite so much at the out and out in external appearance, are distinguished by all the same amiable and attractive characteristics, in an equal or perhaps greater degree, and now and then find their way into society through the medium of the other class of out and out young gentlemen, who will sometimes carry them home, and who usually pay their tavern bills. As they are equally gentlemanly, clever, witty, intelligent, wise, and well bred, we need scarcely have recommended them to the peculiar consideration of the young ladies, if it were not that some of the gentle creatures whom we hold in such high respect are perhaps a little too apt to confound a great many heavier terms with the light word eccentricity, which we beg them henceforth to take in a strictly Johnsonian sense, without any liberality or latitude of construction. End of the Out and Out Young Gentleman, from Sketches of Young Gentlemen. Recording by Bill Moseley, Bernardo, Texas, USA.
Our French Watering Place. This is a LibriVox recording All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by L.D. Hamilton. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 4, Our French Watering Place, by Charles Dickens. Having earned by many years of fidelity the right to be sometimes inconstant to our English watering place, we have dallied for 2 or 3 seasons with a French watering place, once solely known to us as a town with a very long street, beginning with an abattoir and ending with a steamboat, which it seemed our fate to behold only at daybreak on winter mornings when, in the days before continental railroads, just sufficiently awake to know that we were most uncomfortably asleep, it was our destiny always to clatter through it, in the coo of the diligence from Paris, with a sea of mud behind us and a sea of tumbling waves before. In relation to which latter monster, our mind's eye now recalls a worthy Frenchman in a sealskin cap with a braided hood over it, once our traveling companion in the coup aforesaid, who, waking up with a pale and crumpled visage, and looking ruefully out at the grim row of breakers enjoying themselves fanatically on an instrument of torture called the bar, inquired of us whether we were ever sick at sea. Both to prepare his mind for the abject creature we were presently to become, and also to afford him consolation, we replied, "Sir, your servant is always sick when it is possible to be so." He returned, altogether uncheered by the bright example, "Ah, heaven! But I am always sick, even when it is impossible to be so." The means of communication between the French capital and our French watering place are wholly changed since those days, but the channel remains unbridged as yet, and the old floundering and knocking about go on there. It must be confessed that saving in reasonable and therefore rare sea weather, the act of arrival at our French watering place from England is difficult to be achieved with dignity. Several little circumstances combine to render the visitor an object of humiliation. In the first place, the steamer no sooner touches the port than all the passengers fall into captivity, being boarded by an overpowering force of custom-house officers and marched into a gloomy dungeon. In the second place, the road to this dungeon is fenced off with ropes breast-high, and outside those ropes all the English in the place who have lately been seasick and are now well, assemble in their best clothes to enjoy the degradation of their dilapidated fellow-creatures. Oh, my gracious, how ill this one has been! Here's a damp one coming next. Here's a pale one. Oh, ain't he green in the face, this next one? Even we ourselves, not deficient in natural dignity, have a lively remembrance of staggering up this detested lane one September day in a gale of wind, when we were received like an irresistible comic actor, with a burst of laughter and applause, occasioned by the extreme imbecility of our legs. We were coming to the third place. In the third place, the captives, being shut up in the gloomy dungeon, are strained, 2 or 3 at a time, into an inner cell, to be examined as to passports, and across the doorway of communication stands a military creature making a bar of his arm. 2 ideas are generally present to the British mind during these ceremonies. First, that it is necessary to make for the cell with violent struggles, as if it were a lifeboat and the dungeon a ship going down. Secondly, that the military creature's arm is a national affront, which the government at home ought instantly to take up. The British mind and body, becoming heated by these fantasies, delirious answers are made to inquiries, and extravagant actions performed. Thus, Johnson persists in giving Johnson as his baptismal name and substituting for his ancestral designation the national damn. Neither can he by any means be brought to recognize the distinction between a portmanteau key and a passport, but will obstinately persevere in tendering the one when asked for the other. This brings him to the fourth place, in a state of mere idiocy, and when he is, in the fourth place, cast out at a little door into a howling wilderness of touters, he becomes a lunatic with wild eyes and floating hair until rescued and soothed. If friendless and unrescued, he is generally put into a railway omnibus and taken to Paris. But our French watering place, when it is once got into, is a very enjoyable place. It has a varied and beautiful country around it, and many characteristic and agreeable things within it. To be sure, it might have fewer bad smells and less decaying refuse, and it might be better drained, and much cleaner in many places, and therefore infinitely more healthy. Still, it is a bright, airy, pleasant, cheerful town. And if you were to walk down either of its 3 well-paved main streets towards 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when delicate odors of cookery fill the air, and its hotel windows, it is full of hotels, give glimpses of long tables set out for dinner and made to look sumptuous by the aid of napkins folded fanwise, you would rightly judge it to be an uncommonly good town to eat and drink in. We have an old walled town, rich in cool public wells of water, on the top of a hill within and above the present business town, and if it were some hundreds of miles further from England, instead of being on a clear day within sight of the grass growing in the crevices of the chalk cliffs of Dover, you would long ago have been bored to death about that town. It is more picturesque and quaint than half the innocent places which tourists, following their leader like sheep, have made impostors of. To say nothing of its houses with grave courtyards, its queer by-corners, and its many-windowed streets, white and quiet in the sunlight. There is an ancient belfry in it that would have been in all the annuals and albums, going and gone, these 100 years, if it had but been more expensive to get at. Happily, it has escaped so well, being only in our French watering place, that you may like it of your own accord in a natural manner, without being required to go into convulsions about it. We regard it as one of the later blessings of our life that Bilkins, the only authority on taste, never took any notice that we can find out of our French watering place. Bilkins never wrote about it, never pointed out anything to be seen in it, never measured anything in it, always left it alone, for which relief heaven bless the town and the memory of the immortal Bilkins likewise. There is a charming walk, arched and shaded by trees, on the old walls that form the 4 sides of the high town, whence you get glimpses of the streets below, and changing views of the other town and of the river, and of the hills and of the sea. It is made more agreeable and peculiar by some of the solemn houses that are rooted in the deep streets below, bursting into a fresher existence atop, and having doors and windows and even gardens on these ramparts. A child going in at the courtyard gate of one of these houses, climbing up the many stairs, and coming out at the 4th floor window, might conceive himself another Jack, alighting on enchanted ground from another beanstalk. It is a place wonderfully populous in children, English children, with governesses reading novels as they walk down the shady lanes of trees, or nursemaids interchanging gossip on the seats, French children with their smiling bonnes in snow-white caps, and themselves, if little boys, in straw headgear like beehives, work baskets, and church hassocks. 3 years ago, there were 3 weazen old men, one bearing a frayed red ribbon in his threadbare buttonhole, always to be found walking together among these children before dinner-time. If they walked for an appetite, they doubtless lived en pension, were contracted for. Otherwise their poverty would have made it a rash action. They were stooping, blear-eyed, dull old men, slipshod and shabby in long-skirted, short-waisted coats and meagre trousers, and yet with a ghost of gentility hovering in their company. They spoke little to each other, and looked as if they might have been politically discontented, if they had had vitality enough. Once we overheard Red Ribbon feebly complain to the other 2 that somebody or something was a robber, and then they all 3 set their mouths so that they would have ground their teeth if they had had any. The ensuing winter gathered Red Ribbon unto the great company of Faded Ribbons, and next year the remaining 2 were there, getting themselves entangled with hoops and dolls, familiar mysteries to the children, probably in the eyes of most of them harmless creatures who had never been like children, and whom children could never be like. Another winter came, and another old man went, and so, this present year, the last of the triumvirate left off walking, it was no good now, and sat by himself on a little solitary bench, with the hoops and the dolls as lively as ever all about him. In the Place d'Armes of this town, a little decayed market is held, which seems to slip through the old gateway like water, and go rippling down the hill, to mingle with the murmuring market in the lower town, and get lost in its movement and bustle. It is very agreeable, on an idle summer morning, to pursue this market stream from the hilltop. It begins dozingly and dully, with a few sacks of corn, starts into a surprising collection of boots and shoes, goes brawling down the hill in a diversified channel of old cordage, old iron, old crockery, old clothes, civil and military, old rags, new cotton goods, flaming prints of saints, little looking-glasses, and incalculable lengths of tape. Dives into a back way, keeping out of sight for a little while, as streams will, or only sparkling for a moment in the shape of a market drinking shop, and suddenly reappears behind the great church, shooting itself into a bright confusion of white-capped women and blue-bloused men, poultry, vegetables, fruits, flowers, pots, pans, praying chairs, soldiers, country butter, umbrellas, and other sunshades, girl porters waiting to be hired with baskets at their backs, and one weazen old man in a cocked hat, wearing a cuirass of drinking glasses and carrying on his shoulder a crimson temple fluttering with flags, like a glorified paviour's rammer without the handle, who rings a little bell in all parts of the scene and cries his cooling drink, "Hola, hola, hoo," in a shrill, cracked voice that somehow makes itself heard, above all the chaffering and vending hum. Early in the afternoon, the whole course of the stream is dry. The praying chairs are put back in the church, the umbrellas are folded up, the unsold goods are carried away, the stalls and stands disappear, the squares swept, the hackney coaches lounge there to be hired, and on all the country roads, if you walk about as much as we do, you will see the peasant women, always neatly and comfortably dressed, riding home, with the pleasantest saddle furniture of clean milk pails, bright butter kegs, and the like, on the jolliest little donkeys in the world. We have another market in our French watering place, that is to say, a few wooden hutches in the open street down by the port. devoted to fish. Our fishing boats are famous everywhere, and our fishing people, though they love lively colors and taste is neutral, see Bilkins, are among the most picturesque people we ever encountered. They have not only a quarter of their own in the town itself, but they occupy whole villages of their own on the neighboring cliffs. Their churches and chapels are their own. They consort with one another. They intermarry among themselves. Their customs are their own, and their costume is their own and never changes. As soon as one of their boys can walk, he is provided with a long, bright red nightcap, and one of their men would as soon think of going afloat without his head as without that indispensable appendage to it. Then they wear the noblest boots, with the hugest tops, flapping and bulging over anyhow, above which they encase themselves in such wonderful overalls and petticoat trousers, made to all appearance of tarry old sails, so additionally stiffened with pitch and salt that the wearers have a walk of their own, and go straddling and swinging about among the boats and barrels and nets and rigging, a sight to see. Then their younger women, by dint of going down to the sea barefoot, to fling their baskets into the boats as they come in with the tide, and bespeak the first fruits of the haul, with propitiatory promises to love and marry that dear fisherman who shall fill that basket like an angel, have the finest legs ever carved by nature in the brightest mahogany, and they walk like Juno. Their eyes, too, are so lustrous that their long gold earrings turn dull beside those brilliant neighbors. And when they are dressed, what with these beauties, and their fine fresh faces, and their many petticoats, striped petticoats, red petticoats, blue petticoats, always clean and smart and never too long, and their homemade stockings, mulberry-colored, blue, brown, purple, lilac, which the older women, taking care of the Dutch-looking children, sit in all sorts of places, knitting, 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 from morning to night. And what with their little saucy bright blue jackets, knitted too, and fitting close to their handsome figures, and what with the natural grace with which they wear the commonest cap, or fold the commonest handkerchief round their luxuriant hair, we say, in a word and out of breath, that taking all these premises into our consideration, it has never been a matter of the least surprise to us that we have never once met, in the cornfields, on the dusty roads, by the breezy windmills, on the plots of short sweet grass overhanging the sea, anywhere, a young fisherman and fisherwoman of our French watering place together, but the arm of that fisherman has invariably been, as a matter of course, and without any absurd attempt to disguise so plain a necessity, round the neck or waist of that fisherwoman. And we have no doubt whatever, standing looking at their uphill streets, house rising above house, and terrace above terrace, and bright garments here and there lying sunning on rough stone parapets, that the pleasant mist on all such objects, caused by their being seen through the brown nets hung across on poles to dry, is, in the eyes of every true young fisherman, a mist of love and beauty, setting off the goddess of his heart. Moreover, it is to be observed that these are an industrious people, and a domestic people, and an honest people. And though we are aware that at the bidding of Bilkins it is our duty to fall down and worship the Neapolitans, we make bold very much to prefer the fishing people of our French watering place, especially since our last visit to Naples within these 12 months, when we found only 4 conditions of men remaining in the whole city, to wit, Lazzaroni, priests, spies, and soldiers, and all of them beggars, the paternal government having banished all its subjects, except the rascals. But we can never henceforth separate our French watering-place from our own landlord of 2 summers, Monsieur Loyal de Vasseur, citizen and town councillor. Permit us to have the pleasure of presenting Monsieur Loyal de Vasseur. His own family name is simply Loyal, but as he is married, and as in that part of France a husband always adds to his own name the family name of his wife, he writes himself Loyal de Vasseur. He owns a compact little estate of some 20 or 30 acres on a lofty hillside, and on it he has built 2 country houses, which he lets furnished. They are by many degrees the best houses that are so let near our French watering place. We have had the honour of living in both, and can testify. The entrance hall of the first we inhabited was ornamented with a plan of the estate, presenting it as about twice the size of Ireland, insomuch that when we were yet new to the property, Monsieur Loyal always speaks of it as la propriété. We went 3 miles straight on end in search of the bridge of Austerlitz, which we afterwards found to be immediately outside the window. The chateau of the old guard, in another part of the grounds, and, according to the plan, about 2 leagues from the little dining-room, we sought in vain for a week, until, happening one evening to sit upon a bench in the forest in the plan, a few yards from the house-door, we observed at our feet, in the ignominious circumstances of being upside down and greenly rotten, the old guard himself, that is to say, the painted effigy of a member of that distinguished corps, 7 feet high, and in the act of carrying arms, who had had the misfortune to be blown down in the previous winter. It will be perceived that Monsieur Loyal is a staunch admirer of the great Napoleon. He is an old soldier himself, captain of the National Guard, with a handsome gold vase on his chimney-piece presented to him by his company, and his respect for the memory of the illustrious general is enthusiastic. Medallions of him, portraits of him, busts of him, pictures of him are thickly sprinkled all over the property. During the first month of our occupation, it was our affliction to be constantly knocking down Napoleon. If we touched a shelf in a dark corner, he toppled over with a crash, and every door we opened shook him to the soul. Yet Monsieur Loyal is not a man of mere castles in the air, or, as he would say, in Spain. He has a specially practical, contriving, clever, skilful eye and hand. His houses are delightful. He unites French elegance and English comfort in a happy manner quite his own. He has an extraordinary genius for making tasteful little bedrooms in angles of his roofs, which an Englishman would as soon think of turning to any account as he would think of cultivating the desert. We have ourselves reposed deliciously in an elegant chamber of Monsieur Loyal's construction, with our head as nearly in the kitchen chimney-pot as we can conceive it likely for the head of any gentleman, not by profession a sweep, to be. And into whatsoever strange nook Monsieur Loyal's genius penetrates, it, in that nook, infallibly constructs a cupboard and a row of pegs. In either of our houses we could have put away the knapsacks and hung up the hats of the whole regiment of guides. Aforetime, Monsieur Loyal was a tradesman in the town. You can transact business with no present tradesman in the town, and give your card chez Monsieur Loyal, but a brighter face shines upon you directly. We doubt if there is, ever was, or ever will be, a man so universally pleasant in the minds of people as Monsieur Loyal is in the minds of the citizens of our French watering-place. They rub their hands and laugh when they speak of him. Ah, but he is such a good child, such a brave boy, such a generous spirit, that Monsieur Loyal. It is the honest truth. Mr. Loyal's nature is the nature of a gentleman. He cultivates his ground with his own hands, assisted by one little laborer who falls into a fit now and then, and he digs and delves from morn to eve in prodigious perspirations. Work always, as he says, but cover him with dust, mud, weeds, water, any stains you will, you never can cover the gentleman in Monsieur Loyal. A portly, upright, broad-shouldered, brown-faced man, whose soldierly bearing gives him the appearance of being taller than he is. Look into the bright eye of Monsieur Loyal, standing before you in his working blouse and cap, not particularly well shaved, and, it may be, very earthy, and you shall discern in Monsieur Loyal a gentleman whose true politeness is ingrained, and confirmation of whose word by his bond you would blush to think of. Not without reason is Monsieur Loyal, when he tells that story in his own vivacious way of his travelling to Fulham, near London, to buy all these hundreds and hundreds of trees you now see upon the property, then a bare bleak hill, and of his sojourning in Fulham 3 months, and of his jovial evenings with the market gardeners, and of the crowning banquet before his departure, when the market gardeners rose as one man, clinked their glasses all together, as the custom at Fulham is, and cried, "Vive Loyal!" Monsieur Loyal has an agreeable wife, but no family, and he loves to drill the children of his tenants, or run races with them, or do anything with them, or for them, that is good-natured. He is of a highly convivial temperament, and his hospitality is unbounded. Billet a soldier on him, and he is delighted. 35 soldiers had Monsieur Loyal billeted on him this present summer, and they all got fat and red-faced in 2 days. It became a legend among the troops that whosoever got billeted on Monsieur Loyal rolled in clover, and so it fell out that the fortunate man who drew the billet, Monsieur Loyal de Vasseur, always leaped into the air, though in heavy marching order. Monsieur Loyal cannot bear to admit anything that might seem by any implication to disparage the military profession. We hinted to him once that we were conscious of a remote doubt arising in our mind, whether a sou a day for pocket money, tobacco, stockings, drink, washing, and social pleasures in general, left a very large margin for a soldier's enjoyment. "Pardon," said Monsieur Loyal, rather wincing. It was not a fortune, but, à la bonne heure, it was better than it used to be. What, we asked him, on another occasion, were all those neighbouring peasants, each living with his family in one room, and each having a soldier, perhaps 2, billeted on him every other night, required to provide for those soldiers? "Faith," said Monsieur Loyal reluctantly, "a bed, monsieur, and fire to cook with, and a candle. And they share their supper with those soldiers. It is not possible that they could eat alone." "And what allowance do they get for this?" said we. Monsieur Loyal drew himself up taller, took a step back, laid his hand upon his breast, and said with majesty, as speaking for himself and all France, "Monsieur, it is a contribution to the state." It is never going to rain, according to Monsieur Loyal. When it is impossible to deny that it is now raining in torrents, he says it will be fine, charming, magnificent tomorrow. It is never hot on the property, he contends. Likewise, it is never cold. The flowers, he says, come out, delighting to grow there. It is like paradise this morning. It is like the Garden of Eden. He is a little fanciful in his language, smilingly observing of Madame Loyal, when she is absent at vespers, that she is gone to her salvation. Allez à son salut. He has a great enjoyment of tobacco, but nothing would induce him to continue smoking face to face with a lady. His short black pipe immediately goes into his breast pocket, scorches his blouse, and nearly sets him on fire. In the town council and on occasions of ceremony, he appears in a full suit of black, with a waistcoat of magnificent breadth across the chest, and a shirt collar of fabulous proportions. Good Monsieur Loyal, under blouse or waistcoat, he carries one of the gentlest hearts that beat in a nation teeming with gentle people. He has had losses, and has been at his best under them. Not only the loss of his way by night in the Fulham Times, when a bad subject of an Englishman, under pretence of seeing him home, took him into all the night public houses, drank arf an arf in every one at his expense, and finally fled, leaving him shipwrecked at Cleefy Way, which we apprehend to be Ratcliffe Highway, but heavier losses than that. Long ago, a family of children and a mother were left in one of his houses without money a whole year. Monsieur Loyal, anything but as rich as we wish he had been, had not the heart to say, "You must go." So they stayed on, and paying tenants who would have come in couldn't come in, and at last they managed to get helped home across the water, and Monsieur Loyal kissed the whole group and said, "Adieu, my poor infants," and sat down in their deserted salon and smoked his pipe of peace. The rent, Monsieur Loyal? Well, the rent. Monsieur Loyal shakes his head. Le bon Dieu, says Monsieur Loyal presently, will recompense me. And he laughs and smokes his pipe of peace. May he smoke it on the property and not be recompensed these 50 years. There are public amusements in our French watering place, or it would not be French. They are very popular and very cheap. The sea bathing, which may rank as the most favored daylight entertainment, inasmuch as the French visitors bathe all day long and seldom appear to think of remaining less than an hour at a time in the water, is astoundingly cheap. Omnibuses convey you, if you please, from a convenient part of the town to the beach and back again. You have a clean and comfortable bathing machine, dress, linen, and all appliances, and the charge for the whole is half a franc, or 5 pence. On the pier there is usually a guitar which seems presumptuously enough to set its tinkling against the deep hoarseness of the sea, and there is always some boy or woman who sings, without any voice, little songs without any tune. The strain we have most frequently heard being an appeal to the sportsman, not to bag that choicest of game, the swallow. For bathing purposes, we have also a subscription establishment with an esplanade, where people lounge about with telescopes and seem to get a good deal of weariness for their money. And we have also an association of individual machine proprietors combined against this formidable rival. Monsieur Féroce, our own particular friend in the bathing line, is one of these. How he ever came by his name we cannot imagine. He is as gentle and polite a man as Monsieur Loyal de Vasseur himself, immensely stout withal, and of a beaming aspect. Monsieur Féroce has saved so many people from drowning, and has been decorated with so many medals in consequence, that his stoutness seems a special dispensation of Providence to enable him to wear them. If his girth were the girth of an ordinary man, he could never hang them on all at once. It is only on very great occasions that Monsieur Féroce displays his shining honors. At other times they lie by, with rolls of manuscript testifying to the causes of their presentation, in a huge glass case in the red sofaed salon of his private residence on the beach, where Monsieur Féroce also keeps his family pictures, his portraits of himself as he appears both in bathing life and in private life, his little boots that rock by clockwork, and his other ornamental possessions. Then we have the commodious and gay theatre, or had, for it is burned down now, where the opera was always preceded by a vaudeville, in which, as usual, everybody, down to the little old man with the large hat and the little cane and tassel, who always played either my uncle or my papa, suddenly broke out of the dialogue into the mildest vocal snatches, to the great perplexity of unaccustomed strangers from Great Britain, who never could make out when they were singing and when they were talking, and indeed it was pretty much the same. But the caterers in the way of entertainment to whom we are most beholden are the Society of Well-doing, who are active all the summer and give the proceeds of their good works to the poor. Some of the most agreeable fêtes they contrive are announced as dedicated to the children, and the taste with which they turn a small public enclosure into an elegant garden beautifully illuminated, and the thorough-going heartiness and energy with which they personally direct the childish pleasures, are supremely delightful. For 5d. a head, we have on these occasions donkey races with English jockeys and other rustic sports, lotteries for toys, roundabouts, dancing on the grass to the music of an admirable band, fire balloons, and fireworks. Further, almost every week all through the summer, never mind now on what day of the week, there is a fête in some adjoining village, called in that part of the country a ducasse, where the people, really the people, dance on the green turf in the open air, round a little orchestra that seems itself to dance. There is such an airy motion of flags and streamers all about it. And we do not suppose that between the torrid zone and the North Pole there are to be found male dancers with such astonishingly loose legs, furnished with so many joints in wrong places, utterly unknown to Professor Owen, as those who here disport themselves. Sometimes the fête appertains to a particular trade. You will see among the cheerful young women at the joint ducasse of the milliners and tailors a wholesome knowledge of the art of making common and cheap things uncommon and pretty, by good sense and good taste, that is a practical lesson to any rank of society in a whole island we could mention. The oddest feature of these agreeable scenes is the everlasting roundabout. We preserve an English word wherever we can, as we are writing the English language. On the wooden horses of which machine grown-up people of all ages are wound round and round with the utmost solemnity, while the proprietor's wife grinds an organ, capable of only one tune, in the centre. As to the boarding-houses of our French watering-place, they are legion, and would require a distinct treatise. It is not without a sentiment of national pride that we believe them to contain more bores from the shores of Albion than all the clubs in London. As you walk timidly in their neighbourhood, the very neckcloths and hats of your elderly compatriots cry to you from the stones of the streets, "We are bores, avoid us." We have never overheard at street corners such lunatic scraps of political and social discussion as among these dear countrymen of ours. They believe everything that is impossible, and nothing that is true. They carry rumors, and ask questions, and make corrections and improvements on one another, staggering to the human intellect. And they are forever rushing into the English library, propounding such incomprehensible paradoxes to the fair mistress of that establishment, that we beg to recommend her to Her Majesty's gracious consideration as a fit object for a pension. The English form a considerable part of the population of our French watering place, and are deservedly addressed and respected in many ways. Some of the surface addresses to them are odd enough, as when a laundress puts a placard outside her house announcing her possession of that curious British instrument, a mingle, or when a tavern keeper provides accommodation for the celebrated English game of knock'emdon. But to us it is not the least pleasant feature of our French watering place that a long and constant fusion of the two great nations there has taught each to like the other, and to learn from the other, and to rise superior to the absurd prejudices that have lingered among the weak and ignorant in both countries equally. Drumming and trumpeting, of course, go on forever in our French watering place. Flag flying is at a premium too, but we cheerfully avow that we consider a flag a very pretty object, and that we take such outward signs of innocent liveliness to our heart of hearts. The people, in the town and in the country, are a busy people who work hard. They are sober, temperate, good-humored, light-hearted, and generally remarkable for their engaging manners. Few just men, not immoderately bilious, could see them in their recreations without very much respecting the character that is so easily, so harmlessly, and so simply pleased. End of Our French Watering Place. Recording by L. D. Hamilton.
The Tattlesnivel Bleater. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 4, The Tattlesnivel Bleater, by Charles Dickens. The pen is taken in hand on the present occasion by a private individual, not wholly unaccustomed to literary composition, for the exposure of a conspiracy of a most frightful nature, a conspiracy which, like the deadly upsa-tree of Java, on which the individual produced a poem in his earlier youth, not wholly devoid of length, which was so flatteringly received, in circles not wholly unaccustomed to form critical opinions, that he was recommended to publish it, and would certainly have carried out the suggestion but for private considerations, not wholly unconnected with expense. The individual who undertakes the exposure of the gigantic conspiracy now to be laid bare in all its hideous deformity is an inhabitant of the town of Tattlesnivel, a lowly inhabitant, it may be, but one who, as an Englishman and a man, will ne'er abase his eyes before the gaudy and the mocking throng. Tattlesnivel stoops to demand no championship from her sons. On an occasion in history, our bluff English monarch, our 8th Royal Harry, almost went there. And long ere the periodical in which this exposure will appear had sprung into being, Tattlesnivel had unfurled that standard which yet waves upon her battlements. The standard alluded to is the Tattlesnivel Bleater, containing the latest intelligence and state of markets down to the hour of going to press, and presenting a favorable local medium for advertisers, on a graduated scale of charges, considerably diminishing in proportion to the guaranteed number of insertions. It were bootless to expatiate on the host of talent engaged in formidable phalanx to do fealty to the Bleater. Suffice it to select, for present purposes, one of the most gifted and, but for the wide and deep ramifications of an un-English conspiracy, most rising, of the men who were bold Avion's prize. It were needless, after this preamble, to point the finger more directly at the London correspondent of the Tattlesnivel Bleater. On the weekly letters of that correspondent, on the flexibility of their English, on the boldness of their grammar, on the originality of their quotations, never to be found as they are printed in any book existing, on the priority of their information, on their intimate acquaintance with the secret thoughts and unexecuted intentions of men, it would ill become the humble Tattlesnivelian who traces these words to dwell. They are graven in the memory, they are on the Bleater's file, let them be referred to. But, from the infamous, the dark, the subtle conspiracy which spreads its baleful roots throughout the land, and of which the Bleater's London correspondent is the one sole subject, it is the purpose of the lowly Tattlesnivelian who undertakes this revelation to tear the veil. Nor will he shrink from his self-imposed labor, Herculean though it be. The conspiracy begins in the very palace of the sovereign lady of our ocean isle. Leal and loyal as it is to the proud vaunt of the Bleater's readers, one and all to be, the inhabitant who pens this exposure does not personally impeach either Her Majesty the Queen or the illustrious Prince Consort. But some silken-clad smoothers, some purple parasites, some fawners in frippery, some greedy and begartered ones in gorgeous garments, he does impeach, aye, and wrathfully. Is it asked on what grounds? They shall be stated. The Bleater's London correspondent, in the prosecution of his important inquiries, goes down to Windsor, sends in his card, has a confidential interview with Her Majesty and the illustrious Prince Consort. For a time the restraints of royalty are thrown aside in the cheerful conversation of the Bleater's London correspondent, in his fund of information, in his flow of anecdote, in the atmosphere of his genius. Her Majesty brightens, the illustrious Prince Consort thaws, the cares of state and the conflicts of party are forgotten, lunch is proposed. Over that unassuming and domestic table Her Majesty communicates to the Bleater's London correspondent that it is her intention to send His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, to inspect the top of the Great Pyramid, thinking it likely to improve his acquaintance with the views of the people. Her Majesty further communicates that she has made up her royal mind, and that the Prince Consort has made up his illustrious mind, to the bestowal of the vacant garter, let us say, on Mr. Roebuck. The younger royal children having been introduced at the request of the Bleater's London correspondent, and having been by him closely observed to present the usual external indications of good health, the happy knot is severed, with a sigh the royal bow is once more strung to its full tension, the Bleater's London correspondent returns to London, writes his letter, and tells the Tattlesnivel Bleater what he knows. All Tattlesnivel reads it, and knows that he knows it. But does the Royal Highness the Prince of Wales ultimately go to the top of the Great Pyramid? Does Mr. Roebuck ultimately get the garter? No. Are the younger royal children even ultimately found to be well? On the contrary, they have, and on that very day had, the measles. Why is this? Because the conspirators against the Bleater's London correspondent have stepped in with their dark machinations. Because Her Majesty and the Prince Consort are artfully induced to change their minds from north to south, from east to west, immediately after it is known to the conspirators that they have put themselves in communications with the Bleater's London correspondent. It is now indignantly demanded, by whom are they so tampered with? It is now indignantly demanded, who took the responsibility of concealing the indisposition of those royal children from their royal and illustrious parents, and of bringing them down from their beds, disguised expressly to confound the London correspondent of the Tattlesnivel Bleater? Who are these persons, it is again asked. Let not rank and favour protect them. Let the traitors be exhibited in the face of day. Lord John Russell is in this conspiracy. Tell us not that his lordship is a man of too much spirit and honour. Denunciation is hurled against him. The proof? The proof is here. The time is panting for an answer to the question, will Lord John Russell consent to take office under Lord Palmerston? Good. The London correspondent of the Tattlesnivel Bleater is in the act of writing his weekly letter, finds himself rather at a loss to settle this question finally, leaves off, puts his hat on, goes down to the lobby of the House of Commons, sends in for Lord John Russell, and has him out. He draws his arm to his lordship's, takes him aside, and says, "John, will you ever accept office under Palmerston?" His lordship replies, "I will not." The Bleater's London correspondent retorts, with the caution such a man is bound to use, "John, think again. Say nothing to me rashly. Is there any temper there?" His lordship replies calmly, "None whatever." After giving him time for reflection, the Bleater's London correspondent says, "Once more, John, let me put a question to you. Will you ever accept office under Palmerston?" His lordship answers, note the exact expressions, "Nothing shall induce me ever to accept a seat in a cabinet of which Palmerston is the chief." They part. The London correspondent of the Tattlesnivel Bleater finishes his letter, and, always being withheld by motives of delicacy from plainly divulging his means of getting accurate information on every subject at first hand, puts it in this passage: "Lord John Russell is spoken of, by blunterers, for foreign affairs, but I have the best reasons for assuring your readers that giving prominence to the exact expressions, it will be observed, nothing will ever induce him to accept a seat in a cabinet of which Palmerston is the chief. On this you may implicitly rely. What happens? On the very day of the publication of that number of the Bleater, the malignity of the conspirators being even manifested in the selection of the day, Lord John Russell takes the Foreign Office. Comment were superfluous. The people of Tattlesnivel will be told, have been told, that Lord John Russell is a man of his word. He may be on some occasions, but, when overshadowed by this dark and enormous growth of conspiracy, Tattlesnivel knows him to be otherwise. I happen to be certain, deriving my information from a source which cannot be doubted to be authentic, wrote the London correspondent of the Bleater within the last year, that Lord John Russell bitterly regrets having made that explicit speech of last Monday. These are not roundabout phrases, these are plain words. What does Lord John Russell, apparently by accident, within 48 hours after their diffusion over the civilized globe, rises in his place in Parliament and unblushingly declares that if the occasion could arise 500 times for him making that very speech, he would make it 500 times. Is there no conspiracy here? And is this combination against one who would be always right if he were not proved always wrong, to be endured in a country that boasts of its freedom and its fairness? But the Tattlesnivelian who now raises his voice against intolerable oppression may be told that, after all, this is a political conspiracy. He may be told, forsooth, that Mr. Disraeli's being in it, that Lord Derby's being in it, that Mr. Bright's being in it, that every Home, Foreign, and Colonial Secretary being in it, that every Ministry's and every Opposition's being in it, are but proofs that men will do in politics what they would do in nothing else. Is this the plea? If so, the rejoinder is, that the mighty conspiracy includes the whole circle of artists of all kind, and comprehends all degrees of men, down to the worst criminal and the hangman who ends his career. For all these are intimately known to the London correspondent of the Tattlesnivel Bleater, and all these deceive him. Sir, put it to the proof. Here is the Bleater on the file, documentary evidence. Weeks, months before the exhibition of the Royal Academy, the Bleater's London correspondent knows the subjects of all the leading pictures, knows what the painters first meant to do, knows what they afterwards substituted for what they first meant to do, knows what they ought to do and won't do, knows what they ought not to do and will do, knows to a letter from whom they have commissions, knows to a shilling how much they are to be paid. Now, no sooner is each studio clear of the remarkable man to whom each studio occupant has revealed himself, as he does not reveal himself to his nearest and dearest bosom friend, than conspiracy and fraud begin. Alfred the Great becomes the Fairy Queen. Moses viewing the Promised Land turns out to be Moses going to the fair. Portrait of His Grace the Archbishop of Canterbury is transformed as if by irrelevant enchantment of the dissenting interest into a favourite terrier, or cattle grazing. And the most extraordinary work of art in the list described by the Bleater is coolly sponged out altogether, and asserted never to have had existence at all, even in the most shadowy thoughts of its execute. This is vile enough, but this is not all. Picture buyers then come forth from their secret positions and creep into their places in the assassin multitude of conspirators. Mr. Baring, after expressly telling the Bleater's London correspondents that he has bought number 39 for 1,000 guineas, gives it up to someone unknown for a couple of £100. The Marquis of Lansdowne pretends to have no knowledge whatever of the commissions to which the London correspondent of the Bleater swore him, but allows a railway contractor to cut him out for half the money. Similar examples might be multiplied. Shame, shame on these men. Is this England? Sir, look again at literature. The Bleater's London correspondent is not merely acquainted with all the eminent writers, but is in possession of the secrets of their souls. He is versed in their hidden meanings and references, sees their manuscripts before publication, and knows the subject and titles of their books when they are not begun. How dare these writers turn upon the eminent man and depart from every intention they have confided to him? How do they justify themselves in entirely altering their manuscripts, changing their titles, and abandoning their subjects? Will they deny, in the face of Tattlesnivel, that they do so? If they had such hardihood, let the file of the Bleater strike them dumb. By their fruits they shall be known. Let their works be compared with the anticipatory letters in the Bleater's London correspondent, and their falsehood and deceit will become manifest as the sun. It will be seen that they do nothing which they stand pledged to the Bleater's correspondents to do. It will be seen that they are among the blackest parties in this black and base conspiracy. It will become apparent, sir, not only as to their public proceedings, but as to their private affairs. The outraged Tattlesnivelian who now drags this infamous combination into the face of day charges those literary persons with making away with their property, imposing on the income tax commissioners, keeping false books, and entering into sham contracts. He accuses them on the unimpeachable faith of the London correspondent of the Tattlesnivel Bleater, with whose evidence they will find it impossible to reconcile their own account of any transaction of their lives. The national character is degenerating under the influence of the ramifications of this tremendous conspiracy. Forgery is committed, constantly. A person of note, any sort of person of note, dies. The Bleater's London correspondent knows what his circumstances are, what his savings are, if any, who his creditors are, all about his children and relations, and, in general, before his body is cold, describes his will. Is that will ever proved? Never! Some other will is substituted, the real instrument destroyed, and this, as has been observed before, is England. Who are the workmen and artificers enrolled upon the books of this treacherous league? From what funds are they paid, and with what ceremonies are they sworn to secrecy? Are there none such? Observe what follows. A little time ago the Bleater's London correspondent had this passage: Bottleroy is pianoforte playing at St. Januaris's gallery, with pretty tolerable success. He clears £300 per night. Not bad, this. The builder of St. Januaris's gallery, plunged to the throat of the conspiracy, met with this piece of news, and observed, with characteristic coarseness, that the Bleater's London correspondent was a blind ass. Being pressed by a man of spirit to give his reasons for this extraordinary statement, he declared that the gallery, crammed to suffocation, would not hold £200, and that its expenses were, probably, at least half what it did hold. The man of spirit, himself a Tattlesnivelian, had the gallery measured within a week from that hour, and it would not hold £200. Now, can the poorest capacity doubt that it had been altered in the meantime? And so the conspiracy extends, through every grade of society, down to the condemned criminal in prison, the hangman and the ordinary. Every famous murderer within the last 10 years has desecrated his last moments by falsifying his confidences imparted specially to the London correspondent of the Tattlesnivel Bleater. On every such occasion Mr. Calcott has followed the degrading example, and the reverend ordinary, forgetful of his cloth, and mindful only, it would seem, alas, of the conspiracy, has committed himself to some account or other of the criminal's demeanour and conversation, which has been diametrically opposed to the exclusive information of the London correspondent of the Bleater. And this, as have been observed, is merry England. A man of true genius, however, is not easily defeated. The Bleater's London correspondent, probably beginning to suspect the existence of a plot against him, has recently fallen on a new style, which, as being very difficult to countermine, may necessitate the organization of a new conspiracy. One of his masterly letters lately disclosed the adoption of this style, which was remarked with a profound sensation throughout Tattlesnivel, in the following passage: Mentioning literary small talk, I may tell you that some new and extraordinary rumours are afloat concerning the conversations I have previously mentioned, alleged to have taken place in the first floor front, situated over the street door, of Mr. Exameter, the poet so well known to your readers, in which Exameter's great uncle, his second son, his butcher, and a corpulent gentleman with one eye universally respected at Kensington, are said not to have been on the most friendly footing. I forbear, however, to pursue this subject further this week, my informant not being able to supply me with exact particulars. But enough, sir. The inhabitant of Tattlesnivel who has taken pen in hand to expose this odious association of unprincipled men against a shining local character, turns from it with disgust and contempt. Let him in few words strip the remaining flimsy covering from the nude object of the conspirators, and his loathsome task is ended. Sir, that object, he contends, is evidently twofold. First, to exhibit the London correspondent of the Tattlesnivel Bleater in the light of a mischievous blockhead who, by hiring himself out to tell what he cannot possibly know, is as great a public nuisance as a blockhead in a corner can be. Second, to suggest to the men of Tattlesnivel that it does not improve their town to have so much dry rubbish shot there. Now, sir, on both these points Tattlesnivel demands in accents of thunder, where is the Attorney General? Why doesn't the Times take it up? Is the latter in the conspiracy? It never adopts his views, or quotes him, and incessantly contradicts him. Tattlesnivel, sir, remembering that our forefathers contended with the Normans of Hastings, and bled at a variety of other places that will readily occur to you, demands that its birthright shall not be bartered away for a mess of pottage. Have a care, sir, have a care, or Tattlesnivel, its idle rifles piled in its scouted streets, may be seen ere long advancing with its Bleater to the foot of the throne, and demanding redress for this conspiracy from the orbed and sceptred hands of Majesty itself. End of the Tattlesnivel Bleater. Recording by Todd.
The Amusements of the People, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Green. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 4. The Amusements of the People, Part 2. By Charles Dickens. Mr. Whelks, being much in the habit of recreating himself at a class of theatres called saloons, we repaired to one of these not long ago, on a Monday evening, Monday being a great holiday night with Mr. Whelks and his friends. The saloon in question is the largest in London. That which is known as the Eagle in the City Road should be accepted from the generic term as not presenting by any means the same class of entertainment, and is situate not far from Shoreditch Church. It announces the People's Theatre as its second name. The prices of admission are: to the boxes a shilling, to the pit sixpence, to the lower gallery fourpence, to the upper gallery and back seats threepence. There is no half price. The opening piece on this occasion was described in the bills as the greatest hit of the season, the grand new legendary and traditionary drama, combining supernatural agencies with historical facts, and identifying extraordinary superhuman causes with material, terrific, and powerful effects. All the Queen's horses and all the Queen's men could not have drawn Mr. Whelks into the place like this description. Strengthened by lithographic representations of the principal superhuman causes, combined with the most popular of the material, terrific, and powerful effects, it became irresistible. Consequently, we had already failed once in finding 6 square inches of room within the walls to stand upon, and when we now paid our money for a little stage box like a dry shower bath, we did so in the midst of a stream of people who persisted in paying theirs for other parts of the house, in despite of the representations of the money-taker that it was very full everywhere. The outer avenues and passages of the People's Theatre bore abundant testimony to the fact of its being frequented by very dirty people. Within, the atmosphere was far from odoriferous. The place was crammed to excess in all parts. Among the audience were a large number of boys and youths, and a great many very young girls grown into bold women before they had well ceased to be children. These last were the worst features of the whole crowd, and were more prominent there than in any other sort of public assembly that we know of, except at a public execution. There was no drink supplied, beyond the contents of the porter can, magnified in its dimensions perhaps, which may be usually seen traversing the galleries of the largest theatres as well as the least, and which was seen here everywhere. Huge ham sandwiches piled on trays like deals in a timber yard were handed about for sale to the hungry, and there was no stint of oranges, cakes, brandy balls, or other similar refreshments. The theatre was capacious, with a very large capable stage, well lighted, well appointed, and managed in a business-like, orderly manner in all respects. The performances had begun so early as 6:15, and had been then in progress for 3/4 of an hour. It was apparent here, as in the theatre we had previously visited, that one of the reasons of its great attraction was its being directly addressed to the common people, in the provision made for their seeing and hearing. Instead of being put away in a dark gap in the roof of an immense building, as in our once national theatres, they were here in possession of eligible points of view, and thoroughly able to take in the whole performance. Instead of being at a great disadvantage in comparison with the mass of the audience, they were the audience, for whose accommodation the place was made. We believe this to be one great cause of the success of these speculations. In whatever way the common people are addressed, whether in churches, chapels, schools, lecture-rooms, or theatres, To be successfully addressed, they must be directly appealed to. No matter how good the feast, they will not come to it on mere sufferance. If, on looking around us, we find that the only things plainly and personally addressed to them, from quack medicines upwards, be bad or very defective things, so much the worse for them and for all of us, and so much the more unjust and absurd the system which has haughtily abandoned a strong ground to such occupation. We will add that we believe these people have a right to be amused. A great deal that we consider to be unreasonable is written and talked about not licensing these places of entertainment. We have already intimated that we believe a love of dramatic representations to be an inherent principle in human nature. In most conditions of human life of which we have any knowledge, from the Greeks to the Bosjesman, some form of dramatic representation has always obtained. Footnote. In the remoter interior of Africa, and among the North American Indians, this truth is exemplified in an equally striking manner. Who that saw the 4 grim, stunted, abject bush people at the Egyptian Hall, with 2 natural actors among them out of that number, one a male and the other a female, can forget how something human and imaginative gradually broke out on the little ugly man, when he was roused from crouching over the charcoal fire into giving a dramatic representation of the tracking of a beast, the shooting of it with poisoned arrows, and the creature's death. End of footnote. We have a vast respect for country magistrates and for the Lord Chamberlain, but we render greater deference to such extensive and immutable experience, and think it will outlive the whole existing court and commission. We would assuredly not bear harder on the 4-penny theatre than on the 4-shilling theatre or the 4-guinea theatre, but we would decidedly interpose to turn to some wholesome account the means of instruction which it has at command, and we would make that office of dramatic licenser, which, like many other offices, has become a mere piece of court favour and dandy conventionality, a real, responsible, educational trust. We would have it exercise a sound supervision over the lower drama, instead of stopping the career of a real work of art, as it did in the case of Mr. Chorley's play at the Surrey Theatre, but a few weeks since, for a sickly point of form. To return to Mr. Whelks. The audience, being able to see and hear, were very attentive. They were so closely packed that they took a little time in settling down after any pause, but otherwise the general disposition was to lose nothing, and to check, in no choice language, any disturber of the business of the scene. On our arrival, Mr. Whelks had already followed Lady Hatton, the heroine, whom we faintly recognised as a mutilated theme of the late Thomas Ingoldsby, to the gloomy dell and suicide's tree, where Lady H. had encountered the apparition of the dark man of doom, and heard the fearful story of the suicide. She had also signed the compact in her own blood, beheld the tombs rent asunder, seen skeletons start from their graves and gibber, mine for ever, and undergone all these little experiences, each set forth in a separate line in the bill, in the compass of one act. It was not yet over, indeed, for we found a remote King of England, of the name of Enery, refreshing himself with the spectacle of a dance in a garden, which was interrupted by the thrilling appearance of the demon. This superhuman cause, with black eyebrows slanting up to his temples and red foil cheekbones, brought the drop curtain down as we took possession of our shower bath. It seemed, on the curtains going up again, that Lady Hatton had sold herself to the powers of darkness on very high terms, and was now overtaken by remorse, and by jealousy too, the latter passion being excited by the beautiful Lady Rodolpha, ward to the King. It was to urge Lady Hatton on to the murder of this young female, as well as we could make out, but both we and Mr. Whelks found the incidents complicated, that the demon appeared once again in all his terrors. Lady Hatton had been leading a life of piety, but the demon was not to have his bargain declared off, in right of any such artifices, and now offered a dagger for the destruction of Rodolpha. Lady Hatton, hesitating to accept this trifle from Tartarus, the demon, for certain subtle reasons of his own, proceeded to entertain her with a view of the gloomy courtyard of a convent, and the apparitions of the skeleton monk and the King of Terrors. Against these superhuman causes, another superhuman cause, to wit, the ghost of Lady H's mother, came into play, and greatly confounded the powers of darkness by waving the sacred emblem over the head of the else devoted Rodolpha, and causing her to sink into the earth. Upon this, the demon, losing his temper, fiercely invited Lady Hatton to behold the tortures of the damned, and straightway conveyed her to a grand and awful view of pandemonium, and lake of transparent rolling fire, whereof, and also of Prometheus chained and the vulture gnawing at his liver, Mr. Whelks was exceedingly derisive. The demon, still failing, even there, and still finding the ghost of the old lady greatly in his way, exclaimed that these vexations had such a remarkable effect upon his spirit as to sear his eyeballs, and that he must go deeper down, which he accordingly did. Hereupon it appeared that it was all a dream on Lady Hatton's part, and that she was newly married and uncommonly happy. This put an end to the incongruous heap of nonsense, and set Mr. Whelks applauding mightily, for, except with the lake of transparent rolling fire, which was not half infernal enough for him, Mr. Whelks was infinitely contented with the whole of the proceedings. 10,000 people every week, all the year round, are estimated to attend this place of amusement. If it were closed to-morrow, if there were 50 such, and they were all closed to-morrow, the only result would be to cause that to be privately and evasively done, which is now publicly done, to render the harm of it much greater, and to exhibit the suppressive power of the law in an oppressive and partial light. The people who now resort here will be amused somewhere. It is of no use to blink that fact, or to make pretences to the contrary. We had far better apply ourselves in proving the character of their amusement. It would not be exacting much, or exacting anything very difficult, to require that the pieces represented in these theatres should have at least a good, plain, healthy purpose in them. To the end that our experiences might not be supposed to be partial or unfortunate, we went the very next night to the theatre, where we saw May Morning, and found Mr. Whelks engaged in the study of an original old English domestic and romantic drama, called Eva the Betrayed, or The Lady of Lambeth. We proceeded to develop the incidents which gradually unfolded themselves to Mr. Whelks' understanding. One Geoffrey Thornley the younger, on a certain fine morning, married his father's ward, Eva the Betrayed, the Lady of Lambeth. She had become the betrayed in right or in wrong of designing Geoffrey's machinations, for that corrupt individual, knowing her to be under promise of marriage to Walter Moore, a young mariner, of whom he was accustomed to make slighting mention as a minion, represented the said Moore to be no more, and obtained the consent of the too trusting Eva to their immediate union. Now it came to pass, by a singular coincidence, that on the identical morning of the marriage Moore came home, and was taking a walk about the scenes of his boyhood, a little faded since that time, when he rescued Wilbert the Hunchback from some very rough treatment. This misguided person, in return, immediately fell to abusing his preserver in round terms, giving him to understand that he, the preserved, hated mannerkind with two exceptions, one of them being the deceiving Geoffrey, whose retainer he was, and for whom he felt an unconquerable attachment, the other a relative, whom, in similar redundancy of emphasis, adapted to the requirements of Mr. Whelks, he called his assister. This misanthrope also made the cold-blooded declaration, "There was a time when I loved my fellow creatures till they despised me. Now I live only to witness man's disgrace and woman's misery." In furtherance of this amiable purpose of existence, he directed Moore to where the bridal procession was coming home from church, and Eva recognised Moore, and Moore reproached Eva, and there was a great to-do and a violent struggling before certain social villagers who were celebrating the event with morris dances. Eva was borne off in a tearing condition, and the bill very truly observed that the end of that part of the business was despair and madness. Geoffrey, Why were you already married to another? Why could you not be true to your lawful wife Catherine, instead of deserting her, and leaving her to come tumbling into public houses, on account of weakness, in search of you? You might have known what it would end in, Geoffrey Thornley. You might have known that she would come up to your house on your wedding day with her marriage certificate in her pocket, determined to expose you. You might have known beforehand, as you now very composedly observe, that you would have but one course to pursue. That course, clearly, is to wind your right hand in Catherine's long hair, wrestle with her, stab her, throw down the body behind the door (cheers from Mr. Whelks), and tell the devoted hunchback to get rid of it. On the devoted hunchback's finding that it is the body of his sister, and taking her marriage certificate from her pocket, and denouncing you, of course, you have still but one course to pursue, and that is to charge the crime upon him, and have him carried off with all speed into the deep and massive dungeons beneath Thornley Hall. More having, as he was rather given to boast, a goodly vessel on the lordly Thames, had better have gone with it, weather permitting, than gone after Eva. Naturally he got carried down to the dungeons too, for lurking about, and got put into the next dungeon to the hunchback, then expiring from poison. And there they were, hard and fast, like two wild beasts in dens, trying to get glimpses of each other through the bars, to the unutterable interest of Mr. Whelks. But when the hunchback made himself known, and when Moore did the same, and when the hunchback said he had got the certificate which rendered Eva's marriage illegal, and when Moore raved to have it given to him, and when the hunchback, as having some grains of misanthropy in him to the last, persisted in going into his dying agonies in a remote corner of his cage, and took unheard-of trouble not to die anywhere near the bars that were within Moore's reach, Mr. Whelks applauded to the echo. At last the hunchback was persuaded to stick the certificate on the point of a dagger and hand it in, and that done died extremely hard, knocking himself violently about to the very last gasp, and certainly making most of all the life that was in him. Still Moore had yet to get out of his den before he could turn his certificate to any account. His first step was to make such a violent uproar as to bring into his presence a certain Norman Freelance, who kept watch and ward over him. His second, to inform this warrior, in the style of the polite letter-writer, that circumstances had occurred, rendering it necessary that he should be immediately let out. The warrior declining to submit himself to the force of these circumstances, Mr. Moore proposed to him, as a gentleman and a man of honour, to allow him to step out into the gallery, and there adjust an old feud subsisting between them by single combat. The unwary Freelance, consenting to this reasonable proposal, was shot from behind by the comic man, whom he bitterly designated as a snipe for that action, and then died exceedingly game. All this occurred in one day, the bridal day of the Lady of Lambeth, and now Mr. Whelks concentrated all his energies into a focus, bent forward, looked straight in front of him, and held his breath. For, the night of the eventual day being come, Mr. Whelks was admitted to the bridal chamber of the Lady of Lambeth, where he beheld a toilet table, and a particularly large and desolate four-post bedstead. Here the lady, having dismissed her bridesmaids, was interrupted in deploring her unhappy fate by the entrance of her husband, and matters, under these circumstances, were proceeded to very desperate extremities, when the lady, by this time aware of the existence of the certificate, found a dagger on the dressing-table, and said, "Attempt to enfold me in thy pernicious embrace, and this poignard," etc. He did attempt it, however, for all that, and he and the lady were dragging one another about like wrestlers, when Mr. Moore broke open the door, and entering with the whole domestic establishment and a Middlesex magistrate, took him into custody and claimed his bride. It is but fair to Mr. Whelks to remark on one curious fact of this entertainment. When the situations were very strong indeed, they were very like what some favourite situations in the Italian opera would be to a profoundly deaf spectator. The despair and madness at the end of the first act, the business of the long hair, and the struggle in the bridal chamber, were as like the conventional passion of the Italian singers as the orchestra was unlike the opera band, or its hurries unlike the music of the great composers. So do extremes meet, and so is there some hopeful congeniality between what will excite Mr. Whelks and what will rouse a duchess. End of The Amusement of the People, Part 2.
Romance from the pen of Miss Nettie Ashford, aged 6:30. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 4. Romance from the pen of Miss Nettie Ashford, aged 6:30, by Charles Dickens. There is a country, which I will show you when I get into maps, where the children have everything their own way. It is a most delightful country to live in. The grown-up people are obliged to obey the children, and are never allowed to sit up to supper, except on their birthdays. The children order them to make jam and jelly and marmalade, and tarts and pies and puddings, and all manner of pastry. If they say they won't, they are put in the corner till they do. They are sometimes allowed to have some, but when they have some, they generally have powders given them afterwards. One of the inhabitants of this country, a truly sweet young creature of the name of Mrs. Orange, had the misfortune to be sadly plagued by her numerous family. Her parents required a great deal of looking after, and they had connections and companions who were scarcely ever out of mischief. So Mrs. Orange said to herself, "I really cannot be troubled with these torments any longer. I must put them all to school." Mrs. Orange took off her pinafore, and dressed herself very nicely, and took up her baby, and went out to call upon another lady of the name of Mrs. Lemon, who kept a preparatory establishment. Mrs. Orange stood upon the scraper to pull at the bell, and gave a ring-ting-ting. Mrs. Lemon's neat little housemaid, pulling up her socks as she came along the passage, answered the ring-ting-ting. "Good morning," said Mrs. Orange. "Fine day. How do you do? Mrs. Lemon at home?" "Yes, ma'am." "Will you see Mrs. Orange and baby?" "Yes, ma'am. Walk in." Mrs. Orange's baby was a very fine one, and real wax all over. Mrs. Lemon's baby was leather and brown. However, when Mrs. Lemon came into the drawing-room with her baby in her arms, Mrs. Orange said politely, "Good morning. Fine day. How do you do? And how is little Tootlelumboots?" "Well, she is but poorly. Cutting her teeth, ma'am," said Mrs. Lemon. "Oh, indeed, ma'am," said Mrs. Orange. "No fits, I hope?" "No, ma'am." "How many teeth has she, ma'am?" "5, ma'am." "My Amelia, ma'am, has 8," said Mrs. Orange. "Shall we lay them on the mantelpiece, side by side, while we converse?" "By all means, ma'am," said Mrs. Lemon. "Hem!" "The first question is, ma'am," said Mrs. Orange, "I don't bore you?" "Not in the least, ma'am," said Mrs. Lemon. "Far from it, I assure you." "Then pray have you," said Mrs. Orange, "have you any vacancies?" "Yes, ma'am. How many might you require?" "Why, the truth is, ma'am," said Mrs. Orange, "I have come to the conclusion that my children— oh, I forgot to say that they call the grown-up people children in that country— that my children are getting positively too much for me. Let me see. 2 parents, 2 intimate friends of theirs, 1 godfather, 2 godmothers, and an aunt. Have you as many as 8 vacancies?" "I have just 8, ma'am," said Mrs. Lemon. "Most fortunate. Terms moderate, I think?" "Very moderate, ma'am." "Diet good, I believe?" "Excellent, ma'am." "Unlimited?" "Unlimited." "Most satisfactory. Corporal punishment dispensed with?" "Why, we do occasionally shake," said Mrs. Lemon, "and we have slapped, but only in extreme cases." "Could I, ma'am?" said Mrs. Orange. "Could I see the establishment?" "With the greatest of pleasure, ma'am," said Mrs. Lemon. Mrs. Lemon took Mrs. Orange into the schoolroom, where there were a number of pupils. "Stand up, children," said Mrs. Lemon, and they all stood up. Mrs. Orange whispered to Mrs. Lemon, "There is a pale bald child, with red whiskers, in disgrace. Might I ask what he has done?" "Come here, White," said Mrs. Lemon, "and tell this lady what you have been doing." "Betting on horses," said White sulkily. "Are you sorry for it, you naughty child?" said Mrs. Lemon. "No," said White. "Sorry to lose, but shouldn't be sorry to win." "There's a vicious boy for you, ma'am," said Mrs. Lemon. Go along with you, sir. This is Brown, Mrs. Orange. Oh, a sad case, Brown's. Never knows when he has had enough. Greedy. How's your gout, sir? Bad, said Brown. What else can you expect? Said Mrs. Lemon. Your stomach is the size of two. Go and take exercise directly. Mrs. Black, come here to me. Now, here's a child, Mrs. Orange, mum, who is always at play. She can't be kept at home a single day together, always gadding about and spoiling her clothes. Play, 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 from morning to night, and to morning again. How can she expect to improve? Don't expect to improve, sulked Mrs. Black. Don't want to. There's a specimen of her temper, mum, said Mrs. Lemon. To see her when she's tearing about, neglecting everything else, you would suppose her to be at least good-humoured. But bless you, mum, she is as pert and flouncing a minx as ever you met with in all your days. You must have a great deal of trouble with them, mum, said Mrs. Orange. As I have, indeed, mum, said Mrs. Lemon. What with their tempers, what with their quarrels, what with their never knowing what's good for them, and what with their always wanting to domineer, deliver me from these unreasonable children. Well, I wish you good morning, mum, said Mrs. Orange. Well, I wish you good morning, mum, said Mrs. Lemon. So Mrs. Orange took up her baby and went home, and told the family that plagued her so that they were all going to be sent to school. They said they didn't want to go to school, but she packed up their boxes and packed them off. Oh, dear me, dear me! Rest and be thankful, said Mrs. Orange, throwing herself back in her little armchair. Those troublesome troubles are got rid of, please the pigs. Just then another lady, named Mrs. Alicumpaine, came calling at the street door with a ring-ting-ting. My dear Mrs. Alicumpaine, said Mrs. Orange, how do you do? Pray stay to dinner. We have but a simple joint of sweet stuff, followed by a plain dish of bread and treacle, but if you will take us as you find us, it will be so kind. Don't mention it, said Mrs. Alicumpaine. I shall be too glad. But what do you think I have come for, mum? Guess, mum. I really cannot guess, mum, said Mrs. Orange. Why, I am going to have a small juvenile party to-night, said Mrs. Alicumpaine, and if you and Mr. Orange and baby would but join us, we should be complete. More than charmed, I am sure, said Mrs. Orange. So kind of you, said Mrs. Alicumpaine, but I hope the children won't bore you. Dear things, not at all, said Mrs. Orange. I dote upon them. Mr. Orange here came home from the city, and he came too with a ring-ting-ting. James, love, said Mrs. Orange, you look tired. What has been doing in the city to-day? Trap, bat, and ball, my dear, said Mr. Orange, and it knocks a man up. That dreadfully anxious city, ma'am, said Mrs. Orange to Mrs. Alicumpaine. So wearing, is it not? Oh, so trying, said Mrs. Alicumpaine. John has lately been speculating on the peg-top ring, and I often say to him at night, John, is the result worth the wear and tear? Dinner was ready by this time, so they sat down to dinner, and while Mr. Orange carved the joint of sweet stuff, he said, It's a poor heart that never rejoices. Jane, go down to the cellar and fetch a bottle of the uppest ginger beer. At tea-time, Mr. and Mrs. Orange and baby and Mrs. Alicumpaine went off to Mrs. Alicumpaine's house. The children had not come yet, but the ball-room was ready for them, decorated with paper flowers. How very sweet, said Mrs. Orange. The dear things! How pleased they will be! I don't care for children myself, said Mr. Orange, gaping. Not for girls, said Mrs. Alicumpaine. Come, you care for girls. Mr. Orange shook his head, and gaped again. Frivolous and vain, ma'am. My dear James, cried Mrs. Orange, who had been peeping about, do look here. Here's the supper for the darlings, ready laid in the room behind the folding doors. Here's their little pickled salmon, I do declare. And here's their little salad, and their little roast beef and fowls, and their little pastry, and their wee champagne. Yes, I thought it best, ma'am, said Mrs. Alicumpaine, that they should have their supper by themselves. Our table is in the corner here, where the gentlemen can have their wine-glass of negus, and their egg sandwich, and their quiet game at beggar my neighbour, and look on. As for us, ma'am, we shall have quite enough to do to manage the company. Oh, indeed, you may say so. Quite enough, ma'am, said Mrs. Orange. The company began to come. The first of them was a stout boy, with a white top-knot and spectacles. The housemaid brought him in and said, "Compliments, and at what time was he to be fetched?" Mrs. Alicumpaine said, "Not a moment later than 10. "How do you do, sir? Go and sit down." Then a number of other children came, boys by themselves and girls by themselves, and boys and girls together. They didn't behave at all well. Some of them looked through quizzing glasses at others, and said, "Who are those? Don't know them." Some of them looked through quizzing glasses at others, and said, "How do?" Some of them had cups of tea or coffee handed to them by others, and said, "Thanks much." A good many boys stood about, and felt their shirt collars. 4 tiresome fat boys would stand in the doorway and talk about the newspapers, till Mrs. Alicumpaine went to them and said, "My dears, I really cannot allow you to prevent people from coming in. I shall be truly sorry to do it, but if you put yourself in everybody's way, I must positively send you home." One boy, with a beard and a large white waistcoat, who stood straddling on the hearthrug, warming his coat-tails, was sent home. "Highly incorrect, my dear," said Mrs. Alicumpaine, handing him out of the room, "and I cannot permit it." There was a children's band, harp, cornet, and piano, and Mrs. Alicumpaine and Mrs. Orange bustled among the children to persuade them to take partners and dance. But they were so obstinate. For quite a long time they would not be persuaded to take partners and dance. Most of the boys said, "Thanks much, but not at present." And most of the rest of the boys said, "Thanks much, but never do." "Oh, these children are very wearing," said Mrs. Alicumpaine to Mrs. Orange. "Dear things, I dote upon them, but they are wearing," said Mrs. Orange to Mrs. Alicumpaine. At last they did begin in a slow and melancholy way to slide about to the music, though even then they wouldn't mind what they were told, but would have this partner and wouldn't have that partner, and showed temper about it. And they wouldn't smile, no, not on any account they wouldn't, but, when the music stopped, went round and round the room in dismal twos, as if everybody else was dead. "Oh, it's very hard indeed to get these vexing children to be entertained," said Mrs. Alicumpaine to Mrs. Orange. "I dote upon the darlings, but it is hard," said Mrs. Orange to Mrs. Alicumpaine. They were trying children, that's the truth. First, they wouldn't sing when they were asked, and then, when everybody fully believed they wouldn't, they would. "If you serve us so any more, my love," said Mrs. Alicumpaine to a tall child, with a good deal of white back, in mauve silk trimmed with lace, "it will be my painful privilege to offer you a bed, and to send you to it immediately." The girls were so ridiculously dressed, too, that they were in rags before supper. How could the boys help treading on their trains? And yet, when their trains were trodden on, they often showed temper again, and looked as black, they did. However, they all seemed to be pleased when Mrs. Alicumpaine said, "Supper is ready, children," and they went crowding and pushing in, as if they had had dry bread for dinner. "How are the children getting on?" said Mr. Orange to Mrs. Orange, when Mrs. Orange came to look after baby. Mrs. Orange had left baby on a shelf near Mr. Orange, while he played beggar my neighbour, and had asked him to keep his eye upon her now and then. "Most charmingly, my dear," said Mrs. Orange. "So droll to see their little flirtations and jealousies. Do come and look." "Much obliged to you, my dear," said Mr. Orange, "but I don't care about children myself." So Mrs. Orange, having seen that baby was safe, went back without Mr. Orange to the room where the children were having supper. "What are they doing now?" said Mrs. Orange to Mrs. Alicumpaine. "They are making speeches, and playing at Parliament," said Mrs. Alicumpaine to Mrs. Orange. On hearing this, Mrs. Orange set off once more back again to Mr. Orange, and said, "James, dear, do come. The children are playing at Parliament." "Thank you, my dear," said Mr. Orange, "but I don't care about Parliament myself." So Mrs. Orange went once again without Mr. Orange to the room where the children were having supper, to see them playing at Parliament. And she found some of the boys crying, "Hear, hear, hear," while other boys cried, "No, no," and others, "Question," "Spoke," and all sorts of nonsense that ever you heard. Then one of those tiresome fat boys, who had stopped the doorway, told them he was on his legs, as if they couldn't see that he wasn't on his head or on anything else, to explain, and that, with the permission of his honourable friend, if he would allow him to call him so, another tiresome boy bowed. He would proceed to explain. Then he went on for a long time in a sing-song, whatever he meant, did this troublesome fat boy, about what he held in his hand a glass, and about that he had come down to that house that night to discharge what he would call a public duty, and about that, on the present occasion, he would lay his other hand, upon his heart, and would tell honourable gentlemen that he was about to open the door to general approval. Then he opened the door by saying, "To our hostess," and everybody else said, "To our hostess," and then there were cheers. Then another tiresome boy started up in sing-song, and then half a dozen noisy and nonsensical boys at once. But at last Mrs. Alicumpaine said, "I cannot have this din. Now, children, you have played at Parliament very nicely, but Parliament gets tiresome after a little while, and it's time you left off, for you will soon be fetched." After another dance, with more tearing to rags than before supper, they began to be fetched, and you will be very glad to be told that the tiresome fat boy who had been on his legs was walked off first without any ceremony. When they were all gone, poor Mrs. Alicumpaine dropped upon a sofa, and said to Mrs. Orange, "These children will be the death of me at last, ma'am. They will indeed." "I quite adore them, ma'am," said Mrs. Orange, "but they do want variety." Mr. Orange got his hat, and Mrs. Orange got her bonnet and her baby, and they set out to walk home. They had to pass Mrs. Lemon's preparatory establishment on their way. "I wonder, James dear," said Mrs. Orange, looking up at the window, "whether the precious children are asleep." "I don't care much whether they are or not, myself," said Mr. Orange. "James dear!" "You dote upon them, you know," said Mr. Orange. "That's another thing." "I do," said Mrs. Orange rapturously. "Oh, I do!" "I don't," said Mr. Orange. "But I was thinking, James love," said Mrs. Orange, pressing his arm, "whether our dear, good, kind Mrs. Lemon would like them to stay the holidays with her." "If she was paid for it, I dare say she would," said Mr. Orange. "I adore them, James," said Mrs. Orange, "but suppose we pay her, then?" This was what brought that country to such perfection, and made it such a delightful place to live in. The grown-up people, that would be in other countries, soon left off being allowed any holidays after Mr. and Mrs. Orange tried the experiment, and the children, that would be in other countries, kept them at school as long as ever they lived, and made them do whatever they were told. End of Romance from the pen of Miss Nettie Ashford, aged 6:30. Recording by Petra.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in a public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April Gonzalez. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 4, Section 7, by Charles Dickens. A Message from the Sea. Chapter 1. The Village. And a mighty singular and pretty place it is, as ever I saw in all the days of my life, said Captain Jorgan, looking up at it. Captain Jorgan had to look high to look at it, for the village was built sheer up the face of a steep and lofty cliff. There was no road in it, there was no wheeled vehicle in it, there was not a level yard in it. For the sea-beach to the clipped-off of two irregular rows of white houses, placed opposite to one another, and twisting here and here, rose, like the sides of a long succession of stages, of crooked ladders, and you climb up the village or climb down the village by the staves between, some 6 feet wide or so, and made of sharp irregular stones. The old pack saddle, long laid aside in most parts of England as one of the appendages of its infancy, flourished here intact. Strings of pack horses and pack donkeys toiled slowly up the staves of the ladders, bearing fish and coal and such other cargo as on shipping at a pier from the dancing fleet of village boats, and from 2 or 3 little coasting traders. As the beasts of burden ascended laden, or descended light, They got so lost at intervals in the floating clouds of village smoke, that they seemed to dive down some of the village chimneys, and come to the surface again far off, high above others. No two houses in the village were alike, in chimney, size, shape, door, window, gable, roof-tree, anything. The sides of the ladders were musical with water, running clear and bright. The staves were musical with the clattering feet of the pack horses and pack donkeys, and the voices of the fishermen urging them up, mingled with the voices of the fishermen's wives and many children. The pier was musical with the wash of the sea, the creaking of the captains and the windlasses, and the airy fluttering of little vanes and sails. The rough, sea-bleached boulders of which the pier was made, and the whiter boulders of the shore, were brown with drying nets. The red-brown cliffs, richly wooded to the extremest verge, had their softened and beautiful forms reflected in the bluest water, under the clear North Devonshire sky of a November day, without a cloud. The village itself was so steeped in autumnal foliage, from the houses lying on the pier to the topmost round of the topmost ladder, that one might have fancied it was out a bird's nesting. Out was, as indeed it was, a wonderful climber. And mentioning birds, the place was not without some music from them too. For the rook was very busy, with the higher levels, and the gull with his flapping wings with fishing in the bay, and the lusty little robin was hopping among the great stone blocks and iron rings of the breakwater, fearless in the fate of his ancestors and the children in the wood. Thus it came to pass that Captain Jorgan, sitting balancing himself on a pier wall, struck his leg with his open hand, as some men do when they are pleased, as he always did when he was pleased, and said, "A mighty singular and pretty place it is, as ever I saw in all the days of my life." Captain Jorgan had not been through the village, but had come down to the pier by a winding side road, though a preliminary look at it from the level of his own natural element. He had seen many things and places, and had stowed them all away in a shrewd intellect and a vigorous memory. He was an American born, was Captain Jorgan, a New Englander, but he was a citizen of the world, and a combination of the best qualities of most of its best countries. For Captain Jorgan to sit anywhere in his long-skirted blue coat and blue trousers, without holding converse with everybody within speaking distance, was a sheer impossibility. So the captain fell to talking with the fishermen, and to asking them knowing questions about the fishery, and the tides, and the currents, and the race of water off Point yonder, and what you kept in your eye, and got into a line without what else when you run into the little harbour, and other nautical profundities. Among the men who exchanged ideas with the captain was a young fellow, who exactly hit his fancy, a young fisherman of 2 or 3 and 20, in a rough sea dress of his craft, with a brown face, dark curling hair, and bright modest eyes under the sou'western hat, and with a frank but simple and retiring manner, which the captain found uncommonly taking. "I'd bet $1,000," said the captain to himself, "that your father was an honest man." "Might you be married now?" asked the captain, when he had some talk with his new acquaintance. "Not yet." "Going to be?" said the captain. "I hope so." The captain's keen glance followed the slightest possible turn of the dark eye, and the slightest possible tilt of the sou'western hat. The captain then slapped both his legs, and said to himself, "Never knew such a good thing in all my life. There's his sweetheart looking over the wall." There was a very pretty girl looking over the wall, from a little platform of a cottage, vine, and fuchsia, and she certainly did not look as if the presence of this young fisherman in the landscape made it any less sunny and hopeful for her. Captain Jorgan, having doubled himself up to laugh with that hearty good nature which is quite exultant in the innocent happiness of other people, had enjoyed himself, and was going to start a new subject, when there appeared coming down the lower ladder stern a man whom he hailed as Tom Pettifer, ho! Tom Pettifer, ho! responded with alacrity, and in speedy course descended on the pier. Afraid of a sunstroke in England in November, Tom, that you wear your tropical hat, strongly paid outside a paper line inside here, said the captain, eyeing it. It's as well to be on the safe side, sir, replied Tom. Safe side, repeated the captain, laughing. You'd guard against sunstroke with that old hat in a nice pack. Well, what have you made out of the post office? It is the post office, sir. What's the post office? Said the captain. The name, sir. The name that keeps the post office. A coincidence, said the captain. A lucky bit. Show me where it is. Good-bye, shipmates, for the present. I shall come and have another look at you afore I leave this afternoon. This was addressed to all there, but especially the young fisherman. So all there acknowledged him, especially the young fisherman. He's a sailor, said to one another, as they looked after the captain moving away. That he was, and so outspeaking was the sailor in him, that although his dress had nothing nautical about with it, with a single exception of its colour, but was a suit of a shore-going shape and form, too long in the sleeves and too short in the legs, and too unaccommodating everywhere, terminating earthward in a pair of Wellington boots, and surmounted by a tall, stiff hat, which no mortal could have worn at sea in anywhere in other heaven. Nevertheless, a glimpse at his sagacious, weather-beaten face, or his strong brown hand, would have established the captain's calling. Whereas Mr. Pettifer, a man of a certain plump neatness, with a curly whisker, and elaborately nautical in the jacket, and shoes, and all things correspondent, looked no more like a seaman, beside Captain Jorgan, than he looked like a sea serpent. The two climbed high up the village, which had the most arbitrary turns and twists in it, so that the cobbler's house came dead across the ladder, and to have held a reasonable course, he must have gone through his house, and through him too, as he sat at his work between two little windows, with one eye microscopically on the geological formation of that part of Devonshire, and the other telescopically in the open sea. The two climbed high up the village, and stopped before a quaint little house, on which was painted Mrs. Lirriper, Draper, and also Post Office. Before it ran a rill of murmuring water, and access to it was gained by a little plank bridge. Here's the name, said Captain Jorgan. Sure enough, you can come in if you like, Tom. The captain opened the door and passed into an old little shop, about 6 feet high, with a great variety of beams and bumps in the ceiling, and besides the principal window giving on the ladder of stones, a purblind little window of a single pane of glass, peeping out of an abutting corner at the sun-lighted ocean, and winking at its brightness. How do you do, ma'am? Said the captain. I'm very glad to see you. I've come to say a long way to see you. Have you, sir? Then I'm sure I'm very glad to see you, though I don't know you from Adam. There's a comely elderly woman, short of stature, plump form, sparkling and dark of eye, who, perfectly clean and neat herself, stood in the midst of her perfectly clean and neat arrangements, and surveyed Captain Jorgan with smiling curiosity. Ah, but you are sailors, sir, she added, almost immediately, and with a slight movement of her hands, that was not very unlike greeting them. Then you're heartily welcome. Thank you, ma'am, said the captain. I don't know what it is, I'm sure. That brings out the salt in me. But everybody seems to see it on the crown of my hat and the collar of my coat. Yes, ma'am, I'm in that way of life. And the other gentlemen too, Miss Raybrock. Well now, ma'am, said the captain, glancing shrewdly at the other gentleman. You all deny right that he goes to sea, if that makes him a sailor. He's my steward, ma'am, Tom Pettifer. He's been almost all trades you can name. In the course of his life, would have bought all your chairs and tables once, if you had wished to sell 'em. But now he's my steward. My name's Jorgan, and I'm a ship owner, and I sell my own in my partnership, and have done so this 25 year. According to custom, I'm called Captain Jorgan, but I'm no more than captain, bless your heart, than you are. Perhaps you'll come into my parlour, sir, and take a chair, said Mrs. Raybrock. Exactly what I was going to propose myself, ma'am. After you. Thus replying, and enjoining Tom to give an eye to the shop, Captain Jorgan followed Mrs. Raybrock into a little low back room, decorated with divers plants and pots, tea trays, old china teapots, and punch bowls, which was at once the private sitting room of Raybrock family, and the inner cabinets of the post office of the village of Steepways. Now, ma'am, said the captain, it don't signify send to you where I am born, except— But here the shadow of someone entering fell upon the captain's figure, and he broke off to double himself up, slapped both his legs, and ejaculated, Never knew such a thing in all my life. Here he is again. How are you? These words referred to a young fellow who had so taken Captain Jorgan's fancy down at the pier. To make it all quite complete, he came in accompanied by the sweetheart whom the captain had detected looking over the wall. A prettier sweetheart the sun could not have shone upon that shining day. As she stood before the captain, with her rosy lips just parted in surprise, her brown eyes a little wider open than usual from the same cause, and her breathing a little quickened by the ascent, and possibly by some mysterious hurry and flurry at the parlour door, in which the captain had observed her face to be for a moment totally eclipsed by a southwestern heart. She looked so charming that the captain felt himself under a moral obligation to slap both his legs again. She was very simply dressed, with no other ornament than an autumnal flower in her bosom. She wore neither hat nor bonnet, but merely a scarf or kerchief, folded squarely back over the head, to keep the sun off, according to a fashion that may be sometimes seen in the more genial parts of England, as well as of Italy, and which is probably the first fashion of headdress that came into the world when grasses and leaves went out. In my country, said the captain, rising to give her his chair, and dexterously sliding it close to another chair on which the young fisherman must necessarily establish himself. In my country we should call Devonshire beauty first rate. Whenever a frank manner is offensive, it is because it's strained or feigned, for there may be quite as much intolerable affectation in plainness as in mincing nicety. All that the captain said and did was honestly according to his nature, and his nature was open nature and good nature. Therefore, when he paid this little compliment, and expressed with a sparkle or two of his knowing eye, I see how it is, and nothing could be better. He had established a delicate confidence on that subject with the family. I was saying to your worthy mother, said the captain to the young man, after again introducing himself by name and occupation, I was saying to your mother, and you're very like her, that it didn't signify where I was born, except that I was raised on a question-asking ground, where the babies as soon as they ever come into the world inquire of their mothers, Now how old may you be, and what air you going to name me? Which is a fact. Here he slapped his leg. Such being the case, I may be excused for asking if your name is Alfred. Yes, sir, my name is Alfred, returned the young man. I'm not a conjurer, pursued the captain, and don't think me so, or I shall right soon undeceive you. Likewise don't think, if you please, though I do come from that country of the babies, that I'm asking questions for question-asking's sake, for I'm not somebody belonging to you went to the sea. My elder brother, Hugh, returned the young man. He said it in an altered and low voice, and glanced at his mother, who raised her hands hurriedly, and put them together across her black gown, and looked eagerly at the visitor. "No, for God's sake don't think that," said the captain, in a solemn way. "I bring no good tidings of him." There was a silence, and the mother turned her face to the fire, and put her hand between it and her eyes. The young fisherman slightly motioned toward the window, and the captain, looking in that direction, saw a young widow, sitting at a neighbouring window across a little garden, engaged in needlework, with a young child sleeping on her bosom. The silence continued until the captain asked of Alfred, "How long is it since it happened?" "He shipped for his last voyage better than 3 years ago." "Shipwreck upon some reef or rock, as I take it?" said the captain. "And all hands lost?" "Yes." "Well," said the captain, after a shorter silence, "here I sit who may come to the same end, like enough. He holds the seas in the hollow of his hand. We must all strike somewhere and go down. Our comfort, then, for ourselves and one another is to have done our duty. I'd wager your brother did his." "He did," answered the young fisherman. "If ever man strove faithfully in all occasions to do his duty, my brother did. My brother was not a quick man, anything but that, but he was a faithful, true, and just man. We were the sons of a small tradesman in this country, sir, yet our father was as watchful as good name as if he had been a king." "A precious sight more so, I hope, bearing into mind the general run of that class of critter," said the captain, but I interrupt. "My brother considered that our father left a good name to us, to keep clear and true." "Your brother considered right," said the captain, "and you couldn't take care of the better legacy. But again I interrupt. No, for I have nothing more to say. We know that you lived well for the good name, and we feel certain that he died well for the good name. And now it has come to my keeping, and that's all." "Well spoken!" cried the captain. "Well spoken, young man, concerning the manner of your brother's death." By this time the captain had released the hand he had shaken, and sat with his own broad brown hands spread out on his knees, and spoke aside. "Concerning the manner of your brother's death, it may be that I have some information to give you, though it may not be, for I am far from sure. Can we have a little talk alone?" The young man rose, but not before the captain's quick eye had noticed that, on the pretty sweetheart's turning to the window to greet the young widow with a nod and a wave of the hand, the young widow had held up to her needlework, on which she was engaged, with a patient, pleasant smile. So the captain said, being on his legs, "What might she be making now?" "What is Margaret making, Kitty?" asked the young fisherman, with one of his arms apparently mislaid somewhere. As Kitty only blushing replied, the captain doubled himself up as far as he could, standing, and said, with a slap of his leg, "In my country we should call it wedding clothes. Fact, we should, I do assure you." But it seemed to strike the captain in another light too, for his laugh was not a long one, and he added, in quite a gentle tone, "And it's very pretty, my dear, to see her, poor young thing with a fatherless child upon her bosom, keeping up her thoughts to your home and your happiness. It's very pretty, my dear, and it's very good. May your marriage be more prosperous than hers, and be a comfort to her too. May the blessed sun see you all happy together, in possession of the good name, long after I have done ploughing the great salt field that is never sown." Kitty answered very earnestly, "Oh, thank you, sir, with all my heart," and in her loving little way kissed her hand to him, and possibly by implication to the young fisherman, too, as the latter held the parlour door open for the captain to pass out. End of Section 7. A Message from the Sea, Chapter 1. Recording by April Gonzalez, Cavite, Philippines.
Message from the Sea, Chapter 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Rahemus Holmes. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 4. A Message from the Sea, Chapter 2. By Charles Dickens. "The stairs are very narrow, sir," said Alfred Raybach to Captain Jorgan. "Like my cabin stairs," returned the captain, "on many a voyage, and they are rather inconvenient for the head." "If my head can't take care of itself by this time, after all the knocking about the world it has had," replied the captain, as unconcernedly as if he had no connection with it, "it's not worth looking after." Thus they came into the young fisherman's bedroom, which was as perfectly neat and clean as the shop and parlor below, though it was but a little place, with a sliding window and a phrenological ceiling expressive of all the peculiarities of the house roof. Here the captain sat down on the foot of the bed, and glancing at a dreadful libel on Kitty which ornamented the wall, the production of some wandering limner, whom the captain secretly admired as having studied portraiture from the figureheads of ships, motioned to the young man to take the rush chair on the other side of the small round table. That done, the captain put his hand in the deep breast pocket of his long-skirted blue coat, and took out of it a strong square case bottle, not a large bottle, but such as may be seen in an ordinary ship's medicine chest. Setting this bottle on the table without removing his hand from it, Captain Jorgan then spoke as follows. "In my last voyage homeward bound," said the captain, "and that's the voyage off of which I now come straight, I encountered such weather off the Horn as is not very often met with, even there. I have rounded that stormy cape pretty often, and I believe I first beat about there in the identical storms that blew the devil's horns and tail off, and led to the horns being worked up into toothpicks for the plantation overseers in my country, whom may be seen, if you travel down south or way west far enough, picking their teeth with them, while the whips made of tail flog hard. In this last voyage, homeward bound for Liverpool from South America, I say to you, my young friend, it blew. Whole measures, no half measures, nor making believe to blow, it blew. Now I weren't blown clean out of the water into the sky, though I expected to be even that, but I was blown clean out of my course, and when at last it fell calm, it fell dead calm, and the strong current set one way, day and night, night and day, and I drifted, out of all the ordinary tracks and courses of ships, and drifted yet, and yet drifted. It behooves a man who takes charge of fellow critters' lives never to rest from making himself master of his calling. I never did rest, and consequently I knew pretty well, especially looking over the side in the dead calm of that strong current, what dangers to expect and what precautions to take against them. In short, we were driving head on to an island. There was no island in the chart, and therefore you may say it was ill manners in the island to be there. I don't dispute its bad breeding, but there it was. Thanks be to heaven, I was as ready for the island as the island was ready for me. I made it out myself from the masthead, and I got a long way upon her in good time to keep her off. I ordered a boat to be lowered and manned, and went in that boat myself to explore the island. There was a reef outside it, and floating in a corner of the smooth water within the reef was a heap of seaweed, and entangled in that seaweed was this bottle. Here the captain took his hand from the bottle for a moment, that the young fisherman might direct a wondering glance at it, and then replaced his hand and went on. If you ever come, or even if you don't come, to a desert place, use your eyes and your spyglass well, for the smallest thing you see may prove of use to you, and may have some information or some warning in it. That's the principle on which I came to see this bottle. I picked up the bottle and ran the boat alongside the island, and made fast and went ashore armed with a part of my boat's crew. We found that every scrap of vegetation on the island, I give it to you as my opinion, but scant and scrubby at the best of times, had been consumed by fire. As we were making our way cautiously and toilsomely over the pulverized embers, one of my people sank into the earth breast high. He turned pale, and haul me out, smart shipmates, says he, for my feet are among bones. We got him on his legs again, and then we dug up the spot, and we found that the man was right, and that his feet had been among bones. More than that, they were human bones, though whether the remains of one man, or of 2 or 3 men, what with calcination and ashes, and what with a poor practical knowledge of anatomy, I can't undertake to say. We examined the whole island, and made out nothing else, save and except that, from its opposite side, I sighted a considerable tract of land, which land I was able to identify, and according to the bearings of which, not to trouble you with my log, I took a fresh departure. When I got aboard again, I opened the bottle, which was oilskin covered as you see, and glass stoppered as you see. Inside of it, pursued the captain, suiting his action to his words, I found this little crumpled folded paper, just as you see. Outside of it was written, as you see, these words: whoever finds this is solemnly entreated by the dead to convey it, unread, to Alfred Raybrock, Steepways, North Devon, England. A sacred charge, said the captain, concluding his narrative, and Alfred Raybrock, there it is. This is my poor brother's writing. I suppose so, said Captain Jorgan. I'll take a look out of this little window while you read it. Pray no, sir, I should be hurt. My brother couldn't know it would fall into such hands as yours. The captain sat down again on the foot of the bed, and the young man opened the folded paper with a trembling hand, and spread it on the table. The ragged paper, evidently creased and torn both before and after being written on, was much blotted and stained, and the ink had faded and run, and many words were wanting. What the captain and the young fisherman made out together, after much rereading and much humoring of the folds of the paper, is given on the next page. The young fisherman had become more and more agitated, as the writing had become clearer to him. He now left it lying before the captain, over whose shoulder he had been reading it, and dropping into his former seat, leaned forward on the table, and laid his face in his hands. What, man? Urged the captain. Don't give in. Be up and doing like a man. It is selfish, I know. But doing what? Doing what? Cried the young fisherman, in complete despair, and stamping his sea boot on the ground. Doing what? Returned the captain. Something. I'd go down to the little breakwater below yonder, and take a wrench at one of the salt-rusted iron rings there, and either wrench it up by the roots, or wrench my teeth out of my head sooner than I do nothing. Nothing, ejaculated the captain. Any fool or fainting heart can do that, and nothing can come of nothing, which was pretended to be found out, I believe, by one of them Latin critters, said the captain with the deepest disdain, as if Adam hadn't found it out, afore ever he so much as named the beast. Yet the captain saw, in spite of his bold words, that there was some greater reason than he yet understood for the young man's distress, and he eyed him with a sympathizing curiosity. "Come, come," continued the captain, "speak out. What is it, boy?" "You have seen how beautiful she is, sir," said the young man, looking up for the moment with a flushed face and rumpled hair. "Did any man ever say she weren't beautiful?" retorted the captain. "If so, go and lick him." The young man laughed fretfully in spite of himself and said, "It's not that. It's not that." "Well, then, what is it?" said the captain in a more soothing tone. The young fisherman mournfully composed himself to tell the captain what was, and began. "We were to have been married next Monday week." "Were to have been," interrupted Captain Jorgan, "and are to be, hey?" Young Raybrock shook his head and traced out with his forefinger the words, "Poor father's £500," in the written paper. "Go along," said the captain. £500, yes. "The sum of money," pursued the young fisherman, entering with the greatest earnestness on his demonstration, while the captain eyed him with equal earnestness, "was all my late father possessed. When he died, he owed no man more than he left means to pay, but he had been able to lay by only £500. £500, repeated the captain. "Yes. In his lifetime, years before, he had expressively laid the money aside to leave to my mother, like to settle upon her, if I make myself understood." "Yes. He had risked it once, my father put down in writing at that time, respecting the money, and was resolved never to risk it again." "Not a spectator," said the captain. "My country wouldn't have suited him." "Yes. My mother has never touched the money till now, and now it was to have been laid out this very next week in buying me a handsome share in our neighboring fishery here, to settle me in life with Kitty." The captain's face fell, and he passed and repassed his sun-browned right hand over his thin hair in a discomfited manner. "Kitty's father has no more than enough to live on, even in the sparing way in which we live around here. He is a kind of bailiff or steward of manor rights here, and they are not much, and it is but a poor little office. He was better off once, and Kitty must never marry to mere drudgery and hard living." The captain still sat stroking his thin hair and looking at the young fisherman. "I am as certain that my father had no knowledge that anyone was wronged as to this money, or that any restitution ought to be made, as I am certain that the sun now shines. But after this solemn warning from my brother's grave in the sea, that the money is stolen money," said young Raybrock, forcing himself to the utterance of the words, "can I doubt it? Can I touch it?" "About not doubting, I ain't so sure," observed the captain. "But about not touching, no, I don't think you can." "See then," said young Raybrock, "why am I so grieved? Think of Kitty. Think of what I have got to tell her." His heart quite failed him again when he had come around to that, and he once more beat his sea boots softly on the floor. But not for long. He soon began again, in a quietly resolute tone. "However, enough of that. You spoke some brave words to me just now, Captain Jorgan, and they shall not be spoken in vain. I have got to do something. What I've got to do, before all other things, is to trace out the meaning of this paper, for the sake of the good name that has no one else to put it right, and still for the sake of the good name and my father's memory. Not a word of this writing must be breathed to my mother, or to Kitty, or to any human creature. You agreed in this?" "I don't know what they'll think of us below," said the captain, "but for certain I can't oppose it. Now, as to tracing, how will you do?" They both, as by consent, bent over the paper again, and again carefully puzzled out the whole of the writing. I make out that this would stand, if all the writing was here. Inquire among the old men living there, for someone. Most like he'll go to the village named here, said the captain, musing with his finger on the name. Yes, and Mr. Tregarthen is a Cornishman, and to be sure, comes from Lanrean. Does he? Said the captain quietly. As I ain't acquainted with him, who may he be? Mr. Tregarthen is Kitty's father. Aye, aye, cried the captain. Now you speak. Tregarthen knows this village of Lanrean, then. Beyond all doubt he does. I have often heard him mention it as being his native place. He knows it well. Stop half a moment, said the captain. We want a name here. You could ask Tregarthen, or if you couldn't, I could, what names of old men he remembers in his time in those diggings, eh? I can go straight to his cottage and ask him now. Take me with you, said the captain, rising in a solid way that had a most comfortable reliability in it. And just a word more first. I have knocked about harder than you, and have got along further than you. I have had all my sea-going life long to keep my wits polished bright with acid and friction, like the brass cases of the ship's instruments. I'll keep you company on this expedition. Now you don't live by talking any more than I do. Clench that hand of yours in this hand of mine, and that's a speech on both sides. Captain Jorgan took command of the expedition with that hearty shake. He at once refolded the paper exactly as before, replaced it in the bottle, put the stopper in, put the oilskin over the stopper, confided the whole to young Raybrock's keeping, and led the way downstairs. But it was harder navigation below stairs than above. The instant they set foot in the parlor, the quick womanly eye detected that there was something wrong. Kitty exclaimed, frightened, as she ran to her lover's side, "Alfred, what's the matter?" Miss Raybrock cried out to the captain, "Gracious, what have you done to my son to change him like this all in a minute?" And the young widow, who was there with her work upon her arm, was at first so agitated that she frightened the little girl she held in her hand, who hid her face in her mother's skirts and screamed. The captain, conscious of being held responsible for this domestic change, contemplated it with quite a guilty expression of countenance, and looked to the young fisherman to come to his rescue. "Kitty, darling," said young Raybrock. "Kitty, dearest love, I must go away to Lanrean, and I don't know where else or how much further this very day. Worse than that, our marriage, Kitty, must be put off, and I don't know for how long." Kitty stared at him in doubt and wonder and in anger, and pushed him from her with her hand. "Put off!" cried Miss Raybrock. "The marriage put off! And you going to Lanrean? Why, in the name of the dear Lord?" "Mother dear, I can't say why. I must not say why. It would be dishonorable and undutiful to say why." "Dishonorable and undutiful," returned the dame. "And there is nothing dishonorable or undutiful in a boy's breaking the heart of his own plighted love, and his mother's heart too, for the sake of the dark secrets and counsels of a wicked stranger. Why did you ever come here?" She apostrophized the innocent captain. "Who wanted you? Where did you come from? Why couldn't you rest in your own bad place, wherever it is, instead of disturbing the peace of quiet, unoffending folk like us?" "And what," sobbed poor little Kitty, "have I ever done to you, you hard and cruel captain, that you should come and serve me so?" And then they both began to weep pitifully, while the captain could only look from one to the other, and lay hold of himself by the coat collar. "Margaret," said the poor young fisherman, on his knees at Kitty's feet, while Kitty kept both hands before her tearful face to shut out the traitor from the view, but kept her fingers wide asunder and looked at him all the time. Margaret, you have suffered so much, so uncomplainingly, and are always so careful and considerate. Do take my part, for poor Hugh's sake. The quiet Margaret was not appealed to in vain. I will, Alfred, she returned, and I do. I wish this gentleman had never come near us. Whereupon the captain laid hold of himself the tighter. But I take your part for all that. I am sure you have some strong reason and some sufficient reason for what you do, strange as it is, and even for not saying why you do it, strange as that is. And Kitty, darling, you are bound to think so more than anyone, for true love believes everything, and bears everything, and trusts everything. And, mother dear, you are bound to think so too, for you know have been blessed with good sons, whose word was always as good as their oath, and who were brought up in as true a sense of honor as any gentleman in this land. And I am sure you have no more call, mother, to doubt your living son than to doubt your dead son. And for the sake of the dear dead, I stand up for the dear living. Well now, the captain struck in with enthusiasm. This I say, that whether your opinions flatter me or not, you are a woman of sense and spirit and feeling, and I sooner have you by my side in the hour of danger than a good half of the men I've ever fallen in with, or fallen out with either. Margaret did not return the captain's compliment, or appear fully to reciprocate his good opinion, but she applied herself to the consolation of Kitty and of Kitty's mother-in-law that was to have been next Monday week, and soon restored the parlor to a quiet condition. Kitty, my darling, said the young fisherman, I must go to your father to entreat him still to trust me in spite of this wretched change and mystery, and to ask him for some directions concerning Lanreen. Will you come home? Will you come with me, Kitty? Kitty answered not a word, but rose sobbing, with the end of her simple headdress at her eyes. Captain Jorgan followed the lovers out, quite sheepishly, pausing in the shop to give an instruction to Mr. Pettifer. Here, Tom, said the captain in a low voice, here's something in your line. Here's an old lady poorly and low in her spirits. Cheer her up a bit, Tom. Cheer 'em all up. Mr. Pettifer, with a brisk nod of intelligence, immediately assumed his steward face, and went with his quiet, helpful steward step into the parlor, where the captain had the great satisfaction of seeing him through the glass door take the child in his arms, who offered no objection, and bend over Mrs. Raybrock, administering soft words of consolation. Though what he finds to say, unless he's telling her that it'll soon be over, or that most people is so at first, or that it'll do her good afterward, I cannot imaginate, was the captain's reflection as he followed the lovers. He had not far to follow them, since it was but a short descent down the stony ways to the cottage of Kitty's father. But short as the distance was, it was long enough to enable the captain to observe that he was fast becoming the village ogre, for there was not a woman standing working at her door, or a fisherman coming up or going down, who saw young Raybrock unhappy and little Kitty in tears, but he or she instantly darted a suspicious and indignant glance at the captain, as the foreigner who must somehow be responsible for this unusual spectacle. Consequently, they came into Tregarthen's little garden, which formed the platform from which the captain had seen Kitty peeping over the wall. The captain brought to, and stood off and on at the gate, while Kitty hurried to hide her tears in her own room, and Alfred spoke with her father, who was working in the garden. He was a rather infirm man, but could scarcely be called old yet, with an agreeable face and a promising air of making the best of things. The conversation began on his side with great cheerfulness and good humor, but soon became distrustful and soon angry. That was the captain's cue for striking both into the conversation and the garden. "Morning, sir," said Captain Jorgan. "How do you do?" "The gentleman I am going away with," said the young fisherman to Tregarthen. "Oh," returned Kitty's father, surveying the unfortunate captain with a look of extreme disfavor. "I confess that I can't say I am glad to see you." "No," said the captain, "and to admit the truth, that seems to be the general opinion in these parts. But don't be too hasty. You may think better of me by and by." "I hope so," observed Tregarthen. "Well, I hope so," observed the captain, quite at his ease. "More than that, I believe so, though you don't. Now, Mr. Tregarthen, you don't want to exchange words of mistrust with me, and if you did, you couldn't, because I wouldn't. You and I are old enough to know better than to judge against experience from surfaces and appearances, and if you haven't lived to find out the evil and injustice of such judgments, you are a lucky man." The other seemed to shrink under this remark and replied, "Sir, I have lived to feel it deeply." "Well," said the captain, mollified, "then I have made a good cast without knowing it. Now, Tregarthen, there stands the lover of your only child, and here stand I, who knows his secret. I warrant it a righteous secret, and none of his making, though bound to be of his keeping. I want to help him out with it, and towards that end, we ask you to favor us with the names of 2 or 3 old residents in the village of Lanreen. As I am taking out my pocketbook and pencil to put these names down, I may as well observe to you this. Wrote atop of the first page here is my name and address: Silas Jonas Jorgan, Salem, Massachusetts, United States. If ever you take it in your head to run over any morning, I should be glad to welcome you. Now, what may be the spelling of these said names?" "There was an elderly man," said Tregarthen, "named David Polreath. He may be dead." "Well," said the captain cheerfully, "if Polreath's dead and buried, and can be made of any service to us, Polreath won't object to our digging him up. Polreath's down anyhow." "There was another named Penruin. I don't know his Christian name." "Never mind his Christian name," said the captain. "Penruin for short." "There was another named John Treadgear." "And a pleasant-sounding name, too," said the captain. "John Treadgear's booked. I can recall no other except old Parvis." "One of the old Parvis's family, I reckon," said the captain. "Kept a dry goods store in New York City, and realized a handsome competency by burning his house to ashes. Same name anyhow: David Polreath, unchristian Penruin, John Treadgear, and old Arson Parvis. I cannot recall any others at the moment." "Thank ye," said the captain. "And so, Tregarthen, hoping for your good opinion yet, and likewise for the fair Devonshire flowers, your daughters, I give you my hand, sir, and wish you good day." Young Raybrock accompanied him disconsolately, for there was no Kitty at the window when he looked up, no Kitty in the garden when he shut the gate, no Kitty gazing after him along the stony ways when they began to climb back. "Now I tell you what," said the captain, "not being at present calculated to promote harmony in your family, I won't come in. You go and get your dinner at home, and I'll get mine at the little hotel. Let our hour of meeting be 2 o'clock, and you'll find me smoking a cigar in the sun afore the hotel door. Tell Tom Pettifer, my steward, to consider himself on duty, and to look after your people till we come back. You'll find he'll have made himself useful to him already, and will be quite acceptable." All was done as Captain Jorgan directed. Punctually at 2 o'clock the young fisherman appeared with his knapsack at his back, and punctually at 2 o'clock the captain jerked away the last feather end of his cigar. "Let me carry your baggage, Captain Jorgan. I can easily take it with mine." "Thank ye," said the captain. "I'll carry it myself. It's only a comb." They climbed out of the village and paused among the trees and fern on the summit of the hill above, to take breath and to look down at the beautiful sea. Suddenly the captain gave his leg a resounding slap and cried, "Never knew such a right thing in all my life," and ran away. The cause of this abrupt retirement on the part of the captain was little Kitty among the trees. The captain went out of sight and waited, and kept out of sight and waited, until it occurred to him to beguile the time with another cigar. He lighted it and smoked it out, and still he was out of sight and waiting. He stole within sight at last, and saw the lovers, with their arms intertwined and their bent heads touching, moving slowly among the trees. It was the golden time of the afternoon then, and the captain said to himself, "Golden sun, golden sea, golden sails, golden leaves, golden love, golden youth, a golden state of things altogether." Nevertheless, the captain found it necessary to hail his young companion before going out of sight again. In a few moments more he came up, and they began their journey. "That still young woman with the fatherless child," said Captain Jorgan, as they fell into step, "didn't throw her words away, but good honest words are never thrown away. And now that I am conveying you off from that tender little thing that loves and relies and hopes, I feel just as if I was the snarling critter in the pictures, with the tight legs, the long nose, and the feather in his cap, the tips of whose mustache get up nearer to his eyes, the wickeder he gets." The young fisherman knew nothing of Mephistopheles, but he smiled when the young captain stopped to double himself up and slap his leg, and they went along in right good fellowship. End of A Message from the Sea, Chapter 2. Recording by Rahemus Holmes.
Chapter 5 of A Message from the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by L. D. Hamilton. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 4. A Message from the Sea, by Charles Dickens. Dickens didn't write chapters 3 and 4, and they are omitted in this edition. The story continues with Captain Jorgan and Alfred at Lanrean. Chapter 5. The Restitution. Captain Jorgan, up and out betimes, had put the whole village of Lanrean under an amicable cross-examination, and was returning to the King Arthur's Arms to breakfast, none the wiser for his trouble, when he beheld the young fisherman advancing to meet him, accompanied by a stranger. A glance at this stranger assured the captain that he could be no other than the seafaring man, and the captain was about to hail him as a fellow craftsman, when the two stood still and silent before the captain, and the captain stood still, silent, and wondering before them. "Why, what's this?" cried the captain, when at last he broke the silence. "You two are alike. You two are much alike. What's this?" Not a word was answered on the other side, until after the seafaring brother had got hold of the captain's right hand, and the fisherman brother had got hold of the captain's left hand. And if ever the captain had had his fill of handshaking from his birth to that hour, he had it then. and presently up and spoke the two brothers, one at a time, two at a time, 24 at a time, for the bewilderment into which they plunged the captain, until he gradually had Hugh Raybrock's deliverance made clear to him, and also unravelled the fact that the person referred to in the half-obliterated paper was Tregarthen himself. "Formerly, dear Captain Jorgan," said Alfred, "of Lanrean, you recollect? Kitty and her father came to live at Steepways after Hugh shipped on his last voyage." "Aye, aye," cried the captain, fetching a breath. "Now you have me in tow." "Then your brother here don't know his sister-in-law that is to be so much as by name?" "Never saw her, never heard of her." "Aye, aye, aye," cried the captain. "Why then we every one go back together, paper, writer, and all, and take Tregarthen into the secret we kept from him." "Surely," said Alfred. "We can't help it now. We must go through with our duty." "Not a doubt," returned the captain. "Give me an arm apiece, and let us set this ship shape." So walking up and down in the shrill wind on the wild moor, while the neglected breakfast cooled within, the captain and the brothers settled their course of action. It was that they should all proceed by the quickest means they could secure to Barnstaple, and there look over the father's books and papers in the lawyer's keeping, as Hugh had proposed to himself to do if ever he reached home. That, enlightened or unenlightened, they should then return to Steepways and go straight to Mr. Tregarthen, and tell him all they knew, and see what came of it, and act accordingly. Lastly, that when they got there they should enter the village with all precautions against Hugh's being recognized by any chance, and that to the captain should be consigned the task of preparing his wife and mother for his restoration to this life. "For you see," quoth Captain Jorgan, touching the last head, "it requires caution anyway, great joys being as dangerous as great griefs, if not more dangerous, as being more uncommon, and therefore less provided against in this round world of ours. And besides, I should like to free my name with the ladies, and take you home again at your brightest and luckiest, so don't let's throw away a chance of success." The captain was highly lauded by the brothers for his kind interest and foresight. "And now stop," said the captain, coming to a standstill, and looking from one brother to the other, with quite a new rigging of wrinkles about each eye. "You are of opinion," to the elder, "that you are rather slow?" "I assure you I am very slow," said the honest Hugh. "Well," replied the captain, "I assure you that to the best of my belief I am rather smart. Now a slow man ain't good at quick business, is he?" That was clear to both. "You," said the captain, turning to the younger brother, "are a little in love, ain't you?" "Not a little, Captain Jorgan." "Much or little, you're sort preoccupied, ain't you?" It was impossible to be denied. "And a sort preoccupied man ain't good at quick business, is he?" said the captain, equally clear on both sides. "Now," said the captain, "I ain't in love myself, and I've made many a smart run across the ocean, and I should like to carry on and go ahead with this affair of yours, and make a run slick through it. Shall I try? Will you hand it over to me?" They were both delighted to do so, and thanked him heartily. "Good," said the captain, taking out his watch. "This is 8:30 a.m., Friday morning. I'll jot that down, and we'll compute how many hours we've been out when we run into your mother's post office. There, the entry's made, and now we go ahead." They went ahead so well that before the Barnstaple lawyer's office was open next morning, the captain was sitting whistling on the step of the door, waiting for the clerk to come down the street with his key and open it. But instead of the clerk, there came the master, with whom the captain fraternized on the spot to an extent that utterly confounded him. As he personally knew both Hugh and Alfred, there was no difficulty in obtaining immediate access to such of the father's papers as were in his keeping. These were chiefly old letters and cash accounts, from which the captain, with a shrewdness and dispatch that left the lawyer far behind, established with perfect clearness by noon the following particulars: that one Lawrence Clissold had borrowed of the deceased, at a time when he was a thriving young tradesman in the town of Barnstaple, the sum of £500, that he had borrowed it on the written statement that it was to be laid out in furtherance of a speculation which he expected would raise him to independence, he being, at the time of writing that letter, no more than a clerk in the house of Dringworth Brothers, America Square, London; that the money was borrowed for a stipulated period, but that, when the term was out, the aforesaid speculation failed, and Clissold was without means of repayment; that hereupon he had written to his creditor, in no very persuasive terms, vaguely requesting further time; that the creditor had refused this concession, declaring that he could not afford delay; that Clissold then paid the debt, accompanying the remittance of the money with an angry letter describing it as having been advanced by a relative to save him from ruin; that, in acknowledging the receipt, Raybrock had cautioned Clissold to seek to borrow money of him no more, as he would never so risk money again. Before the lawyer, the captain said never a word in reference to these discoveries, but when the papers had been put back in their box, and he and his two companions were well out of the office, his right leg suffered for it, and he said, "So far this run's begun with a fair wind and a prosperous, for don't you see that all this agrees with that dutiful trust in his father maintained by the slow member of the Raybrock family?" Whether the brothers had seen it before or no, they saw it now. Not that the captain gave them much time to contemplate the state of things at their ease, for he instantly whipped them into a chase again, and bore them off to Steepways. Although the afternoon was but just beginning to decline when they reached it, and it was broad daylight, still they had no difficulty, by dint of muffing the returned sailor up, and ascending the village rather than descending it, in reaching Tregarthen's cottage unobserved. Kitty was not visible, and they surprised Tregarthen sitting writing in the small bay window of his little room. "Sir," said the captain, instantly shaking hands with him, pen and all, "I'm glad to see you, sir. How do you do, sir? I told you you'd think better of me by and by, and I congratulate you on going to do it." Here the captain's eye fell on Tom Pettifer, engaged in preparing some cookery at the fire. "That critter," said the captain, smiting his leg, "is a born steward, and never ought to have been in any other way of life. Stop where you are, Tom, and make yourself useful. Now, Tregarthen, I'm going to try a chair." Accordingly, the captain drew one close to him, and went on, "This loving member of the Raybrock family you know, sir. This slow member of the same family you don't know, sir. Well, these two are brothers, fact. Hugh's come to life again, and here he stands. Now see here, my friend, you don't want to be told that he was cast away, but you do want to be told, for there's a purpose in it, that he was cast away with another man. That man by name was Lawrence Clissold." At the mention of this name, Tregarthen started and changed colour. "What's the matter?" said the captain. "He was a fellow clerk of mine 35 years ago." "True," said the captain, immediately catching at the clue. "Dringworth Brothers, America Square, London City." The other started again, nodded, and said, That was the house. Now, pursued the captain, between those two men cast away there arose a mystery concerning the round sum of £500. Again Tregarthen started, changing colour. Again the captain said, "What's the matter?" As Tregarthen only answered, "Please to go on," the captain recounted, very tersely and plainly, the nature of Clissold's wanderings on the barren island, as he had condensed them in his mind from the seafaring man. Tregarthen became greatly agitated during this recital, and at length exclaimed, "Clissold was the man who ruined me. I have suspected it for many a long year, and now I know it." "And how?" said the captain, drawing his chair still closer to Tregarthen, and clapping his hand upon his shoulder. "How may you know it?" "When we were fellow clerks," replied Tregarthen, "in that London house, it was one of my duties to enter daily in a certain book an account of the sums received that day by the firm, and afterward paid into the banks. One memorable day, a Wednesday, the black day of my life, among the sums I so entered was one of £500. "I begin to make it out," said the captain. "Yes. It was one of Clissold's duties to copy from this entry a memorandum of the sums which the clerk employed to go to the bankers paid in there. It was my duty to hand the money to Clissold. It was Clissold's to hand it to the clerk, with that memorandum of his writing. On that Wednesday I entered a sum of £500 received. I handed that sum, as I handed the other sums in the day's entry, to Clissold. I was absolutely certain of it at the time. I have been absolutely certain of it ever since. A sum of £500 was afterward found by the house to have been that day wanting from the bag, from Clissold's memorandum, and from the entries in my book. Clissold, being questioned, stood upon his perfect clearness in the matter, and emphatically declared that he asked no better than to be tested by Tregarthen's book. My book was examined, and the entry of £500 was not there." "How not there?" said the captain, "when you made it yourself?" Tregarthen continued. "I was then questioned. Had I made the entry? Certainly I had. The house produced my book, and it was not there. I could not deny my book. I could not deny my writing. I knew there must be forgery by someone, but the writing was wonderfully like mine, and I could impeach no one if the house could not. I was required to pay the money back. I did so, and I left the house, almost broken-hearted, rather than remain there, even if I could have done so, with a dark shadow of suspicion always on me. I returned to my native place, Lanrean, and remained there, clerk to a mine, until I was appointed to my little post here." "I well remember," said the captain, "that I told you that if you had no experience of ill judgments on deceiving appearances, you were a lucky man. You went hurt at that, and I see why. I'm sorry." "Thus it is," said Tregarthen. "Of my own innocence I have of course been sure. It has been at once my comfort and my trial. Of Clissold I have always had suspicions almost amounting to certainty, but they have never been confirmed until now. For my daughter's sake and for my own I have carried the subject in my heart as the only secret of my life, and I have long believed that it would die with me." "Well, my good sir," said the captain cordially, "the present question is, and will be long, I hope, concerning living and not dying. Now, here are our two honest friends, the loving Raybrock and the slow. Here they stand, agreed on one point, on which I'd back 'em round the world and right across it, from north to south, and then again from east to west, and through it, from your deepest Cornish mine to China. It is that they will never use the same so often mentioned sum of money, and that restitution of it must be made to you. These two, the loving member and the slow, for the sake of the right and of their father's memory, will have it ready for you tomorrow. Take it, and ease their minds and mine, and end a most unfortunate transaction. Tregarten took the captain by the hand and gave his hand to each of the young men, but positively and finally answered no. He said they trusted to his word, and he was glad of it and at rest in his mind, but there was no proof, and the money must remain as it was. All were very earnest over this, and earnestness in men, when they are right and true, is so impressive that Mr. Pettifer deserted his cookery, and looked on, quite moved. "And so," said the captain, "so we come, as that lawyer critter over yonder where we were this morning might, to mere proof. Do we? We must have it, must we? How? From this Clissold's wanderings, and from what you say, it ain't hard to make out that there was a neat forgery of your writing committed by the too smart rowdy that was Grease and Ashes when I made his acquaintance, and a substitution of a forged leaf in your book for a real and torn leaf torn out. Now was that real and true leaf then and there destroyed? No, for, says he, in his drunken way, he slipped it into a crack in his own desk, because you came into the office before there was time to burn it, and could never get back to it afterwards. Wait a bit. Where is that desk now? Do you consider it likely to be in America Square, London City?" Tregarten shook his head. "The house has not for years transacted business in that place. I have heard of it and read of it, as removed, enlarged, every way altered. Things alter so fast in these times." "You think so," returned the captain with compassion. "But you should come over and see me afore you talk about that. Wall, now. This desk, this paper, this desk," said the captain, ruminating and walking about, and looking in his uneasy abstraction into Mr. Pettifer's hat on a table, among other things. "This desk, this paper, this desk," the captain continued, musing and roaming about the room. "I'd give—" However, he gave nothing, but took up his steward's hat instead, and stood looking into it, as if he had just come into church. After that he roamed again, and again said, "This desk, belonging to this house of Dringworth Brothers, America Square, London City." Mr. Pettifer, still strangely moved, and now more moved than before, cut the captain off as he backed across the room, and bespake him thus: "Captain Jorgan, I have been wishful to engage your attention, but I couldn't do it. I am unwilling to interrupt Captain Jorgan, but I must do it. I knew something about that house." The captain stood stock still and looked at him, with his, Mr. Pettifer's, hat under his arm. "You're aware," pursued his steward, "that I was once in the broking business, Captain Jorgan?" "I was aware," said the captain, "that you had failed in that calling, and in half the businesses going, Tom." "Not quite so, Captain Jorgan, but I failed in the broking business. I was partners with my brother, sir. There was a sale of old office furniture at Dringworth Brothers when the house was moved from America Square, and me and my brother made what we call in the trade a deal there, sir. And I'll make bold to say, sir, that the only thing I ever had from my brother or from any relation, for my relations have mostly taken property from me instead of giving me any, was an old desk we bought at that same sale with a crack in it. My brother wouldn't have given me even that when we broke partnership, if it had been worth anything. "Where is that desk now?" said the captain. "Well, Captain Jorgan," replied the steward, "I couldn't say for certain where it is now, but when I saw it last, which was last time we were outward bound, it was at a very nice lady's at Wapping, along with a little chest of mine, which was detained for a small matter of a bill owing." The captain, instead of paying that rapt attention to his steward which was rendered by the other 3 persons present, went to church again in respect of the steward's hat, and a most especially agitated and memorable face the captain produced from it after a short pause. "Now, Tom," said the captain, "I spoke to you when we first came here, respecting your constitutional weakness on the subject of sunstroke." "You did, sir." "Will my slow friend," said the captain, "lend me his arm, or I shall sink right backwards into this blessed steward's cookery." "Now, Tom," pursued the captain, when the required assistance was given, "on your oath as a steward, didn't you take that desk to pieces to make a better one of it and put it together fresh, or something of the kind?" "On my oath I did, sir," replied the steward. "And by the blessing of heaven, my friends, one and all," cried the captain, radiant with joy, "of the heaven that put it into this Tom Pettifer's head to take so much care of his head against the bright sun, he lined his hat with the original leaf in Tregarten's writing, and here it is." With that the captain, to the utter destruction of Mr. Pettifer's favourite hat, produced the book leaf, very much worn, but still legible, and gave both his legs such tremendous slaps that they were heard far off in the bay, and never accounted for. "1/4 p.m., said the captain, pulling out his watch, "and that's 33 hours and a quarter in all, and a pretty run." How they were all overpowered with delight and triumph! How the money was restored then and there to Tregarten! How Tregarten then and there gave it all to his daughter! How the captain undertook to go to Dringworth Brothers and re-establish the reputation of their forgotten old clerk! How Kitty came in and was nearly torn to pieces, and the marriage was reappointed, needs not to be told. Nor how she and the young fisherman went home to the post office to prepare the way for the captain's coming, by declaring him to be the mightiest of men, who had made all their fortunes, and then dutifully withdrew together, in order that he might have the domestic coast entirely to himself. How he availed himself of it is all that remains to tell. Deeply delighted with his trust, and putting his heart into it, he raised the latch of the post office parlour, where Mrs. Raybrock and the young widow sat, and said, "May I come in?" "Sure you may, Captain Jorgan," replied the old lady, "and good reason you have to be free of the house, though you have not been too well used in it by some who ought to have known better. I ask your pardon." "No, you don't, ma'am," said the captain, "for I won't let you. Wall, to be sure." By this time he had taken a chair on the hearth between them. "Never felt such an evil spirit in the whole course of my life. There, I tell you, I could almost have cut my own connection, like the dealer in my country away west, who when he had let himself be outdone in a bargain, said to himself, 'Now I tell you what, I'll never speak to you again,' and he never did, but joined a settlement of oysters, and translated the multiplication table into their language, which is a fact that can be proved. If you doubt it, Mention it to any oyster you come across, and see if he'll have the face to contradict it." He took the child from her mother's lap and set it on his knee. "Not a bit afraid of me now, you see. Knows I am fond of small people. I have a child, and she's a girl, and I sing to her sometimes." "What do you sing?" asked Margaret. "Not a long song, my dear. Silas Jorgan played the organ. That's about all. And sometimes I tell her stories. Stories of sailors supposed to be lost and recovered after all hope was abandoned." Here the captain musingly went back to his song. "Silas Jorgan played the organ," repeating it with his eyes on the fire, as he softly danced the child on his knee, for he felt that Margaret had stopped working. "Yes," said the captain, still looking at the fire, "I make up stories and tell 'em to that child. Stories of shipwreck on desert islands, and long delay in getting back to civilized lands. It is to stories the like of that mostly that Silas Jorgan plays the organ." There was no light in the room but the light of the fire, for the shades of night were on the village, and the stars had begun to peep out of the sky one by one, as the houses of the village peeped out from among the foliage when the night departed. The captain felt that Margaret's eyes were upon him, and thought it discreetest to keep his own eyes on the fire. "Yes, I make 'em up," said the captain. "I make up stories of brothers brought together by the good providence of God, of sons brought back to mothers, husbands brought back to wives, fathers raised from the deep for little children like herself." Margaret's touch was on his arm, and he could not choose but look round now. Next moment her hand moved imploringly to his breast, and she was on her knees before him, supporting the mother, who was also kneeling. "What's the matter?" said the captain. "What's the matter?" "Silas Jorgan played the—" Their looks and tears were too much for him, and he could not finish the song, short as it was. "Mistress Margaret, you have borne ill fortune well. Could you bear good fortune equally well, if it was to come?" "I hope so. I thankfully and humbly and earnestly hope so." "Well, my dear," said the captain, "perhaps it has come. Don't be frightened. Shall I say the word? Alive?" "Yes." The thanks they fervently addressed to heaven were again too much for the captain, who openly took out his handkerchief and dried his eyes. "He's no further off," resumed the captain, "than my country. Indeed, he's no further off than his own native country. To tell you the truth, he's no further off than Falmouth. Indeed, I doubt if he's quite so fur. Indeed, if you was sure you could bear it nicely, and I was to do no more than whistle for him—" The captain's trust was discharged. A rush came, and they were all together again. This was a fine opportunity for Tom Pettifer to appear with a tumbler of cold water, and he presently appeared with it, and administered it to the ladies, at the same time soothing them and composing their dresses, exactly as if they had been passengers crossing the Channel. The extent to which the captain slapped his legs when Mr. Pettifer acquitted himself of this act of stewardship could have been thoroughly appreciated by no one but himself, inasmuch as he must have slapped them black and blue, and they must have smarted tremendously. He couldn't stay for the wedding, having a few appointments to keep at the irreconcilable distance of about 4,000 miles. So next morning all the village cheered him up to the level ground above, and there he shook hands with a complete census of its population, and invited the whole, without exception, to come and stay several months with him at Salem, Mass., U.S. And there, as he stood on the spot where he had seen that little golden picture of love and parting, and from which he could that morning contemplate another golden picture with a vista of golden years in it, little Kitty put her arms around his neck and kissed him on both his bronzed cheeks, and lay her pretty face upon his storm-beaten breast, in sight of all, ashamed to have called such a noble captain names. And there the captain waved his hat over his head 3 final times, and there he was last seen, going away accompanied by Tom Pettifer Ho, and carrying his hands in his pockets. And there, before that ground was softened with the fallen leaves of 3 more summers, a rosy little boy took his first unsteady run to a fair young mother's breast, and the name of that infant fisherman was Jorgen Raybrock. End of A Message from the Sea, Chapter 5. Recording by L. D. Hamilton.
The Toady Tree, from Household Words, Volume 11, Number 270. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas van Eersel. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 4. The Toady Tree, from Household Words, Volume 11, Number 270, by Charles Dickens. The Toady Tree. It is not a new remark that any real and true change for the public benefit must derive its vitality from the practice of consistent people. Whatever may be accepted as the meaning of the adage, charity begins at home, which for the most part has very little meaning that I could ever discover, it is pretty clear that reform begins at home. If I had the lungs of Hercules and the eloquence of Cicero, and devoted them at any number of monster meetings to a cause which I deserted in my daily life whensoever the opportunity of desertion was presented to me, say on average 50 times a day, I had far better keep my lungs and my eloquence to myself, and at all times and seasons leave that cause alone. The humble opinion of the present age is that no privileged class should have an inheritance in the administration of the public affairs, and that a system which fails to enlist in the service of the country the greatest fitness and merit that the country produces, must have in it something inherently wrong. It might be supposed, the year 1 having been for some time in the calendar of the past, that this is on the whole a moderate and reasonable opinion, not very far in advance of the period, or of any period, and involving no particularly unchristian revenge for a great national breakdown. Yet, to the governing class in the main, the sentiment is altogether so novel and extraordinary that we may observe it to be received as an incomprehensible and incredible thing. I have been seriously asking myself, whose fault is this? I have come to the conclusion that it is the fault of the overcultivation of the great Toady tree, the tree of many branches which grows to an immense height in England, and which overshadows all the land. My name is Cobbs. Why do I, Cobbs, love to sit like a patriarch in the shade of my Toady tree? What have I to do with it? What comfort do I derive from it? What fruit or self-respect does it yield to me? What beauty is there in it? To lure me to a public dinner, why must I have a lord in the chair? To gain me to a subscription list? Why do I need 50 barons, marquises, viscounts, dukes, and baronets at the head of it, in a larger type and longer lines than a commonalty? If I don't want to be perpetually decorated with these boughs from the Toady tree, if it be my friend Dobbs and not I, Cobbs, in whose ready buttonholes such appliances are always stuck, why don't I myself quietly and good-humouredly renounce them? Why not? Because I will be always gardening, more or less, at the foot of the Toady tree. Take Dobbs. Dobbs is a well-read man, an earnest man, a man of strong and sincere convictions, a man who would be deeply wounded if I told him he was not a true administrative reformer in the best sense of the word. When Dobbs talks to me about the House of Commons, and lets off upon me those little revolvers of special official intelligence which he always carries, ready loaded and capped, why does he adopt the lobby slang, with which he has as much to do as with any dialect in the heart of Africa? Why must he speak of Mr. Fismaili as Fizzy, and of Lord Gambaroon as Gam? How comes it that he is acquainted with the intentions of the Cabinet 6 weeks beforehand? Often, indeed, so long beforehand that I shall infallibly die before there is the least sign of their having ever existed. Dobbs is perfectly clear in his generation that men are to be deferred to for their capacity for what they undertake, for their talents and worth, and for nothing else. I know he is. But I have seen Dobbs dive and double about that Royal Academy exhibition in pursuit of a nobleman in a marvellously small way. I have stood with Dobbs examining a picture when the Marquise has entered, and I have known of the Marquise's entrance without lifting my eyes or turning my head, solely by the increased gentility in the audible tones of Dobbs' critical observations. And then, the Marquis approaching, Dobbs has talked to me as his lay figure, at and for the Marquis, until the Marquis has said, "Ha, Dobbs!" And Dobbs, with his face folded into creases of deference, has piloted that illustrious nobleman away to the contemplation of some pictorial subtleties of his own discovery. Now Dobbs has been troubled and abashed in all this. Dobbs's voice, face, and manner, with a stubbornness far beyond his control, have revealed his uneasiness. Dobbs, leading the noble Marquis away, has shown me in the expression of his very shoulders that he knew I laughed at him, and that he knew he deserved it. And yet Dobbs could not for his life resist the shadow of the Toady tree, and come out into the natural air. The other day, walking down Piccadilly from Hyde Park Corner, I overtook Hobbs. Hobbs had 2 relations starved to death with needless hunger and cold before Sebastopol, and one killed by mistake in the hospital at Scutari. Hobbs himself had the misfortune, about 15 years ago, to invent a very ingenious piece of mechanism highly important to dockyards, which has detained him unavailingly in the waiting rooms of public offices ever since, and which was invented last month by somebody else in France, and immediately adopted there. Hobbs had been one of the public at Mr. Roebuck's committee the very day I overtook him, and was burning with indignation at what he had heard. "This Gordian knot of red tape," said Hobbs, "must be cut. All things considered, there never was a people so abused as the English at this time, and there never was a country brought to such a pass. It will not bear thinking of, Lord Joddle." The parentheses refer to a passing carriage, which Hobbs turned and looked after with the greatest interest. "The system," he continued, "must be totally changed. We must have the right man in the right place, Duke of Twoddleton on horseback, and only capability and not family connections placed in office, brother-in-law of the Bishop of Gorhambury. We must not put our trust in mere idols. How do you do, Lady Coldfield, little too highly painted, but fine woman for her years? And we must get rid, as a nation, of our ruinous gentility and deference to mere rank. Thank you, Lord Edward, I am quite well. Very glad indeed to have the honour and pleasure of seeing you. I hope Lady Edward is well, delighted I am sure." Penning the last parenthesis, he stopped to shake hands with a dim old gentleman in a flaxen wig, whose eye he had been exceedingly solicitous to catch, and, when we went on again, seemed so refreshed and braced by the interview that I believe him to have been for the time actually taller. This in Hobbs, whom I knew to be miserably poor, whom I saw with my eyes to be prematurely grey, the best part of whose life had been changed into a wretched dream from which he could never awake now, who was in mourning without and in mourning within, and all through causes that any half-dozen shopkeepers taken at random from the London Directory, and shot into Downing Street, out of sacks could have turned aside. This, I say, in Hobbs of all men, gave me so much to think about, that I took little or no heed of his further conversation, until I found we had come to Burlington House. "A little sketch," he was saying then, "by a little child, and £250 already bid for it. Well, it's very gratifying, isn't it? Really, it's very gratifying. Won't you come in? Oh, do come in." I excused myself, and Hobbs went in without me, a drop in a swollen current of the general public. I looked into the courtyard as I went by, and thought I perceived a remarkably fine specimen of the toady tree in full growth there. There is my friend Nobbs, a man of sufficient merit, one would suppose, to be calmly self-reliant, and to preserve that manly equilibrium which as little needs to assert itself overmuch as to derive a sickly reflected light from any one else. I declare in the face of day that I believe Nobbs to be morally and physically unable to sit at a table, and hear a man of title mentioned whom he knows, without putting in his claim to the acquaintance. I have observed Nobbs under these circumstances 1,000 times, and have never found him able to hold his peace. I have seen him fidget, and worry himself, and try to get himself away from the toady tree, and say to himself as plainly as he could have said aloud, Nobbs, Nobbs is not this basin you, and what can it possibly matter to these people present whether you know this man or not? Yet there has been a compulsion upon him to say, Lord Dash-blank? Oh yes, I know him very well indeed. I have known Dash-blank, let me see, really I am afraid to say how long I have known Dash-blank. It must be a dozen years. A very good fellow, Dash-blank. And like my friend Hobbs, he has been positively taller for some moments afterwards. I assert of Nobbs, as I have already in effect asserted of Dobbs, that if I could be brought blindfolded into a room full of company, of whom he made one, I could tell in a moment by his manner of speaking, not to say by his mere breathing, whether there were a title present. The ancient Egyptians in their palmiest days had not an enchanter among them who could have wrought such a magical change in Nobbs, as the incarnation of one line from a book of peerage can effect in 1 minute. Pobbs is as bad, though in a different way. Pobbs affects to despise these distinctions. He speaks of his titled acquaintances in a light and easy vein, as the swells. According as his humour varies, he will tell you that the swells are, after all, the best people a man can have to do with, or that he is weary of the swells, and has had enough of them. But note that to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief, Pobbs would die of chagrin if the swells left off asking him to dinner. That he would rather exchange nods in the park with a semi-idiotic dowager than fraternize with another Shakespeare. That he would rather have his sister, Miss Pobbs, he is greatly attached to her and is a most excellent brother, received on sufferance by the swells, than hold her far happier place in the outer darkness of the Untitled, and be loved and married by some good fellow who could daff the world of swells aside and bid it pass. Yet, oh Pobbs, Pobbs, if for once, only for once, you could hear the magnificent patronage of some of those duchesses of yours casually making mention of Miss Pobbs as a rather pretty person. I say nothing of Robs, Sobs, Tobbs, and so on to Zobs, whose civility has no thin coating of disguise or shame upon it, who grovel on their waistcoats with a sacred joy, and who turn and roll titles in their mouths as if they were exquisite sweetmeats. I say nothing of mayors and such like, to lay on adulation with a whitewashing brush, and have it laid on it return, is the function of such people, and verily they have their reward. I say nothing of county families, and provincial neighbourhoods, and list of stewards and lady patronesses, and electioneering and racing and flower showing and demarcations and counter-demarcations in visiting, and all the forms in which the toady tree is cultivated in and about cathedral towns and rural districts. What I wish to remark in conclusion is not that, but this. If, at a momentous crisis in the history and progress of the country we all love, we, the bulk of the people, fairly embodying the general moderation and sense, are so mistaken by a class undoubtedly of great intelligence and public and private worth, as that, either they cannot by any means comprehend our resolution to live henceforth under a government instead of a hustlement and shufflement, or, comprehending it, can think to put it away by cocking their hats in our faces, which is the official exposition of policy conceded to us on all occasions by our Chief Minister of State, the fault is our own. As the fault is our own, so is the remedy. We do not present ourselves to these personages as we really are, and we have no reason for surprise or complaint. if they take us for what we are at so much pains to appear. Let every man, therefore, apply his own axe to his own branch of the toady tree. Let him begin the essential reform with himself, and he need have no fear of its ending there. We require no ghost to tell us that many inequalities of condition and distinction there must always be. Every step at present to be counted in the great social staircase will be still there, though the shadow of the toady tree were cleared away. More than this, the whole of the steps will be safer and stronger, for the toady tree is a tree infected with rottenness, and its droppings wear away what they fall upon. End of The Toady Tree, from Household Words, Volume 11, number 270. Recording by Thomas van Eersel.
The Loving Couple, from Sketches of Young Couples. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Moseley. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 4. The Loving Couple, from Sketches of Young Couples, by Charles Dickens. There cannot be a better practical illustration of the wise saw and ancient instance that there may be too much of a good thing than is presented by a loving couple. Undoubtedly, it is meet and proper that two persons joined together in holy matrimony should be loving, and unquestionably it is pleasant to know and see that they are so. But there is a time for all things, and the couple who happen to be always in a loving state before company are well nigh intolerable. And in taking up this position, we would have it distinctly understood that we do not seek alone the sympathy of bachelors, in whose objection to loving couples we recognize interested motives and personal considerations. We grant that to that unfortunate class of society there may be something very irritating, tantalizing, and provoking in being compelled to witness those gentle endearments and chaste interchanges which to loving couples are quite the ordinary business of life. But while we recognize the natural character of the prejudice to which these unhappy men are subject, we can neither receive their biased evidence nor address ourselves to their inflamed and angered minds. Dispassionate experience is our only guide, and in these moral essays we seek no less to reform hymeneal offenders than to hold out a timely warning to all rising couples, and even to those who have not yet set forth upon their pilgrimage towards the matrimonial market. Let all couples, present or to come, therefore, profit by the example of Mr. and Mrs. Lever, themselves a loving couple in the first degree. Mr. and Mrs. Lever are pronounced by Mrs. Starling a widow lady who lost her husband when she was young, and lost herself about the same time, for by her own count she has never since grown 5 years older, to be a perfect model of wedded felicity. You would suppose, says the romantic lady, that they were lovers only just now engaged. Never was such happiness. They are so tender, so affectionate, so attached to each other, so enamored, that positively nothing can be more charming. Augusta, my soul, says Mr. Lever, Augustus, my life, replies Mrs. Lever. Sing some little ballad, darling, quoth Mr. Lever. I couldn't, indeed, dearest, returns Mrs. Lever. Do, my dove, says Mr. Lever. I couldn't possibly, my love, replies Mrs. Lever, and it's very naughty of you to ask me. Naughty, darling, cries Mr. Lever. Yes, very naughty and very cruel, returns Mrs. Lever, for you know I have a sore throat, and that to sing would give me great pain. You're a monster, and I hate you. Go away. Mrs. Lever has said go away because Mr. Lever has tapped her under the chin. Mr. Lever not doing as he is bid, but on the contrary sitting down beside her, Mrs. Lever slaps Mr. Lever, and Mr. Lever in return slaps Mrs. Lever, and it being now time for all persons present to look the other way, they look the other way, and hear a still small sound as of kissing, at which Mrs. Starling is thoroughly enraptured, and whispers her neighbor that if all married couples were like that, what a heaven this earth would be. The loving couple are at home when this occurs, and maybe only 3 or 4 friends are present, but unaccustomed to reserve upon this interesting point, they are pretty much the same abroad. Indeed, upon some occasions, such as a picnic or a water party, their lovingness is even more developed, as we had an opportunity last summer of observing in person. There was a great water party made up to go to Twickenham and dine, and afterwards dance in an empty villa by the riverside, hired expressly for the purpose. Mr. and Mrs. Lever were of the company, and it was our fortune to have a seat in the same boat, which was an 8-oared galley, manned by amateurs, with a blue striped awning of the same pattern as their Guernsey shirts, and a dingy red flag of the same shade as the whiskers of the stroke-oar. A coxswain being appointed, and all other matters adjusted, the 8 gentlemen threw themselves into strong paroxysms, and pulled up with the tide, stimulated by the compassionate remarks of the ladies, who one and all exclaimed that it seemed an immense exertion, as indeed it did. At first we raced the other boat, which came alongside in gallant style, but this being found an unpleasant amusement, as giving rise to a great quantity of splashing, and rendering the cold pies and other viands very moist, it was unanimously voted down, and we were suffered to shoot ahead, while the second boat followed ingloriously in our wake. It was at this time that we first recognized Mr. Lever. There were 2 firemen watermen in the boat, lying by until somebody was exhausted, and one of them, who had taken upon himself the direction of affairs, was heard to cry in a gruff voice, "Pull away, number 2! Give it her, number 2! Take a longer reach, number 2! Now, number 2, sir, think you're winning a boat!" The greater part of the company had no doubt begun to wonder which of the striped Guernseys it might be that stood in need of such encouragement, when a stifled shriek from Mrs. Lever confirmed the doubtful and informed the ignorant, and Mr. Lever, still further disguised in a straw hat and no neckcloth, was observed to be in a fearful perspiration, and failing visibly. Nor was the general consternation diminished at this instant by the same gentleman, in the performance of an accidental aquatic feat, termed catching a crab, plunging suddenly backward, and displaying nothing of himself to the company but two violently struggling legs. Mrs. Lever shrieked again several times, and cried piteously, "Is he dead? Tell me the worst. Is he dead?" Now, a moment's reflection might have convinced the loving wife that, unless her husband were endowed with some most surprising powers of muscular action, he never could be dead while he kicked so hard. But still Mrs. Lever cried, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" And still everybody else cried, "No, no, no," until such time as Mr. Lever was replaced in a sitting posture, and his oar, which had been going through all kinds of wrong-headed performances on its own account, was once more put in his hand by the exertions of the two firemen watermen. Mrs. Lever then exclaimed, "Augustus, my child, come to me." And Mr. Lever said, "Augusta, my love, compose yourself, I am not injured." But Mrs. Lever cried again, more piteously than before, "Augustus, my child, come to me." And now the company generally, who seemed to be apprehensive that if Mr. Lever remained where he was, he might contribute more than his proper share towards the drowning of the party, disinterestedly took part with Mrs. Lever, and said he really ought to go, and that he was not strong enough for such violent exercise, and ought never to have undertaken it. Reluctantly Mr. Lever went and laid himself down at Mrs. Lever's feet, and Mrs. Lever, stooping over him, said, "Oh, Augustus, how could you terrify me so?" And Mr. Lever said, "Augusta, my sweet, I never meant to terrify you." And Mrs. Lever said, "You are faint, my dear." And Mr. Lever said, "I am rather so, my love." And they were very loving indeed under Mrs. Lever's veil, until at length Mr. Lever came forth again and pleasantly asked if he had not heard something said about bottled stout and sandwiches. Mrs. Starling, who was one of the party, was perfectly delighted with this scene, and frequently murmured half aside, "What a loving couple you are!" or, "How delightful it is to see man and wife so happy together!" To us she was quite poetical, for we are a kind of cousins, observing that hearts beating in unison like that made life a paradise of sweets, and that when kindred creatures were drawn together by sympathies so fine and delicate, what more than mortal happiness did not our souls partake? To all this we answered certainly, or very true, or merely sighed, as the case might be. At every new act of the loving couple, the widow's admiration broke out afresh, and when Mrs. Lever would not permit Mr. Lever to keep his hat off, lest the sun should strike to his head and give him a brain fever, Mrs. Starling actually shed tears, and said it reminded her of Adam and Eve. The loving couple were thus loving all the way to Twickenham, but when we arrived there, by which time the amateur crew looked very thirsty and vicious, they were more playful than ever, for Mrs. Lever threw stones at Mr. Lever, and Mr. Lever ran after Mrs. Lever on the grass in a most innocent and enchanting manner. At dinner, too, Mr. Lever would steal Mrs. Lever's tongue, and Mr. Lever would retaliate upon Mr. Lever's fowl, and when Mrs. Lever was going to take some lobster salad, Mr. Lever wouldn't let her have any, saying that it made her ill, and she was always sorry for it afterwards, which afforded Mrs. Lever an opportunity of pretending to be cross, and showing many other prettinesses. But this was merely the smiling surface of their loves, not the mighty depths of the stream, down to which the company, to say the truth, dived rather unexpectedly from the following accident. It chanced that Mr. Lever took upon himself to propose the bachelors who had first originated the notion of that entertainment, in doing which he affected to regret that he was no longer of their body himself, and pretended grievously to lament his fallen state. This Mrs. Lever's feelings could not brook, even in jest, and consequently, exclaiming aloud, "He loves me not! He loves me not!" she fell in a very pitiable state into the arms of Mrs. Starling, and directly becoming insensible, was conveyed by that lady and her husband into another room. Presently Mr. Lever came running back to know if there was a medical gentleman in company, and as there was, in what company is there not? Both Mr. Lever and the medical gentleman hurried away together. The medical gentleman was the first who returned, and among his intimate friends he was observed to laugh and wink, and look as unmedical as might be. But when Mr. Lever came back he was very solemn, and in answer to all inquiries shook his head, and remarked that Augusta was far too sensitive to be trifled with, an opinion which the widow subsequently confirmed. Finding that she was in no imminent peril, however, the rest of the company betook themselves to dancing on the green, and very merry and happy they were, and a vast quantity of flirtation there was, the last circumstance being no doubt attributable, partly to the fineness of the weather, and partly to the locality, which is well known to be favorable to all harmless recreations. In the bustle of the scene, Mr. and Mrs. Lever stole down to the boat, and disposed themselves under the awning, Mrs. Lever reclining her head upon Mr. Lever's shoulder, and Mr. Lever grasping her hand with great fervour, and looking in her face from time to time with a melancholy and sympathetic aspect. The widow sat apart, feigning to be occupied with a book, but stealthily observing them from behind her fan, and the two firemen watermen, smoking their pipes on the bank hard by, nudged each other and grinned in enjoyment of the joke. Very few of the party missed the loving couple, and the few who did, heartily congratulated each other on their disappearance. End of The Loving Couple, from Sketches of Young Couples. Recording by Bill Moseley, Bernardo, Texas, USA.
Where We Stopped Growing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 4. Where We Stopped Growing, from Household Words, Volume 6, Number 145, by Charles Dickens. Few people who have been much in the society of children are likely to be ignorant of the sorrowful feeling sometimes awakened in the mind by the idea of a favourite child's growing up. This is intelligible enough. childhood is usually so beautiful and engaging that, setting aside the many subjects of profound interest which it offers to an ordinarily thoughtful observer, and even setting aside, too, the natural caprices of strong affection and prepossession, there is a mournful shadow of the common lot in the notion of its changing and fading into anything else. The sentiment is unreasoning and vague, and does not shape itself into a wish. To consider what the dependent little creature would do without us, or in the course of how few years it would be in as bad a condition as those terrible immortals upon earth, engendered in the gloom of Swift's wise fancy, is not within the range of so fleeting a thought. Neither does the imagination then enter into such details as the picturing of childhood come to old age, or of old age carried back to childhood, or of the pretty baby boy arrived at that perplexing state of immaturity when Mr. Carlyle, in mercy to society, would put him under a barrel for 6 years. The regret is transitory, natural to a short-lived creature in a world of change, has no hold in the judgment, and so comes and passes away. But we, the writer, having been conscious of the sensation the other night, for at this present season most of us are much in childish company, and we among the rest, were led to consider whether there were any things as to which this individual we actually did stop growing when we were a child. We had a fear that the list would be very short, but on writing it out as follows, were glad to find it longer than we had expected. We have never grown the 1,000th part of an inch out of Robinson Crusoe. He fits us just as well, and in exactly the same way, as when we were among the smallest of the small. We have never grown out of his parrot, or his dog, or his fowling piece, or the horrible old staring goat he came upon in the cave, or his rusty money, or his cap or umbrella. There has been no change in the manufacture of telescopes since that blessed ship's spyglass was made, through which, lying on his breast at the top of his fortification, with the ladder drawn up after him and all made safe, he saw the black figures of those cannibals moving round the fire on the sea sand as the monsters danced themselves into an appetite for dinner. We have never grown out of Friday, or the excellent old father he was so glad to see, or the grave and gentlemanly Spaniard, or the reprobate Will Atkins, or the knowing way in which he and those other mutineers were lured up into the island when they came ashore there, and their boat was stove. We have got no nearer heaven by the altitude of an atom in respect of the tragi-comic bear whom Friday caused to dance upon a tree, or the awful array of howling wolves in the dismal weather, who were mad to make good entertainment of man and beast, and who were received with trains of gunpowder laid on fallen trees and fired by the snapping of pistols, and who ran blazing into the forest darkness, or were blown up famously. Never sail we idle in a little boat, and hear the rippling water at the prow, and look upon the land, but we know that our boat growth stopped for ever when Robinson Crusoe sailed round the island, and having been nearly lost, was so affectionately awakened out of his sleep at home again by that immortal parrot, great progenitor of all the parrots we have ever known. Our growth stopped when the great Haroun al-Rashid spelt his name so, and when nobody had ever heard of a Jinn. When the Sultan of the Indies was a mighty personage to be approached respectfully even on the stage, and when all the dazzling wonders of those many nights held far too high a place in the imagination to be burlesqued and parodied. When Bluebeard, condescending to come out of book at all, came over mountains to the music of his own march on an elephant, and knew no more of slang than of Sanskrit. Our growth stopped when Don Quixote might have been right after all in going about to succour the distressed, and when the priest and the barber were no more justified in burning his books than they would have been in making a bonfire of our own 2-bedroom shelves. When Gil Blas had a heart, and was, somehow or other, not at all worldly that we knew of. And when it was a wonderful accident that the end of that interesting story in the Sentimental Journey, commencing with the windy night, and the notary, and the Pont Neuf, and the hat blown off, was not to be found in our edition, though we looked for it 1,000 times. We have never grown out of the real, original, roaring giants. We have seen modern giants, for various considerations ranging from a penny to a half a crown, but they have only had a head apiece, and have been merely large men, and not always that. We have never outgrown the putting to ourselves of this supposititious case, whether if we, with a large company of brothers and sisters, had been put in his, by which we mean of course in Jack's, trying situation, we should have had at once the courage and the presence of mind to take the golden crowns, which it seems they always wore as nightcaps, off the heads of the giant's children as they lay abed, and put them on our family, thus causing our treacherous host to batter his own offspring and spare us. We have never outgrown a want of confidence in ourselves in this particular. There are real people and places that we have never outgrown, though they themselves may have passed away long since, which we always regard with the eye and mind of childhood. We miss a tea-tray shop, for many years at the corner of Bedford Street and King Street, Covent Garden, London, where there was a tea-tray in the window representing, with an exquisite art that we have not outgrown either, the departure from home for school at breakfast time of 2 boys, one boy used to it, the other not. There was a charming mother in a bygone fashion, evidently much affected, though trying to hide it, and a little sister bearing, as we remember, a basket of fruit for the consolation of the unused brother. What time the used one, receiving advice, we opine, from his grandmother, drew on his glove in a manner we once considered unfeeling, but which we were afterwards inclined to hope might be only his brag. There were some corded boxes and faithful servants, and there was a breakfast table with accessories, an urn and plate of toast particularly, our admiration of which, as perfect illusions, we never have outgrown and never shall outgrow. We never have outgrown the whole region of Covent Garden. We preserve it as a fine, dissipated, insoluble mystery. We believe that the gentleman mentioned in Coleman's Broad Grins still lives in King Street. We have a general idea that the passages at the Old Hummums lead to groves of gorgeous bedrooms eating out the whole of the adjacent houses, where chamberlains who have never been in bed themselves for 50 years show any country gentleman who rings the bell at any hour of the night to luxurious repose in palatial apartments fitted up after the Eastern manner. We have slept there in our time, but that makes no difference. There is a fine secrecy and mystery about the Piazza. How you get up to those rooms above it, and what reckless deeds are done there. We know some of those apartments very well, but that does not signify in the least. We have not outgrown the 2 great theatres. Ghosts of great names are always getting up the most extraordinary pantomimes in them, with scenery and machinery on a tremendous scale. We have no doubt that the critics sit in the pit of both houses every night. Even as we write in our commonplace office, we behold from the window 4 young ladies with peculiarly limp bonnets, and of a yellow or drab style of beauty, making for the stage door of the Lyceum Theatre in the dirty little fog-choked street over the way. grown-up wisdom whispers that these are beautiful fairies by night, and that they will find fairyland dirty even to their splashed skirts, and rather cold and dull, notwithstanding its mixed gas and daylight, this easterly morning. But we don't believe it. There was a poor demented woman who used to roam about the city dressed all in black, with cheeks staringly painted, and thence popularly known as rouge et noir, whom we have never outgrown by the height of a grain of mustard seed. The story went that her only brother, a bank clerk, was left for death for forgery, and that she, broken-hearted creature, lost her wits on the morning of his execution, and ever afterwards, while her confused dream of life lasted, flitted thus among the busy money-changers. A story, alas, all likely enough, but likely or unlikely, true or untrue, never to take other shape in our mind. Evermore she wanders, as to our stopped growth, among the crowd, and takes her daily loaf out of the shop window of the same charitable baker, and between whiles sits in the old bank office awaiting her brother. Is he come yet? Not yet, poor soul. I will go walk for an hour and come back. It is then she passes our boyish figure in the street, with that strange air of vanity upon her, in which the comfortable self-sustainment of sane vanity, God help us all, is wanting, and with her wildly seeking, never resting eyes. So she returns to his old bank office, asking, Is he come yet? Not yet, poor soul. So she goes home, leaving words that indeed she wonders he has been away from her so long, and that he must come to her however late at night he may arrive. He will come to thee, O stricken sister, with thy best friend, foe to the prosperous and happy, not to such as thou. Another very different person who stopped our growth we associate with Berners Street, Oxford Street. Whether she was constantly on parade in that street only, or was ever to be seen elsewhere, we are unable to say. The White Woman is her name. She is dressed entirely in white, with a ghastly white plaiting round her head and face, inside her white bonnet. She even carries, we hope, a white umbrella. With white boots, we know she picks her way through the winter dirt. She is a conceited old creature, cold and formal in manner, and evidently went simpering mad on personal grounds alone, no doubt because a wealthy Quaker wouldn't marry her. This is her bridal dress. She is always walking up here, on her way to church to marry the false Quaker. We observe in her mincing step and fishy eye that she intends to lead him a sharp life. We stopped growing when we got at the conclusion that the Quaker had had a happy escape of the White Woman. We have never outgrown the rugged walls of Newgate, or any other prison on the outside. All within is still the same blank of remorse and misery. We have never outgrown Baron Trenck. Among foreign fortifications, trenches, counterscarps, bastions, sentries, and what not, we always have him, filing at his chains down in some arched darkness far below, or taming the spiders to keep him company. We have never outgrown the wicked old Bastille. Here, in our mind, at this present childish moment, is a distinct ground plan, wholly imaginative and resting on no sort of authority, of a maze of low vaulted passages with small black doors. And here, inside of this remote door on the left, where the black cobwebs hang like a veil from the arch, and the gaoler's lamp will scarcely burn, was shut up in black silence through so many years, that old man of the affecting anecdote who was at last set free, but who brought his white face and his white hair and his phantom figure back again, to tell them what they had made him, how he had no wife no child, no friend, no recognition of the light and air, and prayed to be shut up in his old dungeon till he died. We received our earliest and most enduring impressions among barracks and soldiers, and ships and sailors. We have outgrown no story of voyage and travel, no love of adventure, no ardent interest in voyagers and travellers. We have outgrown no country inn, roadside, in the market-place, or on a solitary heath, no country landscape, no windy hillside, no old manor-house, no haunted place of any degree, not a drop in the sounding sea. Though we are equal, on strong provocation, to the Lancers, and may be heard of in the polka, we have not outgrown Sir Roger de Coverley, or any country dance in the music book. We hope we have not outgrown the capacity of being easily pleased with what is meant to please us, or the simple folly of being gay upon occasion without the least regard to being grand. Right thankful we are to have stopped in our growth at so many points, for each of these has a train of its own belonging to it, and particularly with the old year going out and the new year coming in. Let none of us be ashamed to feel this gratitude. If we can only preserve ourselves from growing up, we shall never grow old, and the young may love us to the last. Not to be too wise, not to be too stately, not to be too rough with innocent fancies, or to treat them with too much lightness, which is as bad, are points to be remembered that may do us all good in our years to come. And the good they do us may even stretch forth into the vast expanse beyond those years. For this is the spirit inculcated by one on whose knees children sat confidingly, and from whom all our years dated. End of Where We Stopped Growing.
Part 1 of Mrs. Lirriper's Lodgings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algie Pugg. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 4. Mrs. Lirriper's Lodgings by Charles Dickens, Part 1. Chapter 1. How Mrs. Lirriper carried on the business. Whoever would begin to be worried with letting lodgings that wasn't a lone woman with a living to get is a thing inconceivable to me, my dear. Excuse the familiarity, but it comes natural to me in my own little room, when wishing to open my mind to those that I can trust, and I should be truly thankful if they were all mankind, but such is not so, for have but a furnished bill in the window, and your watch on the mantelpiece, and farewell to it if you turn your back for but a second, however gentlemanly the manners, nor is being of your own sex any safeguard, as I have reason, in the form of sugar tongs, to know, for that lady, and a fine woman she was, got me to run for a glass of water on the plea of going to be confined, which certainly turned out true, but it was in the station house. Number 81 Norfolk Street, Strand, situated midway between the City and St. James, and within 5 minutes' walk of the principal places of public amusement, is my address. I have rented this house many years, as the parish rate books will testify, and I wish my landlord was as alive to the fact as I am myself, but no, bless you, not a half a pound of paint to save his life, nor so much, my dear, as a tile upon the roof, though on your bended knees. My dear, you never have found number 81 Norfolk Street, Strand advertised in Bradshaw's Railway Guide, and, with the blessing of heaven, you never will or shall so find it. Some there are who do not think it lowering themselves to make their names that cheap, and even going the length of a portrait of the house not like it, with a blot in every window, and a coach and four at the door. But what will suit Wozenham's lower down on the other side of the way will not suit me, Mrs. Wozenham having her opinions, and me having mine. though when it comes to systematic underbidding capable of being proved on oath in a court of justice, and taking the form of, if Mrs. Lirriper names 18 shillings a week, I name 15 and 6, it then comes to a settlement between yourself and your conscience, supposing, for the sake of argument, your name to be Wozenham, which I am well aware it is not, or my opinion of you would be greatly lowered. And as to airy bedrooms and a night porter in constant attendance, the less said the better, the bedrooms being stuffy and the porter stuff. It is 40 years ago since me and my poor Lirriper got married at St. Clement's Danes, where I now have a sitting in a very pleasant pew with genteel company and my own hassock, and being partial to evening service not too crowded. My poor Lirriper was a handsome figure of a man, with a beaming eye and a voice as mellow as a musical instrument made of honey and steel. But he had ever been a free liver, being in the commercial travelling line, and travelling what he called a lime-kiln road. "A dry road, Emma, my dear," my poor Lirriper says to me, "where I have to lay the dust with one drink or another all day long and half the night, and it wears me, Emma." And this led to his running through a good deal, and might have been through the turnpike too, when that dreadful horse that never would stand still for a single instant set off, but for its being night and the gate shut, and consequently took his wheel. My poor Lirriper and the gig smashed to atoms, and never spoke afterwards. He was a handsome figure of a man, and a man with a jovial heart and a sweet temper, but if they had come up then they never could have given you the mellowness of his voice, and indeed I considered photographs wanting in mellowness as a general rule, and making you look like a new ploughed field. My poor Lirriper being behindhand with the world, and being buried at Hatfield Church in Hertfordshire, not that that was his native place, but that he had a liking for the Salisbury Arms, where we went upon our wedding day, and passed as happy a fortnight as ever happy was, I went round to the creditors, and I says, "Gentlemen, I am acquainted with the fact that I am not answerable for my late husband's debts, but I wish to pay them, for I am his lawful wife, and his good name is dear to me. I am going into the Lodgings, gentlemen, as a business, and if I prosper, every farthing that my late husband owed shall be paid for the sake of the love I bore him, by this right hand." It took a long time to do, but it was done, and the silver cream jug, which is between ourselves and the bed and the mattress in my room upstairs, or it would have found legs, so sure as ever the furnished bill was up, being presented by the gentleman engraved, "To Mrs. Lirriper, a mark of grateful respect for her honourable conduct," gave me a turn which was too much for my feelings, till Mr. Bentley, which at that time had the parlours, and loved his joke, says, "Cheer up, Mrs. Lirriper, you should feel as if it was only your christening, and they were your godfathers and godmothers which did promise for you." And it brought me round, and I don't mind confessing to you, my dear, that I then put up a sandwich and a drop of sherry in a little basket, and went down to Hatfield churchyard outside the coach, and kissed my hand, and laid it with a kind of proud and swelling love on my husband's grave, though, bless you, it had taken me so long to clear his name, that my wedding ring was worn quite fine and smooth when I laid it on the green, green, waving grass. I am an old woman now, and my good looks are gone, but that's me, my dear, over the plate warmer, and considered like in the times when you used to pay 2 guineas on ivory, and took your chance pretty much how you came out, which made you very careful how you left it about afterwards, because people were turned so red and uncomfortable by mostly guessing it was somebody else quite different, and there was once a certain person that had put his money in a hop business that came in one morning to pay his rent and his respects, being the second floor, that would have taken it down from its hook and put it in his breast pocket. You understand, my dear, for the L, he says of the original, only there was no mellowness in his voice, and I wouldn't let him. But his opinion of it you may gather from his saying to it, "Speak to me, Emma," which was far from a rational observation, no doubt, but still a tribute to its being a likeness, and I think myself it was like me when I was young and wore that sort of stays. But it was about the lodgings that I was intending to hold forth, and certainly I ought to know something of the business, having been in it so long, for it was early in the second year of my married life that I lost my poor Lirriper, and I set up at Islington directly afterwards, and afterwards came here, being 2 houses and 38 years, and some losses, and a deal of experience. Girls are your first trial after fixtures, and they try you even worse than what I call the wandering Christians, though why they should roam the earth looking for bills, and then coming in and viewing the apartments, and stickling about terms, and never at all wanting them or dreaming of taking them being so already provided, is a mystery I should be thankful to have explained if by any miracle it could be. It's wonderful they live so long and thrive so on it. But I suppose the exercise makes it healthy, knocking so much and going from house to house and up and down stairs all day, and then their pretending to be so particular and punctual is a most astonishing thing, looking at their watches and saying, "Could you give me the refusal of the rooms till 20 minutes past 11 the day after to-morrow in the forenoon? And supposing it to be considered essential by my friend from the country, could there be a small iron bedstead put in this little room upon the stairs?" Why, when I was new to it, my dear, I used to consider before I promised, and to make my mind anxious with calculations, and to get quite wearied out with disappointments. But now I says, "Certainly, by all means," well knowing it's a wandering Christian, and I shall hear no more about it. Indeed, by this time I know most of the wandering Christians by sight as well as they know me, it being the habit of each individual revolving round London in that capacity to come back about twice a year. And it's very remarkable that it runs in families, and the children go up to it. But even were it otherwise, I should no sooner hear of the friend from the country, which is a certain sign, than I should nod and say to myself, "You're a wandering Christian," though whether they are, as I have heard, persons of small property with a taste for regular employment and frequent change of scene, I cannot undertake to tell you. Girls, as I was beginning to remark, are one of your first and your lasting troubles, being like your teeth, which begin with convulsions and never cease tormenting you from the time you cut them till they cut you, and then you don't want to part with them, which seems hard, but we must all succumb or by artificial, and even where you get a will 9 times out of 10 you'll get a dirty face with it, and naturally lodgers do not like good society to be shown in with a smear of black across the nose, or a smudgy eyebrow. Where they pick up the black is a mystery I cannot solve, as in the case of the willingest girl that ever came into a house half-starved, poor thing, a girl so willing that I called her Willing Sophy, down upon her knees, scrubbing early and late, and ever cheerful, but always smiling, with a black face. And I says to Sophy, "Sophy, my good girl, have a regular day for your stoves, and keep the width of the area between yourself and the blacking, and do not brush your hair with the bottoms of the saucepans, and do not meddle with the snuffs of the candles, and it stands to reason that it could no longer be, yet there it was, and always on her nose, which, turning up and being broad at the end, seemed to boast of it, and caused warning from a steady gentleman, an excellent lodger, with breakfast by the week, but a little irritable, and use of a sitting-room when required, his words being, "Mrs. Lirriper, I have arrived at the point of admitting that the black is a man and a brother, but only in a natural form, and when it can't be got off." Well, consequently I put poor Sophy on to other work, and forbid her answering the door or answering a bell on any account, but she was so unfortunately willing that nothing would stop her flying up the kitchen stairs whenever a bell was heard to tingle. I put it to her, "Oh, Sophy, Sophy, for goodness' sake, where does it come from?" To which that poor unlucky mortal, bursting out crying to see me so vexed, replied, "I took a deal of black into me, ma'am, when I was a small child, being much neglected, and I think it must be that it works out. So, it continuing to work out of that poor thing, and not having another fault to find with her, I says, 'Sophy, what do you seriously expect of my helping your way to New South Wales, where it might not be noticed?' Nor did I ever repent of the money, which was well spent, for she married the ship's cook on the voyage, himself a muleter, and did well and lived happy, and so far as ever I heard it was not noticed in a new state of society to her dying day. In what way Miss Wozenham, lower down on the other side of the way, reconciled it to her feelings as a lady, which she is not, to entice Mary Ann Perkinsop from my service is best known to herself. I do not know, and I do not wish to know how opinions are formed at Wozenhams on any point. But Mary Ann Perkinsop, although I behaved handsomely to her, and she behaved unhandsomely to me, was worth her weight in gold as over-awing lodgers, without driving them away, for lodgers would be far more sparing of their bells with Mary Ann than I ever knew them to be with maid or mistress, which is a great triumph, especially when accompanied with a cast in the eye and a bag of bones. But it was a steadiness of her way with them through her father's having failed in pork. It was Mary Ann's looking so respectable in her person, and being so strict in her spirits, that conquered the tea and sugarous gentleman, for he weighed them both in a pair of scales every morning, that I have ever had to deal with, and no lamb grew meeker. Still it afterwards came round to me that Miss Wozenham, happening to pass and seeing Mary Ann take in the milk of a milkman that made free in a rosy-faced way, I think no worse of him, with every girl in the street, but was quite frozen up like the statue at Charing Cross by her, saw Mary Ann's value in the lodging business, and went as high as £1 per quarter more. Consequently, Mary Ann, with not a word betwixt us, says, "If you will provide yourself, Mrs. Lirriper, in a month from this day, I have already done the same." Which hurt me, and I said so, and she then hurt me more by insinuating that her father, having failed in pork, had laid her open to it. My dear, I do assure you it's a harassing thing to know what kind of girls to give the preference to, for if they are lively they get belled off their legs, and if they are sluggish you suffer from it yourself in complaints, and if they are sparkling-eyed they get made love to, and if they are smart in their persons they try on your lodgers' bonnets, and if they are musical I defy you to keep them away from bands and organs, and allowing for any difference you like in their heads will be always out of the window just the same. Then what the gentlemen like in girls the ladies don't, which is fruitful hot water for all parties, and then there's temper, though such a temper as Caroline Maxey's I hope not often. A good-looking black-eyed girl was Caroline, and a comely maid girl, to your cost, when she did break out and laid about her, as took place, first and last, through a married couple come to see London in the first floor, and the lady very high, and it was supposed, not liking the good looks of Caroline, having none of her own to spare, but anyhow she did try Caroline, though that was no excuse. So one afternoon Caroline comes down into the kitchen flushed and flashing, and she says to me, "Mrs. Lirriper, that woman in the fast has aggravated me past bearing." I says, "Caroline, keep your temper." Caroline says with a curdling laugh, "Keep my temper? You're right, Mrs. Lirriper, so I will. Capital D her," burst out Caroline. "You might have struck me into the centre of the earth with a feather when she said it. I'll give her a touch of the temper that I keep." Caroline downs with her hair, my dear, screeches and rushes upstairs, I following as fast as my trembling legs could bear me. But before I got into the room the dinner-cloth and the pink and white service all dragged off upon the floor with a crash, and the new married couple on their backs in the fire-grate, him with the shovel and tongs and a dish of cucumber across him, and a mercy it was summer-time. "Caroline," I says, "be calm." But she snatches off my cap and tears it in her teeth as she passes me, then pounces on the new married lady, makes her a bundle of ribbons, takes her by the 2 ears, and knocks the back of her head upon the carpet. Murder screaming all the time, policemen running down the street, and Wozenham's windows. Judge of my feelings when I came to know it, thrown up, and Miss Wozenham calling out from the balcony with crocodile's tears, "Has Mrs. Lirriper been overcharging somewhat to badness? She'll be murdered. I always thought so. Policeman, save her." My dear, 4 of them, and Caroline behind the chiffonier attacking with the poker, and when disarmed, prize-fighting with her double fists, and down and up and down, and dreadful. But I couldn't bear to see the poor young creature roughly handled, and her hair torn when they got the better of her, and I says, "Gentlemen, policemen, pray remember that her sex is the sex of your mothers and sisters and your sweethearts, and God bless them and you." And there she was sitting down on the ground, handcuffed, taking breath against the skirting board, and them cool with their coats in strips, and all she says was, "Mrs. Lirriper, I'm sorry as ever I touched you, for you're a kind motherly old thing." and it made me think that I had often wished I had been a mother indeed, and how would my heart have felt if I had been the mother of that girl. Well, you know, it turned out at the police office that she had done it before, and she had her clothes away and was sent to prison, and when she was to come out I trotted off to the gate in the evening with just a morsel of jelly in that little basket of mine to give her a mite of strength to face the world again, and there I met with a very decent mother waiting for her son through bad company, and a stubborn one he was, with his half boots not laced. So out came Caroline, and I says, Caroline, come along with me and sit down under the wall where it's retired, and eat a little trifle that I have brought with me to do you good. And she throws her arms round my neck and says, sobbing, Oh, why were you never a mother when there are such mothers as there are? She says, and in half a minute more she begins to laugh and says, Did I really tear your cup to shreds? And when I told her, You certainly did so, Caroline, she laughed again and said while she patted my face, Then why do you wear such queer old caps, you dear old thing? If you hadn't worn such queer old caps, I don't think I could have done it even then. Fancy the girl! Nothing could get out of her what she was going to do, except, she would do well enough, and we parted, she being very thankful and kissing my hands, and I never more saw or heard of that girl, except that I shall always believe that a very genteel cap which was brought anonymous to me one Saturday night in an oilskin basket, by a most impertinent young sparrow of a monkey whistling with dirty shoes on the clean steps, and playing the harp on the airy railings with a hoopstick that came from Caroline. What you lay yourself open to, my dear, in the way of being the object of uncharitable suspicions when you go into the lodging business, I have not the words to tell you, but never was I so dishonourable as to have two keys, nor would I willingly think it even of Miss Wozenham, lower down on the other side of the way, sincerely hoping that it may not be, though doubtless at the same time money cannot come from nowhere, and it is not reason to suppose that Bradshaw has put it in for love, be it blotty as it may. It is a hardship, hurting to the feelings that lodgers open their minds so wide to the idea that you are trying to get the better of them, and shut their minds so close to the idea that they are trying to get the better of you. But as Major Jackman says to me, I know the ways of this circular world, Mrs. Lirriper, and that's one of them all round it. And many is the little ruffle in my mind that the Major has smoothed, for he is a clever man who has seen much. Dear, dear, 13 years have passed, though it seems but yesterday since I was sitting with my glasses on at the open front parlour window one evening in August, the parlours then being vacant, reading yesterday's paper, my eyes for print being poor, though I still am thankful to say, a long sight at a distance, when I hear a gentleman come posting across the road and up the street in a dreadful rage, talking to himself in a fury, and d'ing and seeing somebody. By George, says he out loud, and clutching his walking-stick, I'll go to Mrs. Lirriper's. Which is Mrs. Lirriper's? Then looking round and seeing me, he flourishes his hat right off his head as if I had been the Queen, and he says, Excuse the intrusion, madam, but pray, madam, can you tell me what number in this street there resides a well-known and much-respected lady by the name of Lirriper? A little flustered, though I must say gratified, I took off my glasses and curtsied and said, Sir, Mrs. Lirriper is your humble servant. Astonishing, says he. A million pardons, madam. May I ask you to have the kindness to direct one of your domestics to open the door to a gentleman in search of apartments by the name of Jackman? I had never heard the name, but a politer gentleman I never hoped to see, for says he, Madam, I am shocked at your opening the door yourself to no worthier a fellow than Jemmy Jackman. After you, madam, I never precede a lady. Then he comes into the parlours, and he sniffs, and he says, these are parlours, not musty cupboards, he says, but parlours, and no smell of coal-sacks. Now, my dear, it having been remarked by some inimical to the whole neighbourhood that it always smells of coal-sacks, which might prove a drawback to lodgers if encouraged, I says to the Major, gently though firmly, that I think he is referring to Arundel or Surrey or Howard, but not Norfolk. Madam, says he, I refer to Wozenham's lower down over the way. Madam, you can form no notion what Wozenham's is. Madam, it is a vast coal-sack, and Miss Wozenham has the principles and manners of a female heaver. Madam, from the manner in which I have heard her mention you, she has no appreciation of a lady. And from the manner in which she has conducted herself towards me, I know she has no appreciation of a gentleman. Madam, my name is Jackman. Should you require of any other reference than what I have already said, I name the Bank of England. Perhaps you know it. Such was the beginning of the Major's occupying the parlours, and from that hour to this the same, and a most obliging lodger, and punctual in all respects, except one irregular, which I need not particularly specify, but made up for by his being a protection, and at all times ready to fill in the papers of the assessed taxes and juries and that, and once collared a young man with a drawing-room clock under his coat, and once on the parapets with his own hands and blankets put out the kitchen chimney, and afterwards attending the summons made a most eloquent speech against the parish before the magistrates, and saved the engine, and ever quite the gentleman, though passionate. And certainly Miss Wozenham's detaining the trunks and umbrella was not in a liberal spirit, though it may have been according to her rights in law, or an act I would myself have stooped to. The Major being so much the gentleman, that though he is far from tall, he seems almost so when he has his shirt frill out, and his frock-coat on, and his hat with the curly brims, and in what service he was I cannot truly tell you, my dear, whether militia or foreign, for I have never heard him name himself as Major, but always simple Jemmy Jackman. And once soon after he came, when I felt it my duty to let him know that Miss Wozenham had put it about that he was no Major, and I took the liberty of adding, "Which you are, sir," his words were, "Madam, at any rate I am not a minor, and sufficient for the day is the evil thereof," which cannot be denied to be the sacred truth, nor yet his military ways of having his boots, with only the dirt brushed off them, taken to him in the front parlour every morning on a clean plate, and varnishing them himself with a little sponge and a saucer, and a whistle in a whisper, so sure as ever his breakfast is ended, and so neat his ways, that I never saw his linen, which is scrupulous, though more in quality than quantity, seeing that neither that nor his mustachios, which to the best of my belief are done at the same time, and which are as black and shining as his boots, his head of hair being a lovely white. It was the third year nearly up of the Major's being in the parlours, that early one morning in the month of February, when Parliament was coming on, and you may therefore suppose a number of impostors were about ready to take hold of anything they could get, a gentleman and a lady from the country came in to view the second, and I well remember that I had been looking out of window and had watched them and the heavy sleet driving down the street together looking for bills. I did not quite take to the face of the gentleman, though he was good looking too, but the lady was a very pretty young thing and delicate, and it seemed too rough for her to be out at all, though she had only come from the Adelphi Hotel, which would not have been much above a quarter of a mile if the weather had been less severe. Now it did so happen, my dear, that I had been forced to put 5 shillings a weekly additional on the second, in consequence of a loss from running away full dressed, as if going out to a dinner party, which was very artful, and made me rather suspicious taking it along with Parliament. So when the gentleman proposed 3 months certain, and the money in advance, and leave then reserved to renew on the same terms for 6 months or more, I says I was not quite certain, but I might have engaged myself to another party, but would step downstairs and look into it if they would take a seat. They took a seat, and I went down to the handle of the Major's door that I had already begun to consult, finding it a great blessing, and I knew by his whistling in a whisper that he was varnishing his boots, which was generally considered private. However, he kindly calls out, "If it's you, madam, come in." And I went in, and I told him. "Well, madam," says the Major, rubbing his nose, as I did fear at the moment with the black sponge, but it was only his knuckle, he being always neat and dexterous with his fingers. "Well, madam, I suppose you'd be glad of the money." I was delicate of saying yes, 2 out, for a little extra colour rose into the Major's cheeks, and there was irregularity, of which I will not specifically specify in a quarter which I will not name. "I am of opinion, madam," says the Major, "that when money is ready for you, when it is ready for you, Mrs. Lirriper, you ought to take it. What is there against it, madam, in this case upstairs?" "I really cannot say there is anything against it, sir. Still I thought I would consult you." "You said a newly married couple, I think, madam," says the Major. I says, "Yes, evidently," and indeed the young lady mentioned to me in a casual way that she had not been married many months. The Major rubbed his nose again and stirred the varnish round and round in his little saucer with his piece of sponge, and took to his whistling in a whisper for a few moments. Then he says,
"You would call it a good let, madam?"
"Oh, certainly, a good let, sir."
"See their renewal for the additional 6 months. Would it put you about very much, madam, if the worst was to come to the worst?"
says the Major. "Well, I hardly know," I says to the Major. "It depends upon circumstances. Would you object, sir, for instance?"
"I?"
says the Major.
"Object? Jimmy Jackman? Mrs. Lirriper, close with the proposal."
So I went upstairs and accepted, and they came in next day, which was Saturday, and the Major was so good as to draw up a memorandum of an agreement in a beautiful round hand, and expressions that sounded to me equally legal and military, and Mr. Edson signed it on the Monday morning, and the Major called upon Mr. Edson on Tuesday, and Mr. Edson called upon the Major on the Wednesday, and the second and the parlours were as friendly as could be wished. The 3 months paid for had run out, and we had got, without any fresh overtures as to payment, into May, my dear, when there came an obligation upon Mr. Edson to go on a business expedition right across the Isle of Man, which fell quite unexpected upon that pretty little thing, and is not a place that, according to my views, is particularly in the way to anywhere at any time, but that may be a matter of opinion. So short a notice was it that he was to go next day, and dreadfully she cried, poor pretty, and I'm sure I cried too when I saw her on the cold pavement in the sharp east wind, it being a very backward spring that year, taking a last leave of him with her pretty bright hair blowing this way and that, and her arms clinging round his neck, and him saying,
"There, there, there, no, let me go, Peggy."
And by this time it was plain that what the Major had been so accommodating as to say he would not object to happening in the house would happen in it, and I told her as much when he was gone, while I comforted her with my arm up the staircase, for I says, "You will soon have others to keep up for, my pretty, and you must think of that." His letter never came when it ought to have come, and what she went through morning after morning when the postman brought none for her, the very postman himself compassionated when she ran down to the door, and yet we cannot wonder at its being calculated to blunt the feelings to have all the trouble of other people's letters, and none of the pleasure, and doing it oftener in the mud and mizzle than not, and at a rate of wages more resembling Little Britain than Great. But at last one morning, when she was too poorly to come running downstairs, he says to me, with a pleased look in his face that made me next to love the man in his uniform coat, though he was dripping wet,
"I have taken you first in the street this morning, Mrs. Lirriper, but here's the one for Mrs. Edson."
I went up to her bedroom with it as fast as ever I could go, and she sat up in bed when she saw it, and kissed it, and tore it open, and then a blank stare came upon her. "It's very short," she says, lifting her large eyes to my face. "Oh, Mrs. Lirriper, it's very short." I says, "My dear Mrs. Edson, no doubt that's because your husband hadn't time to write more just at that time." "No doubt, no doubt," says she, and puts her 2 hands on her face, and turns round in her bed. I shut her softly in, and I crept downstairs, and I tapped at the Major's door, and when the Major, having his thin slices of bacon in his own Dutch oven, saw me, he came out of his chair and put me down on the sofa.
"Hush,"
says he.
"I see something's the matter. Don't speak. Take time."
I says, "Oh, Major, I'm afraid there's cruel work upstairs."
"Yes, yes,"
says he.
"I begin to be afraid of it. Take time."
And then, in opposition to his own words, he rages out frightfully, and says,
"I shall never forgive myself, madam, that I, Jimmy Jackman, didn't see it all that morning, didn't go straightway upstairs when my boot sponge was in my hand, didn't force it down his throat, and choke him dead with it on the spot." The Major and me agreed when we came to ourselves that just at the present we could do no more than take on to suspect nothing, and use our best endeavours to keep that poor young creature quiet, and what I ever could have done without the Major when it got about among the organ men that quiet was our object is unknown, for he made lion and tiger war upon them to that degree
that without seeing it I could not have believed it was in any gentleman to have such a power of bursting out with fire-irons, walking-sticks, water-jugs, coals, potatoes, off his table, the very hat off his head, and at the same time so furious in foreign languages that they would stand with their handles half turned, fixed like the sleeping ugly, for I cannot say beauty. Ever to see the postman come near the house now gave me such fear that it was a reprieve when he went by, but in about another 10 days or a fortnight he says again,
Here's one for Mrs. Edson. Is she pretty well?
She is pretty well, postman, but not well enough to rise so early as she used, which was so far gospel truth. I carried the letter in to the Major at his breakfast, and I says, tottering, Major, I have not the courage to take it up to her.
It's an ill-looking villain of a letter,
says the Major. I have not the courage, Major, I says again in a tremble, to take it up to her. After seeming lost in consideration for some moments, the Major says, raising his head as if something new and useful had occurred to his mind,
Mrs. Lirriper, I shall never forgive myself that I, Jemmy Jackman, didn't go straight upstairs that morning when my boot sponge was in my hand, and force it down his throat, and choke him dead with it.
Major, I says, a little hasty, you didn't do it, which is a blessing, for it would have done no good, and I think your sponge was better employed on your honourable boots. So we got to be rational, and planned that I should tap at her bedroom door, and lay the letter on the mat outside, and wait on the upper landing for what might happen. And never was gunpowder, cannon-balls, or shells, or rockets more dreaded than that dreadful letter was by me as I took it to the second floor. A terrible loud scream sounded through the house the minute after she had opened it, and I found her on the floor lying as if her life was gone. My dear, I never looked at the face of the letter which was lying open by her, for there was no occasion. Everything I needed to bring her round the Major brought up with his own hands, besides running out to the chemist for what was not in the house, and likewise having the fiercest of all his many skirmishes with a musical instrument representing a ballroom I do not know in what particular country, and company waltzing in and out at folding doors with rolling eyes. When after a long time I saw her coming to, I slipped on the landing till I heard her cry, and then I went in and says cheerily, Mrs. Edson, you're not well, my dear, and it's not to be wondered at, as if I had not been in before. Whether she believed or disbelieved, I cannot say, and it would signify nothing if I could, but I stayed by her for hours, and then she God ever blesses me, and says she will try to rest, for her head is bad. Major, I whispers, looking into the parlours, I beg and pray of you, don't go out. The Major whispers,
Madam, trust me, I will do no such thing. How is she?
I says, Major, the good Lord above us only knows what burns and rages in her poor mind. I left her sitting at her window. I am going to sit at mine. It came on afternoon, and it came on evening. Norfolk is a delightful street to lodge in, provided you don't go lower down, but of a summer evening, when the dust and waste paper lie in it, and stray children play in it, and a kind of gritty calm and bake settles on it, and a peal of church bells is practising in the neighbourhood, it is a trifle dull. Never have I seen it since at such a time, and never shall I see it ever more at such a time, without seeing the dull June evening when that forlorn young creature sat at her open corner window on the second, and me at my open corner window, the other corner, on the third. Something merciful, something wiser and better far than my own self had moved me while it was yet light to sit in my bonnet and shawl, and as the shadows fell and the tide rose, I could sometimes, when I put out my head and looked at her window below, see that she leaned out a little, looking down the street. It was just settling dark when I saw her in the street. So fearful of losing sight of her that it almost stops my breath while I tell it, I went downstairs faster than I ever moved in all my life, and only tapped with my hand at the Major's door in passing it and slipping out. She was gone already. I made the same speed down the street, and when I came to the corner of Howard Street, I saw that she had turned it, and was there plain before me, going towards the west. Oh, with what a thankful heart I saw her going along! She was quite unacquainted with London, and had very seldom been out for more than an airing in our own street, where she knew 2 or 3 little children belonging to neighbours, and had sometimes stood among them at the street looking at the water. She must be going at hazard, I knew, still she kept the by-streets quite correctly as long as they would serve her, and then turned up into the Strand. But at every corner I could see her head turned one way, and that way was always the river way. It may have been only the darkness and quiet of the Adelphi that caused her to strike into it, but she struck into it much as readily as if she had set out to go there, which perhaps was the case. She went straight down to the terrace and along it, and looked over the iron rail, and I often woke afterwards in my own bed with the horror of seeing her do it. The desertion of the wharf below, and the flowing of the high water there, seemed to settle her purpose. She looked about as if to make out the way down, and she struck out the right way, or the wrong way, I don't know which, for I don't know the place before or since, and I followed her the way she went. It was noticeable that all this time she never once looked back. But there was now a great change in the manner of her going, and instead of going at a steady quick walk, with her arms folded before her, among the dark dismal arches, she went in a wild way with her arms opened wide, as if they were wings and she was flying to her death. We were on the wharf, and she stopped. I stopped. I saw her hands at her bonnet strings, and I rushed between her and the brink, and took her round the waist with both my arms. She might have drowned me, I felt then, but she could never have got quit of me. Down to that moment my mind had all been in a maze, and not half an idea had I had in it what I should say to her. But the instant I touched her, it came to me like magic, and I had my natural voice and my senses, and even almost my breath. "Mrs. Edson," I says, "my dear, take care. However did you lose your way and stumble on a dangerous place like this? Why, you must have come down here by the most perplexing streets in all London. No wonder you are lost, I'm sure. And this place too. Why, I thought nobody ever got here, except me to order my coals and the Major in the parlours to smoke his cigar, for I saw that blessed man close by, pretending to it." Coughs the Major. "And goodness gracious me," I says, "why, here he is."
"Halloa! Who goes there?"
says the Major, in a military manner. "Well," I says, "if this don't beat everything. Don't you know us, Major Jackman?"
"Halloa!"
says the Major.
"Who calls on Jemmy Jackman?"
And more out of breath he was, and did it less like life than I should have expected. "Why, here's Mrs. Edson, Major," I says, "strolling out to cool her poor head, which has been very bad, has missed her way and got lost, and goodness knows where she might have got to but for me coming here to drop an order into my coal merchant's letter-box, and you coming here to smoke your cigar. And you really are not well enough, my dear," I says to her, "to be half so far from home without me, and your arm will be very acceptable, I am sure, Major," I says to him, "and I know she may lean upon it as heavy as she likes. And now we have both got her, thanks be above, one on each side." She was all in a cold shiver, and she so continued till I laid her on her own bed, and up to the early morning she held me by the hand and moaned and moaned. Oh, wicked, wicked, wicked! But when at last I made believe to droop my head and be overpowered with a dead sleep, I heard that poor young creature give such touching and such humble thanks for being preserved from taking her own life in her madness, that I thought I should have cried my eyes out on the counterpane, and I knew she was safe. Being well enough to do, and able to afford it, me and the Major laid our little plans next day while she was asleep worn out, and so I says to her as soon as I could do it nicely, "Mrs. Edson, my dear, when Mr. Edson paid me the rent for these farther 6 months—" She gave a start, and I felt her large eyes look at me, but I went on with it and with my needlework. "I can't say that I am quite sure I dated the receipt right. Could you let me look at it?" She laid her frozen cold hand upon mine, and she looked through me when I was forced to look up from my needlework, but I had taken the precaution of having on my spectacles. "I have no receipt," says she. "Ah, Then he has got it, I says, in a careless way. It's of no great consequence. A receipt's a receipt. From that time she always had hold of my hand when I could spare it, which was generally only when I read to her. For of course she and me had our bits of needlework to plod at, and neither of us was very handy at those little things, though I am still rather proud of my share in them too, considering. And though she took to all I read to her, I used to fancy that next to what was taught upon the Mount, she took most of all to his gentle compassion for us poor women, and to his young life, and to how his mother was proud of him and treasured his sayings in her heart. She had a grateful look in her eyes that never, never, never will be out of mind till they are closed in my last sleep. And when I chanced to look at her, without thinking of it, I would always meet that look, and she would often offer me her trembling lip to kiss, much more like a little affectionate half-broken-hearted child than ever I can imagine any grown person. One time the trembling of this poor lip was so strong, and her tears ran down so fast, that I thought she was going to tell me all her woe. So I takes her 2 hands in mine, and I says, "No, my dear, not now. You had best not try to do it now. Wait for better times when you have got over this and are strong, and then you shall tell me whatever you will. Shall it be agreed?" With our hands still joined, she nodded her head many times, and she lifted my hands and put them to her lips and to her bosom. "Only one word now, my dear," I says. "Is there any one?" She looked at inquiringly. "Any one?" "That I can go to?" She shook her head. "No one that I can bring?" She shook her head. "No one is wanted by me, my dear, now that may be considered past and gone." Not much more than a week afterwards, for this was far on in the time of our being so together, I was bending over at her bedside with my ear down to her lips, by turns listening for her breath and looking for a sign of life in her face. At last it came in a solemn way, not in a flash, but like a kind of pale faint light brought very slow to the face. She said something to me that had no sound in it, but I saw she asked me, "Is this death?" And then I says, poor dear, I think it is." Knowing somehow that she wanted me to move her weak right hand, I took it and laid it on her breast, and then folded her other hand upon it, and she prayed a good, good prayer, and I joined in it, poor me, though there were no words spoke. Then I brought the baby in its wrappers from where it lay, and I says, "My dear, this is sent to a childless old woman. This is for me to take care of." The trembling lip was put towards my face for the last time, and I dearly kissed it. "Yes, my dear," I says, "please God, me and the Major." I don't know how to tell it right, but I saw her soul brighten and leap up and get free and fly away in the grateful look. End of Part 1 of Mrs. Lirriper's Lodgings by Charles Dickens. Part 2 of Mrs. Lirriper's Lodgings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algie Pug. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 4, Mrs. Lirriper's Lodgings by Charles Dickens, Part 2. "So this is the why and the wherefore of its coming to pass, my dear, that we called him Jemmy, being after the Major, his own godfather, with Lirriper for a surname, being after myself. And never was a dear child such a brightening thing in a lodgings, or such a playmate to his grandmother, as Jemmy to this house and me, and always good, and minding what he was told, upon the whole, and soothing for the temper, and making everything pleasanter, except when he grew old enough to drop his cap down Wozenham's Airy, and they wouldn't hand it up to him, and being worked into a state, I put on my best bonnet and gloves and parasol, with the child in my hand, and I says, 'Miss Wozenham, I little thought ever to have entered your house, but unless my grandson's cap is instantly restored, the laws of this country regulating the property of the subject shall at length decide betwixt yourself and me, cost what it may.' with a sneer upon her face, which did strike me, I must say, as being expressive of 2 keys, but it may have been a mistake, and if there is any doubt, let Miss Wozenham have the full benefit of it, as is but right. She rang the bell, and she says, "Jane, is there a street child's old cap down our Eddie?" I says, "Miss Wozenham, before your housemaid answers that question, you must allow me to inform you to your face that my grandson is not a street child, and is not in the habit of wearing old caps. In fact," I says, "Miss Wozenham, I am far from sure that my grandson's cap may not be newer than your own." Which was perfectly savage in me, her lace being the commonest machine-make washed and torn besides, but I had been put into a state to begin with, fomented by impertinence. Miss Wozenham says, red in the face, "Jane, have you heard my question? Is there any child's cap down our area?" "Yes, ma'am," says Jane. "I think I did see some such rubbish a-lying there." "Then," says Miss Wozenham, "let these visitors out, and then throw up that worthless article out of my premises." But here the child who had been staring at Miss Wozenham with all his eyes and more, frowns his little eyebrows, purses up his little mouth, puts his chubby legs far apart, turns his little dimpled fists round and round slowly over one another like a little coffee mill, and says to her, "Oo impton to my gran, me tut oo high." "Ew!" says Miss Wozenham, looking down scornfully at the mite. "This is not a street child, is it not? Really!" I burst out laughing, and I says, "Miss Wozenham, if this ain't a pretty sight to you, I don't envy your feelings, and I wish you good day. Jemmy, come along with Gran." And I was still in the best of humours, though his cap came flying up into the street as if it had been just turned out of the water plug, and I went home laughing all the way, all owing to that dear boy. The miles and miles that me and the Major have travelled with Jemmy in the dusk between the lights are not to be calculated. Jemmy driving on the coach box, which is the Major's brass-bound writing desk on the table, me inside in the easy chair, and the Major guard up behind with the brown paper horn, doing it really wonderful. I do assure you, my dear, that sometimes when I have taken a few winks in my place inside the coach, and have come half awake by the flashing light of the fire, and have heard that precious pet driving, and the Major blowing up behind to have the change of horses ready when we got to the inn, I have half believed we were on the old North Road that my poor Lirriper knew so well. Then to see that child and the Major both wrapped up, getting down to warm their feet, and going stamping about, and having glasses of ale out of the paper matchboxes on the chimney-piece, is to see the Major enjoying it fully as much as the child, I am very sure, and is equal to any play when Coachy opens the coach door to look in at me and say, "Wery past that stage, frightened old lady?" But what my inexpressible feelings were when we lost that child can only be compared to the Major's, which were not a shade better, though he's straying out at 5 years old and 11 o'clock in the forenoon, and never heard of by word or sign or deed till 9:30 at night, when the Major had gone to the editor of the Times newspaper to put in an advertisement, which came out next day 24 hours after he was found, and which I mean always carefully to keep in my lavender drawer as the first printed account of him. The more the day got on, the more I got distracted, and the Major too, and both of us made worse by the composed ways of the police. They're very civil and obliging, and I must call their obstinacy in not entertaining the idea that he was stolen.
"We mostly find, Mum,"
says the sergeant, who came round to comfort me, which he didn't at all, and he had been one of the private constables in Caroline's time, to which he referred in his opening words when he said,
"Don't give way to uneasiness in your mind, Mum. It'll all come as right as my nose did when I got the seam barked by that young woman in your second floor,"
says this sergeant.
"We mostly find, Mum, as people ain't over anxious to have what they may call second-hand children. You'll get him back, Mum."
"Oh, but my dear good sir," I says, clasping my hands and wringing them and clasping them again, "he is such an uncommon child."
"Yes, Mum,"
says the sergeant. We mostly find that too, Mum. The question is, what his clothes were worth. His clothes, I says, were not worth much, sir, for he had only got his playing dress on, but the dear child. All right, Mum, says the sergeant. You'll get him back, Mum, and even if he had his best clothes on, it wouldn't come to worse than his being found wrapped up in a cabbage leaf, a-shivering in a lane. His words pierced my heart like daggers, and me and the Major ran in and out like wild things all day long, until the Major, returning from his interview with the editor of the Times at night, rushes into my little room hysterical and squeezes my hand and wipes his eyes and says, "Joy, Joy! Officer in plain clothes came up the steps as I was letting myself in. Compose your feelings. Jemmy's found." Consequently, I fainted away, and when I came to, embraced the legs of the officer in plain clothes, who seemed to be taking a kind of quiet inventory in his mind of the property in my little room with brown whiskers, and I says, "Blessings on you, sir. Where is the darling?" And he says, "In Kennington Station House." I was dropping at his feet, stoned at the image of that innocence in cells with murderers, when he adds, "He followed the monkey." I says, deeming it slang language, "Oh, sir, explain for a loving grandmother what monkey." He says, "Him in the spangled cap with the strap under the chin, as won't keep on, him as sweeps the crossings on a round table and don't want to draw his sabre more than he can help." Then I understood it all, and most thankfully thanked him, and me and the Major and him drove over to Kennington, and there we found our boy lying quite comfortable before a blazing fire, having sweetly played himself to sleep on a small accordion, nothing like so big as a flat iron, which they had been so kind as to lend him for the purpose, and which it appeared had been stopped upon by a very young person. My dear, the system upon which the Major commenced, and as I may say, perfected Jemmy's learning when he was so small that if the dear was on the other side of the table you had to look under it instead of over it to see him with his mother's own bright hair in beautiful curls, is a thing that ought to be known to the Throne and Lords and Commons, and then might obtain some promotion for the Major, which he well deserves, and would be none the worse for, speaking between friends, LSD Icali. When the Major first undertook his learning, he says to me, "I am going, madam," he says, "to make our child a calculating boy." "Major," I says, "you terrify me, and may do the pet a permanent injury you would never forgive yourself." "Madam," says the Major, "next to my regret that when I had my boot sponge in my hand I didn't choke that scoundrel with it on the spot." "There, for gracious sake," I interrupts, "let his conscience find him without sponges." "I say, next to that regret, madam," says the Major, "would be the regret with which my breast," which he tapped, "would be surcharged if this fine mind was not early cultivated. But mark me, madam," says the Major, holding up his forefinger, "cultivated on a principle will make it a delight." "Major," I says, "I will be candid with you and tell you openly that if ever I find the dear child fall off his appetite, I shall know it is his calculations, and shall put a stop to them 2 minutes' notice. Or if I find them mounting to his head," I says, "or striking anyways cold to his stomach, or leading to anything approaching flabbiness in his legs, the result will be the same. But, Major, you are a clever man, and have seen much, and you love the child, and are his own godfather, and if you feel a confidence in trying, try." "Spoken, madam," says the Major, "like Emma Lirriper. All I have to ask, madam, is that you leave my godson and myself to make a week or two's preparations for surprising you, and that you will give me leave to have up and down any small articles not actually in use that I may require from the kitchen." "From the kitchen, Major?" I says, half feeling as if he had a mind to cook the child. "From the kitchen," says the Major, and smiles and swells, and at the same time looks taller. So I passed my word, and the Major and the dear boy were shut up together for half an hour at a time through a certain while, and never could I hear anything going on betwixt them but talking and laughing, and Jemmy clapping his hands and screaming out numbers. So I says to myself, "It has not harmed him yet. nor could I, on examining the deer, find any signs of it anywhere about him, which was likewise a great relief. At last, one day, Jemmy brings me a card in joke in the Major's neat writing, the Messrs. Jemmy Jackman, for we had given him the Major's other name too, requests the honour of Mrs. Lirriper's company at the Jackman Institution in the front parlour this evening at 5, military time, to witness a few slight feats of elementary arithmetic. And if you'll believe me, there in the front parlour, at 5 punctual to the moment, was the Major behind the Pembroke table with both leaves up, and a lot of things from the kitchen tidily set out on old newspapers spread atop of it, and there was the mite, stood upon a chair, with his rosy cheeks flushing, and his eyes sparkling clusters of diamonds. "Now, Gran," says he, "oo tit down, and don't oo touch the people." For he saw with every one of those diamonds of his that I was going to give him a squeeze. "Very well, sir," I says, "I'm obedient to this good company, I am sure," and I sits down in the easy chair that was put for me, shaking my sides. But picture my admiration when the Major, going on almost as quick as if he was conjuring, sets out all the articles he names, and says,
3 saucepans, an Italian iron, a handbell, a toasting fork, a nutmeg grater, 4 pot lids, a spice box, 2 egg cups, and a chopping board. How many?"
And when that mite instantly cries, "15, tut down time and carry the topping board," and then claps his hands, draws up his legs, and dances on his chair. My dear, with the same astonishing ease and correctness, him and the Major added up the tables, chairs, and sofy, the pictures, fenders, and fire irons, their own selves, me and the cat, and the eyes in Miss Wozenham's head, and whenever the sum was done, young Roses and Diamonds claps his hands and draws up his legs and dances on his chair. The pride of the Major.
"Here's a mind, ma'am,"
he says to me behind his hand. Then he says aloud,
"We now come to the next elementary rule, which is called—"
"Umtraction," cries Jemmy.
"Right,"
says the Major.
"We have here a toasting fork, a potato in his natural state, 2 pot lids, 1 egg cup, a wooden spoon, and 2 skewers, from which it is necessary for commercial purposes to subtract a sprat gridiron, a small pickle jar, 2 lemons, 1 pepper caster, 1 black beetle trap, and a knob of the dresser drawer. What remains?"
"Toting fork," cries Jemmy.
"In numbers how many?"
says the Major. "1," cries Jemmy.
"Here's a boy, ma'am,"
says the Major to me behind his hand. Then the Major goes on,
"We now approach the next elementary rule, which is entitled—"
"Ticklication," cries Jemmy.
"Correct,"
says the Major. "But, my dear, to relate to you in detail the way in which they multiplied 14 stick of firewood by 2 bits of ginger and a larding needle, or divided pretty well everything else there was on the table by the heater of the Italian iron, and a chamber candlestick, and got a lemon over, would make my head spin round and round and round as it did at the time. So I says, if you'll excuse my addressing the chair, Professor Jackman, I think the period of the lecture has now arrived when it becomes necessary that I should take a good hug of this young scholar." Upon which Jemmy calls out from his station on the chair, "Gran oo open oo arms, and me will make a pring into 'em." So I opened my arms to him, as I had opened my sorrowful heart when his poor young mother lay a-dying, and he had his jump, and we had a good long hug together, and the Major, prouder than any peacock, says to me behind his hand,
"You need not let him know it, madam,"
which I certainly need not, for the Major was quite audible,
"but he is a boy."
In this way Jemmy grew and went to day school, and continued under the Major too, and in summer we were as happy as the days were long, and in winter we were as happy as the days were short, and there seemed to rest a blessing on the Lodgings, for they as good as let themselves, and would have done it if there had been twice the accommodation, when sore and hard against my will I one day says to the Major, "Major, you know what I am going to break to you. Our boy must go to boarding school." It was a sad sight to see the Major's countenance drop, and I pitied the good soul with all my heart. "Yes, Major," I says, "though he is as popular with the lodgers as you are yourself, and though he is to you and me what only you and me know, still it is in the course of things, and life is made of partings, and we must part with our pet." Bold as I spoke, I saw 2 Majors and half a dozen fireplaces, and when the poor Major put one of his neat bright varnished boots upon the fender, and his elbow on his knee, and his head upon his hand, and rocked himself a little to and fro, I was dreadfully cut up. "But," says I, clearing my throat, "you have so well prepared him, Major, he has had such a tutor in you, that he will have none of the first drudgery to go through, and he is so clever besides that he will soon make his way to the front rank."
"He is a boy,"
says the Major, having sniffed,
"that has not his like upon the face of the earth."
"True as you say, Major, and it is not for us merely for our own sakes to do anything to keep him back from being a credit and an ornament wherever he goes, and perhaps even rising to be a great man, is it, Major? He will have all my little savings when my work is done, being all the world to me, and we must try to make him a wise man and a good man, mustn't we, Major?"
"Madam,"
says the Major, rising,
"Jimmy Jackman is becoming an older fire than I was aware of, and you put him to shame. You are thoroughly right, madam. You are simply and undeniably right. And if you'll excuse me, I'll take a walk."
So the Major being gone out and Jemmy being at home, I got the child into my little room here, and I stood him by my chair, and I took his mother's own curls in my hand, and I spoke to him loving and serious. And when I reminded the darling how he was now in his 10th year, and when I had said to him about his getting on in life pretty much what I had said to the Major, I broke to him how that we must have this same parting, and there I was forced to stop, for there I saw all of a sudden the well-remembered lip with its tremble, and it so brought back that time. But with the spirit that was in him he controlled it soon, and he says, gravely nodding through his tears, "I understand, Gran. I know it must be, Gran. Go on, Gran. Don't be afraid to be." And when I had said all that ever I could think of, he turned his bright, steady face to mine, and he says, just a little broken here and there, "You shall see, Gran, that I can be a man, and that I can do anything that is grateful and loving to you, and if I don't grow up what you would like to have me, I hope it will be because I shall die." And with that he sat down by me, and I went on to tell him of the school, of which I had excellent recommendations, and where it was, and how many scholars, and what games they played, as I had heard, and what length of holidays, to all of which he listened bright and clear. And so it came that at last he says, "And now, dear Gran, let me kneel down here where I've been used to say my prayers, and let me fold my face for just a minute in your gown, and let me cry, for you have been more than father, more than mother, more than brothers, sisters, friends to me." And so he did cry, and I too, and we were both much the better for it. From that time forth he was true to his word, and ever blithe and ready, and even when me and the Major took him down into Lincolnshire he was far the gayest of the party, though for sure and certain he might have easily been that, but he really was, and put life into us only when it came to the last good-bye, he says with a wistful look, "You wouldn't have me not really sorry, would you, Gran?" And when I says, "No, dear, Lord forbid," he says, "I'm glad of that," and ran in out of sight. But now that the child was gone out of the lodgings, the Major fell into a regularly moping state. He was taken notice of by all the lodgers, that the Major moped. He hadn't even the same air of being rather tall that he used to have, and if he varnished his boots with a single gleam of interest, it was as much as he did. One evening the Major came into my little room to take a cup of tea and a morsel of buttered toast, and to read Jemmy's newest letter, which had arrived that afternoon, by the very same postman, more than middle-aged upon the beat now, and the letter raising him up a little, I says to the Major, "Major, you mustn't get into a moping way." The Major shook his head.
"Jimmy Jackman, madam,"
he says, with a deep sigh,
"is an older fire than I thought him."
"Moping is not the way to grow younger, Major."
"My dear madam,"
says the Major,
"is there any way of growing younger?"
Feeling that the Major was getting rather the best of that point, I made a diversion to another. 13 years, many lodgers have come and gone in the 13 years that you have lived in the parlours, Major.
Ah,
Says the Major, warming.
many, madam, many.
And I should say you have been familiar with them all?
As a rule, with all its exceptions, like all rules, my dear madam,
Says the Major.
they have honoured me with their acquaintance, and not unfrequently with their confidence.
Watching the Major as he drooped his white head and stroked his black mustachios and moped again, a thought which I think must have been going about looking for an owner somewhere dropped into my old noddle, if you'll excuse the expression. The walls of my lodgings, I says, in a casual way, for my dear it is of no use going straight at a man who mopes, might have had something to tell if they could tell it. The Major neither moved nor said anything, but I saw he was attending with his shoulders, my dear, attending with his shoulders to what I said. In fact, I saw that his shoulders were struck by it. The dear boy was always fond of story-books, I went on, like as if I was talking to myself. I'm sure this house, his own home, might write a story or two for his reading one day or another. The Major's shoulders gave a dip and a curve, and his head came up in his shirt-collar. The Major's head came up in his shirt-collar as I hadn't seen it come up since Jimmy went to school.
It is unquestionable that in intervals of cribbage and a friendly rubber, my dear madam,
says the Major,
and also ever what used to be called in my young times, in the salad days of Jemmy Jackman, the social glass, I have exchanged many a reminiscence with your lodgers.
My remark was, I confess I made it with the deepest and artfullest of intentions. I wish our dear boy had heard them.
Are you serious, madam?
Asked the Major, starting and turning full round. Why not, Major?
Madam,
says the Major, turning up one of his cuffs.
They shall be written for him.
Ah, now you speak, I says, giving my hands a pleased clap. Now you are in a way out of moping, Major.
Between this and my holidays, I mean the dear boys,
says the Major, turning up his other cuff,
a good deal may be done towards it.
Major, you are a clever man, and you have seen much, and not a doubt of it.
I'll begin,
says the Major, looking as tall as ever he did,
tomorrow.
My dear, the Major was another man in 3 days, and he was himself again in a week, and he wrote, and wrote, and wrote, with his pen scratching like rats behind the wainscot, and whether he had many grounds to go upon, or whether he did all romance, I cannot tell you, but what he has written is in the left-hand glass closet of the little bookcase close behind you.
Chapter 2. How the Parlours added a few words. I have the honour of presenting myself by the name of Jackman. I esteem it a proud privilege to go down to posterity through the instrumentality of the most remarkable boy that ever lived, by the name of Jemmy Jackman Lirriper, and of my most worthy and most highly respected friend, Mrs. Emma Lirriper, of 81 Norfolk Street, Strand, in the county of Middlesex, in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. It is not for me to express the rapture with which we received that dear and eminently remarkable boy on the occurrence of his first Christmas holidays. Suffice it to observe that when he came flying into the house with 2 splendid prizes, arithmetic and exemplary conduct, Mrs. Lirriper and myself embraced with emotion, and instantly took him to the play, where we were all 3 admirably entertained. Nor is it to render homage to the virtues of her good and honoured sex, whom, in deference to her unassuming worth, I will only here designate by the initials E.L., that I add this record to the bundle of papers with which our, in a most distinguished degree, remarkable boy has expressed himself delighted, before reconciling the same to the left-hand glass closet of Mrs. Lirriper's little bookcase. Neither is it to obtrude the name of the old original superannuated obscure Jemmy Jackman, once to his degradation of Wozenhams, long to his elevation of Lirripers, if I could be consciously guilty of that piece of bad taste. It would indeed be a work of supererogation, now that the name is borne by Jemmy Jackman Lirriper. No, I take up my humble pen to register a little record of a strikingly remarkable boy, which my poor capacity regards as presenting a pleasant little picture of the dear boy's mind. The picture may be interesting to himself when he is a man. Our first reunited Christmas Day was the most delightful one we have ever passed together. Jimmy was never silent for 5 minutes, except in church time. He talked as we sat by the fire. He talked when we were out walking. He talked as we sat by the fire again. He talked incessantly at dinner, though he made a dinner almost as remarkable as himself. It was the spring of happiness in his fresh young heart, flowing and flowing, and it fertilized, if I may be allowed so bold a figure, my much esteemed friend and J., the present writer. There were only we 3. We dined in my esteemed friend's little room, and our entertainment was perfect. But everything the establishment is, in neatness, order, and comfort, always perfect. After dinner our boy slipped away to his old stool at my esteemed friend's knee, and there, with his hot chestnuts and his glass of brown sherry, really a most excellent wine, on a chair for a table, his face outshone the apples in the dish. We talked of these jottings of mine, which Jimmy had read through and through by that time, and so it came about that my esteemed friend remarked, as she sat smoothing Jimmy's curls, "And as you belong to the house too, Jimmy, and so much more than the lodgers, having been born in it, why, your story ought to be added to the rest, I think, one of these days." Jimmy's eyes sparkled at this, and he said, "So I think, Gran." Then he sat looking at the fire, and then he began to laugh in a sort of confidence with the fire, and then he said, folding his arms across my esteemed friend's lap, and raising his bright face to hers, "Would you like to hear a boy's story, Gran?" "Of all things," replied my esteemed friend. "Would you too, godfather?" "Of all things," I too replied. "Well then," said Jimmy, "I'll tell you one." Here our indisputably remarkable boy gave himself a hug, and laughed again, musically, at the idea of his coming out in that new line. Then he once more took the fire into the same sort of confidence as before, and began. "Once upon a time, when pigs drank wine, and monkeys chewed tobacco, 'twas neither in your time nor mine, but that's no matter." "Bless the child!" cried my esteemed friend. "What's amiss with his brain?" "It's poetry, Gran," returned Jimmy, shouting with laughter. "We always begin stories that way at school." "Gave me quite a turn, Major," said my esteemed friend, fanning herself with a plate. "Thought he was light-headed. In those remarkable times, Gran and godfather, there was once a boy. Not me, you know." "No, no," says my respected friend. "Not you, not him, Major, you understand." "No, no," says I. "And he went to school in Rutlandshire." "Why not Lincolnshire?" says my respected friend. "Why not, you dear old Gran? Because I go to school in Lincolnshire, don't I?" "Ah, to be sure," says my respected friend. "And it's not Jimmy, you understand, Major?" "No, no," says I. "Well," our boy proceeded, hugging himself comfortably, and laughing merrily, again in confidence with the fire, before he again looked up in Mrs. Lirriper's face. "And so he was tremendously in love with his schoolmaster's daughter, and she was the most beautiful creature that ever was seen, and she had brown eyes, and she had brown hair all curling beautifully, and she had a delicious voice, and she was delicious altogether, and her name was Seraphina." "What's the name of your schoolmaster's daughter, Jimmy?" asked my respected friend. "Polly," replied Jimmy, pointing his forefinger at her. "There now, caught you, ha ha ha!" When he and my respected friend had had a laugh and a hug together, our admittedly remarkable boy resumed with a great relish.
Well, and so he loved her, and so he thought about her, and dreamed about her, and made her presents of oranges and nuts, and would have made her presents of pearls and diamonds if he could have afforded it out of his pocket money, but he couldn't. And so her father, oh, he was a Tartar, keeping the boys up to the mark, holding examinations once a month, lecturing upon all sorts of subjects at all sorts of times, and knowing everything in the world out of book. And so this boy— had he any name?
Asked my respected friend.
No, he hadn't, Gran. Ha ha ha! There now, caught you again.
After this they had another laugh, and another hug, and then our boy went on.
Well, and so this boy, he had a friend about as old as himself at the same school, and his name, for he had a name, as it happened, was, let me remember, was Bobbo. Not Bob,
says my respected friend.
Of course not,
says Jimmy.
What made you think it was, Gran? Well, and so this friend was the cleverest and bravest and best looking and most generous of all the friends that ever were, and so he was in love with Seraphina's sister, and so Seraphina's sister was in love with him, and so they all grew up. Bless us,
says my respected friend.
They were all very sudden about it. So they all grew up,
our boy repeated, laughing heartily.
And Bobbo and this boy went away together on horseback to seek their fortunes, and they partly got their horses by favour, and partly in a bargain, that is to say, they had saved up between them 7 and 4pence, and the 2 horses, being Arabs, were worth more, only the man said he would take that to favour them. Well, and so they made their fortunes, and came prancing back to the school with their pockets full of gold, enough to last for ever. And so they rang at the parents' and visitors' bell, not the back gate, and when the bell was answered they proclaimed, "The same as if it was scarlet fever, every boy goes home for an indefinite period." And then there was great hurrahing, and then they kissed Seraphina and her sister, each his own love, and not the others on any account, and then they ordered the Tartar into instant confinement. Poor man,
said my respected friend.
Into instant confinement, Gran,
repeated Jimmy, trying to look severe and roaring with laughter.
And he was to have nothing to eat but the boys' dinners, and was to drink half a cask of their beer every day. And so then the preparations were made for the 2 weddings, and there were hampers, and potted things, and sweet things, and nuts, and postage stamps, and all manner of things, and so they were so jolly that they let the Tartar out, and he was jolly too. I'm glad they let him out,
says my respected friend,
because he had only done his duty. Oh, but hadn't he overdone it though?
cried Jimmy.
Well, and so then this boy mounted his horse, with his bride in his arms, and cantered away, and cantered on, till he came to a certain place, where he had a certain gran, and a certain godfather. Not you two, you know.
No, no, we both said.
And there he was received with great rejoicings, and he filled the cupboard and the bookcase with gold, and he showered it out on his gran and his godfather, because they were the 2 kindest and dearest people that ever lived in this world. And so while they were sitting up to their knees in gold, a knocking was heard at the street door, and who should it be but Bobbo, also on horseback, with his bride in his arms, and what had he come to say but that he would take at double rent all the lodgings for ever that were not wanted by this boy and this gran and this godfather, and that they would all live together and all be happy. And so they were, and so it never ended. And was there no quarrelling?
Asked my respected friend, as Jimmy sat in her lap and hugged her.
No, nobody ever quarrelled. And did the money never melt away? No, no one could ever spend it all. And did none of them ever grow older? No, no one ever grew older after that. And did none of them ever die? Oh, no, 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 Gran,
exclaimed our dear boy, laying his cheek upon her breast and drawing her closer to him.
Nobody ever died. Ah, Major, Major,
says my respected friend, smiling benignly upon me.
This beats our stories. Let us end with the boy's story, Major, for the boy's story is the best that is ever told.
In submission to which request on the part of the best of women, I have here noted it down as faithfully as my best abilities, coupled with my best intentions, would admit, subscribing it with my name. J. Jackman, The Parlours, Mrs. Lirriper's Lodgings. End of Mrs. Lirriper's Lodgings by Charles Dickens.
Down with the Tide. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Green. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 4. Down with the Tide by Charles Dickens. A very dark night it was, and bitter cold, the east wind blowing bleak, and bringing with it stinging particles from marsh and moor and fen, from the great desert and old Egypt, maybe. Some of the component parts of the sharp-edged vapour that came flying up the Thames at London might be mummy dust, dry atoms from the temple at Jerusalem, camels' footprints, crocodiles' hatching places, loosened grains of expression from the visages of blunt-nosed sphinxes, waifs and strays from caravans of turbaned merchants, vegetation from jungles, frozen snow from the Himalayas. Oh, it was very, very dark upon the Thames, and it was bitter, bitter cold. "And yet," said the voice within the great pea-coat at my side, "you'll have seen a good many rivers too, I dare say." "Truly," said I, "when I come to think of it, not a few, from the Niagara downward to the mountain rivers of Italy, which are like the national spirit, very tame or chafing suddenly and bursting bounds, only to dwindle away again. The Moselle, and the Rhine, and the Rhone, and the Seine, and the Saône, and the St. Lawrence, Mississippi, and Ohio, the Tiber, the Po, and the Arno, and the—" Peacoat coughing, as if he had had enough of that, I said no more. I could have carried the catalogue on to a teasing length, though, if I had been in the cruel mind. "And after all," says he, "this looks so dismal?" "So awful," I returned, "at night. The Seine at Paris is very gloomy too, at such time, and is probably the scene of far more crime and greater wickedness, but this river looks so broad and vast, so murky and silent, seems such an image of death in the midst of the great city's life, that—" That Peacoat coughed again. He could not stand my holding forth. We were in a four-oared Thames police galley, lying on our oars in the deep shadow of Southwark Bridge, under the corner arch on the Surrey side, having come down with the tide from Vauxhall. We were fain to hold on pretty tight, though, close inshore, for the river was swollen and the tide running down very strong. We were watching certain water-rats of human growth, and lay in the deep shade as quiet as mice, our light hidden and our scraps of conversation carried on in whispers. Above us the massive iron girders of the arch were faintly visible, and below us its ponderous shadow seemed to sink down to the bottom of the stream. We had been lying here some half an hour, with our backs to the wind, it is true, but the wind, being in a determined temper, blew straight through us, and would not take the trouble to go round. I would have boarded a fire-ship to get into action, and mildly suggested as much to my friend P. "No doubt," says he, as patiently as possible, "but shore-going tactics wouldn't do with us. River thieves can always get rid of stolen property in a moment by dropping it overboard. We want to take them with the property, so we lurk about and come out upon 'em sharp. If they see us or hear us, over it goes." P's wisdom being indisputable, there was nothing for it but to sit there and be blown through for another half hour. The water-rats thinking it wise to abscond at the end of that time, without commission of felony, we shot out, disappointed with the tide. "Grim they look, don't they?" said P, seeing me glance over my shoulder at the lights upon the bridge, and downward at their long crooked reflections in the river. "Very," said I, "and make one think with a shudder of suicides. What a night for a dreadful leap from that parapet." "Aye, but Waterloo's the favourite bridge for making holes in the water from," returned P. "By the by, avast pulling, lads. Would you like to speak to Waterloo on the subject?" My face confessing a surprised desire to have some friendly conversation with Waterloo Bridge, and my friend P being the most obliging of men, we put about, pulled out of the force of the stream, and in place of going at great speed with the tide, began to strive against it, close inshore again. Every colour but black seemed to have departed from the world. The air was black, the water was black, the barges and hulks were black, the piles were black, the buildings were black, the shadows were only a deeper shade of black upon a black ground. Here and there a coal fire in an iron cresset blazed upon a wharf, but one knew that it too had been black a little while ago, and would be black again soon. Uncomfortable rushes of water suggestive of gurgling and drowning, ghostly rattlings of iron chains, dismal clankings of discordant engines formed the music that accompanied the dip of our oars and the rattling in the rowlocks. Even the noises had a black sound to me, as the trumpet sounded red to the blind man. Our dexterous boat's crew made nothing of the tide, and pulled us gallantly up to Waterloo Bridge. Here P. and I disembarked, passed under the black stone archway, and climbed the steep stone steps. Within a few feet of their summit, P. presented me to Waterloo, or an eminent toll-taker, representing that structure, muffled up to the eyes in a thick shawl, and amply great-coated and fur-capped. Waterloo received us with cordiality, and observed of the night that it was a searcher. He had been originally called the Strand Bridge, he informed us, but had received his present name at the suggestion of the proprietors, when Parliament had resolved to vote £300,000 for the erection of a monument in honour of the victory. Parliament took the hint, said Waterloo, with the least favour of misanthropy, and saved the money. Of course the late Duke of Wellington was the first passenger, and of course he paid his penny, and of course a noble lord preserved it evermore. The treadle and index at the toll-house, a most ingenious contrivance for rendering fraud impossible, were invented by Mr. Lethbridge, then property-man at Drury Lane Theatre. Was it suicide we wanted to know about? Said Waterloo. Ha! Well, he had seen a good deal of that work, he did assure us. He had prevented some. Why, one day a woman, poorish looking, came in between the hatch, slapped down a penny, and wanted to go on without the change. Waterloo suspected this, and says to his mate, "Give an eye to the gate," and bolted after her. She had got to the third seat between the piers, and was on the parapet, just a-going over, when he caught her and gave her in charge. At the police office next morning she said it was along of trouble and a bad husband. "Likely enough," observed Waterloo to P. and myself, as he adjusted his chin in his shawl. "There's a deal of trouble about, you see, and bad husbands too." Another time, a young woman at 12 o'clock in the open day got through, darted along, and before Waterloo could come near her, jumped upon the parapet and shot herself over sideways. Alarm given, watermen put off, lucky escape. Clothes buoyed her up. "This is where it is," said Waterloo. "If people jump off straight forward from the middle of the parapet of the bays of the bridge, they're seldom killed by drowning, but are smashed, poor things. That's what they are. They dash themselves upon the buttress of the bridge. But you jump off," said Waterloo to me, putting his forefinger to a buttonhole of my greatcoat. "You jump off from the side of the bay, and you'll tumble true into the stream under the arch. What you've got to do is mind how you jump in. There was poor Tom Steele from Dublin. Didn't dive, bless you. Didn't dive at all. Fell down so flat into the water that he broke his breastbone and lived 2 days." I asked Waterloo if there was a favourite side of his bridge for this dreadful purpose. He reflected and thought, yes, there was. He should say the Surrey side. 3 decent-looking men went through one day, soberly and quietly, and went on abreast for about a dozen yards, when the middle one, he sung out all of a sudden, "Here goes, Jack!" and was over in a minute. Body found? Well, Waterloo didn't rightly recollect about that. They were compositors, they were. He considered it astonishing how quick people were. Why, there was a cab came up one Boxing night with a young woman in it, who looked, according to Waterloo's opinion of her, a little worse for liquor. Very handsome she was, too, very handsome. She stopped the cab at the gate, and said she'd pay the cabman then, which she did, though there was a little hankering about the fare, because at first she didn't seem quite to know where she wanted to be drove to. However, she paid the man, and the toll too, and looking Waterloo in the face, he thought she knew him, don't you see, said, "I'll finish it somehow." Well, the cab went off, leaving Waterloo a little doubtful in his mind, and while it was going on at full speed, the young woman jumped out, never fell, hardly staggered, ran along the bridge pavement a little way, passing several people, and jumped over from the second opening. At the inquest it was given in evidence that she had been quarrelling at the hero of Waterloo, and it was brought in jealousy. One of the results of Waterloo's experience was that there was a deal of jealousy about. "Do we ever get madmen?" said Waterloo in answer to an inquiry of mine. "Well, we do get madmen, yes. We have had one or two escape from asylums, I suppose. One hadn't a halfpenny, and because I wouldn't let him through, he went back a little way, stooped down, took a run, and batted at the hatch like a ram. He smashed his hat, really, but his head didn't seem no worse, in my opinion, on account of his being wrong in it afore. Sometimes people haven't got a halfpenny. If they are really tired and poor, we give 'em one, and let 'em through. Other people will leave things. Pocket handkerchiefs, mostly. I have taken cravats and gloves, pocket knives, toothpicks, studs, shirt pins, rings, generally from young gents early in the morning, but handkerchiefs is the general thing." "Regular customers," says Waterloo. "Lord, yes, we have regular customers. One, such a worn-out, used-up old file as you could scarcely picture, comes from the Surrey side as regular as 10 o'clock at night comes, and goes over, I think, to some flash house on the Middlesex side. He comes back, he does, as regular as the clock strikes 3 in the morning, and then can hardly drag one of his old legs out of the other. He always turns down the water stairs, comes up again, and then goes on down the Waterloo Road. He always does the same thing, and never varies a minute. Does it every night, even Sundays." I asked Waterloo if he had given his mind to the possibility of this particular customer going down the water stairs at 3 o'clock some morning and never coming up again. He didn't think that of him, he replied. In fact, it was Waterloo's opinion, founded on his observation of that file, that he knowed a trick worth 2 of it. "There's another queer old customer," says Waterloo. "Comes over as punctual as the almanac, at 11 o'clock on the 6th of January, at 11 o'clock on the 5th of April, at 11 o'clock on 6th of July, at 11 o'clock on 10th of October. Drives a shaggy little rough pony in a sort of rattle-trap armchair sort of thing. White hair he has, and white whiskers, and muffles himself up with all manner of shawls. He comes back again in the same afternoon, and we never see more of him for 3 months. He's a captain in the Navy, retired, very old, very odd, and served with Lord Nelson. He is particular about drawing his pension at Somerset House afore the clock strikes 12 every quarter. I have heard say that he thinks it wouldn't be according to the Act of Parliament if he didn't draw it afore 12. Having related these anecdotes in a natural manner, which was the best warranty in the world for their genuine nature, our friend Waterloo was sinking deep into his shawl again, as having exhausted his communicative powers and taken in enough east wind, when my other friend P in a moment brought him to the surface by asking whether he had not been occasionally the subject of assault and battery in the execution of his duty. Waterloo, recovering his spirits, instantly dashed into a new branch of his subject. We learned how both these teeth, here he pointed to the places where 2 front teeth were not, were knocked out by an ugly customer, who one night made a dash at him, Waterloo, while his, the ugly customer's, pal, and coadjutor made a dash at the toll-taking apron where the money pockets were. How Waterloo, letting the teeth go, to blazes, he observed indefinitely, grappled with the apron seizer, permitting the ugly one to run away, and how he saved the bank and captured his man, and consigned him to fine and imprisonment. And how on another night a cove laid hold of Waterloo, then presiding in the horse-gate of his bridge, and threw him unceremoniously over his knee, having first cut his head open with his whip. How Waterloo got right, and started after the cove all down the Waterloo Road, through Stamford Street and round to the foot of Blackfriars Bridge, where the cove cut into a public house. How Waterloo cut in two, but how an aider and abettor of the coves, who happened to be taking a promiscuous drain at the bar, stopped Waterloo, and the cove cut out again, ran across the road down Holland Street, and where not, and into a beer shop. How Waterloo, breaking away from his detainer, was close upon the cove's heels, attended by no end of people, who, seeing him running with the blood streaming down his face, thought something worse was up, and roared fire and murder on the hopeful chance of the matter in hand being one or both. How the cove was ignominiously taken in a shed where he had run to hide, and how at the police court they at first wanted to make a sessions job of it. But eventually Waterloo was allowed to be spoke to, and the cove made it square with Waterloo by paying his doctor's bill. W was laid up for a week, and giving him 3.10. Likewise we learnt what we had faintly suspected before, that your sporting amateur on the Derby day, albeit a captain, can be, if he be, as Captain Bobadil observes, so generously minded, anything but a man of honour and gentleman, not sufficiently gratifying his nice sense of humour by the witty scattering of flour and rotten eggs on obtuse civilians, but requiring the further excitement of bilking the toll, and pitching into Waterloo, and cutting him about the head with his whip, finally being, when called upon to answer for the assault, what Waterloo described as minus, or, as I humbly conceived it, not to be found. Likewise did Waterloo inform us, in reply to my inquiries, admiringly and deferentially preferred through my friend P, that the takings at the bridge had more than doubled in amount since the reduction of the toll 1/2. And being asked if the aforesaid takings included much bad money, Waterloo responded with a look far deeper than the deepest part of the river. He should think not, and so retired into his shawl for the rest of the night. Then did P and I once more embark in our 4-oared galley, and glide swiftly down the river with the tide. And while the shrewd east rasped and notched us, as with jagged razors, did my friend P impart to me confidences of interest relating to the Thames Police. We, between whiles, finding duty boats hanging in dark corners under banks like weeds, our own was a supervision boat, and they, as they reported, all right, flashing their hidden light on us, and we flashing ours on them. These duty boats had one sitter in each, an inspector, and were rowed randan, which, for the information of those who never graduated, as I was once proud to do, under the fireman waterman and winner of Keane's prize wherry, who, in the course of his tuition, took hundreds of gallons of rum and egg, at my expense, at the various houses of note above and below bridge, not by any means because he liked it, but to cure a weakness in his liver, for which the faculty had particularly recommended it, may be explained as rowed by 3 men, 2 pulling an oar each, and 1 a pair of sculls. Thus, floating down our black highway, sullenly frowned upon by the knitted brows of Blackfriars, Southwark, and London, each in his lowering turn, I was shown by my friend P that there are, in the Thames Police Force, whose district extends from Battersea to Barking Creek, 98 men, 8 duty boats, and 2 supervision boats, and that these go about so silently, and lie in wait in such dark places, and so seem to be nowhere, and so may be anywhere, that they have gradually become a police of prevention, keeping the river almost clear of any great crimes, even while the increased vigilance on shore has made it much harder than of yore to live by thieving in the streets. And as to the various kinds of water thieves, said my friend P, there were the tier rangers, who silently dropped alongside the tiers of shipping in the Pool by night, and who, going to the companion head, listened for 2 snores, snore number 1 the skipper's, snore number 2 the mate's, mates and skippers always snoring great guns, and being dead sure to be hard at it if they had turned in and were asleep. Hearing the double fire, down went the rangers into the skippers' cabins, groped for the skippers' inexpressibles, which it was the custom of those gentlemen to shake off, watch, money, braces, boots, and all together on the floor, and therewith made off as silently as might be. Then there were the lumpers, or labourers, employed to unload vessels. They wore loose canvas jackets with a broad hem at the bottom turned inside, so as to form a large circular pocket, in which they could conceal, like clowns in pantomimes, packages of surprising sizes. A great deal of property was stolen in this manner, P confided to me, from steamers. First, because steamers carry a larger number of small packages than other ships. Next, because of the extreme rapidity with which they are obliged to be unladen for their return voyages. The lumpers dispose of their booty easily to marine store dealers, and the only remedy to be suggested is that marine store shops should be licensed, and thus brought under the eye of the police as rigidly as public houses. Lumpers also smuggle goods ashore for the crews of vessels. The smuggling of tobacco is so considerable that it is well worth the while of the sellers of smuggled tobacco to use hydraulic presses to squeeze a single pound into a package small enough to be contained in an ordinary pocket. Next, said my friend P, there were the truckers, less thieves than smugglers, whose business it was to land more considerable parcels of goods than the lumpers could manage. They sometimes sold articles of grocery and so forth to the crews in order to cloak their real calling and get aboard without suspicion. Many of them had boats of their own and made money. Besides these, There were the dredger men, who, under pretence of dredging up coals and such like from the bottom of the river, hung about barges and other undecked craft, and when they saw an opportunity threw any property they could lay their hands on overboard, in order to slyly dredge it up when the vessel was gone. Sometimes they dexterously used their dredges to whip away anything that might lie within reach. Some of them were mighty neat at this, and the accomplishment was called dry dredging. Then there was a vast deal of property, such as copper nails, sheathing, hardwood, etc., habitually bought away by shipwrights and other workmen from their employers' yards and disposed of to marine store dealers, many of whom escaped detection through hard swearing and their extraordinary artful ways of accounting for the possession of stolen property. Likewise there were special pleading practitioners for whom barges drifted away on their own selves, they having no hand in it except first cutting them loose and afterwards plundering them, innocents meaning no harm, who had the misfortune to observe those foundlings wandering about the Thames. We were now going in and out with little noise and great nicety among the tiers of shipping, whose many hulls, lying close together, rose out of the water like black streets. Here and there a Scotch, an Irish, or a foreign steamer, getting up her steam as the tide made, looked with her great chimney and high sides like a quiet factory among the common buildings. Now the streets opened into clearer spaces, now contracted into alleys, but the tiers were so like houses in the dark that I could almost have believed myself in the narrower byways of Venice. Everything was wonderfully still, for it wanted full 3 hours of flood, and nothing seemed awake but a dog here and there. So we took no tier rangers captive, nor any lumpers, nor truckers, nor dredgermen, nor other evil-disposed person or persons, but went ashore at Wapping, where the old Thames Police Office is now a station house, and where the old court, with its cabin windows looking on the river, is a quaint charge room, with nothing worse in it usually than a stuffed cat in a glass case, and a portrait, pleasant to behold, of a rare old Thames police officer, Mr. Superintendent Evans, now succeeded by his son. We looked over the charge books, admirably kept, and found the prevention so good that there were not 500 entries, including drunken and disorderly, in a whole year. Then we looked into the storeroom, where there was an oakum smell, and a nautical seasoning of dreadnought clothing, rope yarn, boat hooks, sculls and oars, spare stretchers, rudders, pistols, cutlasses, and the like. Then into the cell, aired high up in the wooden wall through an opening like a kitchen plate rack, wherein there was a drunken man, not at all warm, and very wishful to know if it were morning yet. Then into a better sort of watch and ward room, where there was a squadron of stone bottles drawn up, ready to be filled with hot water, and applied to any unfortunate creature who might be brought in apparently drowned. Finally we shook hands with our worthy friend P, and ran all the way to Tower Hill, under strong police suspicion occasionally, before we got warm. End of Down with the Tide.
Proposals for Amusing Posterity, from Household Words, Volume 6, Number 151. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Van Eersel. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 4. Proposals for Amusing Posterity, from Household Words, Volume 6, Number 151, by Charles Dickens. Posterity, that ancient personage, yet unborn, is at times a topic of much speculation with me. I consider him in a variety of lights, and represent him to myself in many odd humours, but principally in those with which he is likely to regard the present age. I am particularly fond of inquiring whether we contribute our share towards the entertainment and diversion of the old gentleman. It is important that we should, for all work and no play would make even posterity a dull boy. And good heaven, to think of the amount of work you will have to get through. Only to read all those books, to contemplate all those pictures and statues, and to listen to all that music, so generously bequeathed to him by crowds of admiring legatees through many generations, will be no slight labour. I doubt if even the poetry written expressly for his perusal would not be sufficient to addle any other head. The prodigious spaces of time that his levees will occupy are overwhelming to think of, for how else can he ever receive those hosts of ladies and gentlemen who have been resolved and determined to go down to him? Then the numbers of ingenious inventions he will have to test, prove, and adopt, from the perpetual motion to the long range, will necessarily consume some of the best years of his life. In hearing appeals, though the claims of the appellants will be in every case as clear as crystal, it will be necessary for him to sit as long as 20 chancellors, though each sat on the woolsack 20 years. The mere rejection of those swindlers in the various arts and sciences who basely witnessed any appreciation of their works, and the folding to his bosom of those worthies whom mankind were in a combination to discard, will take time. It is clear that it is reserved for posterity to be, in respect of his labours, immeasurably more than the Hercules of the future. Hence, it is but moderately considerate to have an eye to the amusement of this industrious person. If he must be so overworked, let us at least do something to entertain him, something even over and above those books of poetry and prose, those pictures and statues, and that music, for which he will have an unbound relish, but perhaps a relish, so I venture to conceive, of a pensive rather than an exhilarating kind. These are my reflections when I consider the present time with reference to posterity. I am sorry to say that I don't think we do enough to make him smile. It appears to me that we might tickle him a little more. I will suggest one or two odd notions, somewhat far-fetched and fantastic, I allow, but they may serve the purpose of the kind of practical humour that might seem droll to posterity. If we had had, in this time of ours, two great commanders, say one by land and one by sea, one dying in battle, or what was left of him, for we will suppose him to have lost an arm and an eye or so before, and one living to old age, it might be a jest for posterity if we choked our towns with bad statues to one of the two, and utterly abandoned and deserted the memory of the other. We might improve on this conceit. If we laid those two imaginary great men side by side in St. Paul's Cathedral, and then laid side by side in the advertising columns of our public newspapers two appeals respecting two memorials, one to each of them, and if we so carried on the joke as that the memorial to the one should be enormously rich, and the memorial to the other miserably poor, as that the subscriptions to the one should include the names of 3/4 of the grandees of the land, and the subscriptions to the other but a beggarly account of rank and file, as that the one should leap with ease into a magnificent endowment, and the other crawl and stagger as a pauper provision for a dead admiral's daughter. If we could only bring the joke, as Othello says, to this extent, no more. I think it might amuse posterity a good deal. The mention of grandees brings me to my next proposal. It would involve a change in the present mode of bestowing public honours and titles in England, but encouraged by the many examples we have before us of disinterested magnanimity in favour of posterity, we might perhaps be animated to try it. I will assume that among the books in that very large library, for the most part quite unknown at the present benighted time, which will infallibly become the rich inheritance of posterity, there will be found a history of England. From that record, posterity will learn the origin of many noble families and noble titles. Now the jest I have in my mind is this. If we could so arrange matters as that the privileged class should be always with great jealousy preserved, and hedged round by a barrier of buckram, and a board of green cloth, which only a few generals, a few great capitalists, and a few lawyers should be allowed to scale, the latter not in a very creditable manner, until within the last few generations, as our amiable friend posterity will find, when he looks back for the date at which chief justices and puisne judges began to be men of undoubted freedom, honour, and independence. If such privileged class were always watched and warded and limited and fended off in the manner of hundreds of years ago, and never adapted to the altered circumstances of the time, and if it were in practice set up and maintained as having been from Genesis thenceforward, endowed with a superior natural instinct for noble ruling and governing and cabinet-making, as triumphantly shown in the excellent condition of the whole machinery of government, of every public office, every dockyard, every ship, every diplomatic relation, and particularly every colony. I think there would be a self-evident pleasantry in this that would make posterity chuckle. The present British practice being, as we all know, widely different, we should have many changes to make before we could hand down this amusing state of things. For example, it would be necessary to limit the great general vaccination dukedom and endowment, at present so worthily represented in the House of Lords, by the noble and scientific Duke, who will no doubt be called upon, some day or another, to advise Her Majesty in the formation of a ministry. The watt or steam engine peerage would also require to be gradually abolished. So would the Iron Road earldom, the Tubular Bridge baronetcy, the Faraday Order of Merit, the Electric Telegraph Garter, the titles at present held by distinguished writers on literary grounds alone, and the similar titles held by painters, though it might point the joke to make a few academicians equal in rank to an alderman. But the great practical joke once played off, of entirely separating the ennobled class from the various orders of men who attain to social distinction by making their country happier, better, and more illustrious among nations, we might be comfortably sure, as it seems to me, and as I now humbly submit, of having done something to amuse posterity. Another thing strikes me. Our venerable friend will find in that English history of his, that, in comparatively barbarous times, when the crown was poor, it did anything for money, commuted murder, or anything else, and that partly of this desperate itching for gold, and partially of partial laws in favour of the feudal rich, a most absurd obsolete punishment called punishment by fine had its birth. Now it appears to me, always having an eye on the entertainment of posterity, that if while we proclaimed the law to be equal against all offenders, we would only preserve this obsolete punishment by fine, of course, no punishment whatever to those who have money, say in a very bad class of cases such as gross assaults, we should certainly put posterity on the broad grin. Why, we might then even come to this. A captain might be brought up to a police office, charged with caning a young woman for an absolutely diabolical reason. And the offence being proved, the captain might, as a great example of the equality of law, but by no fault in the magistrate, he having no alternative, be fined 50 shillings, and might take a full purse from his pocket, and offer, if that were all, to make it pounds. And what a joke that would be for posterity! To be done in the face of day, in the first city upon earth, in the year 1853. Or, we might have our laws regarding this same offensive assault in such a facetious state as to empower a workhouse nurse within 2 hours' walk of the capital, slowly to torture a child with fire, and afterwards to walk off from the law's presence scot-free of all pains and penalties, but a fortnight's imprisonment. And we might so carry out this joke to the uttermost, as that the forlorn child should happily die and rot, and the barbarous nurse be then committed for trial, her horrible offence being legally measured by that one result or its absence, and not by the agony it caused, and the awful cruelty it showed. And all this time, to make the pleasantry the greater, we might have all manner of watchtowers, measurements as near as possible of the altitude of the Tower of Babel when it was overthrown, erected in all parts of the kingdom, with all sorts and conditions of men and women perched on platforms thereupon, looking out for any grievance afar off, east, west, north, and south, night and day. So should that tender nurse return, gin solaced, to her ministration upon babies. Imagine the dear matron's antecedents, all ye mothers. And so should posterity be made to laugh, though bitterly. Indeed, I think posterity would have such an indifferent appreciation of this last joke, on account of its intensely practical character, that it might require another to relieve it. And I would suggest that if a body of gentlemen possessing their full phrenological share of the combative and antagonistic organs could only be induced to form themselves into a society for declaiming about peace, with a very considerable war-whoop against all non-declaimers, and if they could only be prevailed upon to sum up eloquently the many unspeakable miseries and horrors of war, and to present them to their own country as a conclusive reason for its being undefended against war, and becoming the prey of the first despot who might choose to inflict those miseries and horrors upon it, why then I really believe we should have got to the very best joke we could hope to have in our whole complete jest book for posterity, and might fold our arms and rest convinced that we had done enough for that discerning patriarch's amusement. End of proposals for amusing posterity from Household Words, Volume 6, number 151. Recording by Thomas van Eersel.
Child's Hymn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carol Box. 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 4. Child's Hymn by Charles Dickens. Hear my prayer, O Heavenly Father, ere I lay me down to sleep. Bid thy angels pure and holy round my bed their vigil keep. My sins are heavy, but thy mercy far outweighs them every one. Down before thy cross I cast them, trusting in thy help alone. Keep me through this night of peril, underneath its boundless shade. Take me to thy rest, I pray thee, when my pilgrimage is made. None shall measure out thy patience by the span of human thought, none shall bound the tender mercies which thy holy Son has bought. Pardon all my past transgressions, give me strength for days to come, guide and guard me with thy blessing, till thy angels bid me home. End of Child's Hymn. Recording by Carol Box, Surrey, England.
Letters from Dickens to his sub-editor, W.H. Wills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 4. Letters from Dickens to his sub-editor, W.H. Wills, 1858. From Charles Dickens as editor. 1858. Hitherto Dickens had given readings either for a charity or for some other public purpose. This year he decided to read for his own profit. With the assistance of Mr. Arthur Smith as his business manager, he planned and carried out a tour through England, Scotland, and Ireland, which began on August 2nd and ended on November 10th. Gad's Hill Place, Higham by Rochester, Kent. Monday, 9th of August, 1858. H.W. My dear Wills, I was at the office on Saturday at noon, but did not expect to find you there. Send me a proof of the next number you make up. I must put a new name to Charles Collins's story. Footnote: Her Face. Household Words, August 28th. I hope Mrs. Gaskell will not stop, for more than a week at all events. Footnote: Mrs. Gaskell's My Lady Ludlow was appearing in Household Words. I am very glad to hear from Wilkie that he is at work again. I have done exceedingly well, I think, so far. It is out of season at Clifton, and half the houses are shut up. The yacht squadron, too, was gone from Plymouth to Cherbourg, and there were races at Plymouth and public balls. Nevertheless, we took nearly £400 last week. Exeter was tremendous. You never saw such a reception, and we might have stayed there a week. The first night at Plymouth, very wet, not good. The next morning, great talk about it spreading in the town. Admirable. That night, greater talk about it spreading in the town. Enormous. Similarly at Clifton, there was a very great increase of numbers on the second night, and the local magnate said, now they know what it is, Mr. Dickens might stay a month and always have a cram. Contrary to my impression of these Western people, I have never seen a finer or more subtly apprehensive audience than at Exeter. Nor did I ever know the minutest touches in Little Dombey go better in London than at Plymouth. As to the boots at Plymouth, the people gave themselves up altogether. Generals, mayors, and shillings equally, to a perfect transport of enjoyment of him and the two children. Arthur shall have the packet to-morrow morning, when we start for Worcester, that I received from you this morning. I have no printed lists of my tour here, but will send Miss Coutts one straight. I think that's all at present. Ever faithfully, C.D. Adelphi Hotel, Liverpool, Saturday, 21st August 1858. My dear Wills, I sent this to Sheffield at a flying venture. The Liverpool audience has been altogether different from our theatrical experience of it. Quite as good as St. Martin's Hall. A great call every night, every point taken. The nicest and finest bits in Little Dombey, hitting like chain shot. Last night we had the greatest house, both in numbers and money, we have ever had, London included. There were 2,300 and 200 guineas. The turn-away from the shilling part was very large. On each of the two previous nights we had 100 guineas, and if the day should keep moderately fine, we expect a very good afternoon to-day at 3. The crossing to Ireland to-night is not likely to be very agreeable, for it has been exceedingly squally these last 2 days. I observe in H.W. that running the gauntlet, an article with good stuff in it, has been very badly looked over. That is constantly put for who, which is a great vulgarity. Such an expression, too, as vowed him revenge, is extremely bad. Footnote: The Last Victim of the Gauntlet, by von Goetznitz. Household Words, August the 21st. Wilkie's paper very funny, just what we want. Footnote: The Unknown Public. Household Words, August the 21st. With kind regards to Mrs. Wills, and all kinds of remembrances from Arthur. Ever faithfully, C.D. P.S. As new places are constantly proposing themselves to be brought into the tour, I have arranged with Arthur that it shall now be wound up, so that I may be able to get to work in London on the 15th of November, with a view to the Christmas number. I will talk over my idea with Wilkie, and ascertain if he feels up to it. If he should not, when I expound it to him, then perhaps it might be best to have a round of stories. But nous verrons. Footnote: A house to let, containing 1 contribution by Dickens, 2 by Collins, and 1 by Dickens and Collins jointly. Royal Hotel, Limerick, Thursday, 2nd September 1858. My dear Wills, I purpose being at the office next Tuesday afternoon, before starting again. I hope to be at Tavistock House at noon on Saturday, and to start for Gad's Hill on Sunday forenoon. Belfast and Cork as great successes as Dublin. Fancy, at Cork, by no means a large place, more than 1,000 stalls being engaged for the 3 readings. I made last week clear profit £340, and have made in the month of August a profit of 1,000 guineas. This after paying our expenses back to London and half-way to Huddersfield. Pretty well, I think. This is the oddest place, of which nobody in any other part of Ireland seems to know anything. Nobody could answer a single question we asked about it. There is no large room, and I read in the theatre, a charming theatre, the best I ever saw to see and hear in. Arthur says that when he opened the doors last night there was a rush of 3 ducks. We expect a pig to-night. We had only £40, but they seemed to think that amazing. If the 2 nights bring £100, it will be as much as we expected. I am bound to say that they are an admirable audience, as hearty and demonstrative as it is possible to be. It is a very odd place in its lower order aspects, and I'm very glad we came, though we could have made heaps of money by going to Dublin instead. Arthur sends you his kindest regard. He has been nearly torn to pieces in the shilling rushes, and has been so flattened against the walls that he is only now beginning to come round again. My kindest remembrance to Mrs. Wills. Ever cordially, C.D. Station Hotel, Newcastle, Friday afternoon, 24th September 1858. My dear Wills, I return the cheque duly signed. I have just now walked over here from Sunderland, 1 o'clock, and have barely had time to look at the room. It is new since we acted here, large, and capable of holding a good deal of money. I hope it will have a good deal to hold to-night and to-morrow. The let is a very good one, and we expect a large take in payment at the doors. You will be amazed to hear that we reaped very little profit at Sunderland last night. I read in a very beautiful new theatre, and it looked a fine house, but it was not fine enough to pay well. 500,000 of money belonging to Sunderland alone was lost in the last bank smash there, and the town has never held up its head since, they say. I suppose the people who were there had either not lost any money or had found it again. I never beheld such a rapturous audience, and they and the stage together, which I never can resist, made me do such a vast number of new things in the carol, that Arthur and our men stood in amazement at the wing, and roared and stamped as if it were an entirely new book, topping all the others. You must come to some good place and hear the carol. I think you will hardly know it again. Little Darlington, in a mouldy old assembly room without a lamp, abutting on the street, so that I passed it a dozen times and looked for it when I went down to read, covered itself with glory. All sorts of people came in from outlying places, and the town was drunk with the carol far into the night. At Durham we had a capital audience too, led by the Dean and Chapter, and humbly followed up by Mayor and local bores. But the hall not large enough, and the city not large enough for such a purpose as your friends. So we are working our way further north. I walked from Durham to Sunderland, and made a little fanciful photograph in my mind of Pitt country, which will come well into H.W. one day. I couldn't help looking upon my mind as I was doing it as a sort of capitally prepared and highly sensitive plate, and I said, without the least conceit, as Watkins might have said of a plate of his, "It really is a pleasure to work with you. You receive the impression so nicely." I mark this note immediate because I forgot to mention that I particularly wish you to look well to Wilkie's article about the Wigan schoolmaster, and not to leave anything in it that may be sweeping and unnecessarily offensive to the middle class. He has always a tendency to overdo that, and such a subject gives him a fresh temptation. Don't be afraid of the truth in the least, but don't be unjust. Footnote: highly proper. Household Words, October 2nd, 1858. The article protested against the conduct of a schoolmaster who had refused to keep Mr. Alfred Wigan's son at his school, on the ground that Mr. Wigan was an actor. Arthur sends kindest regards. Give my love to Mrs. Wills. I hope my wholesome influence lasts. Ever faithfully, Charles Dickens. Tavistock House, Tavistock Square, London, W.C. That is to say, Dundee, Saturday, 2nd October, 1858. My dear Wills, pray, 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 don't have poems, unless they are good. We are immeasurably better without them. Beyond is really beyond anything I ever saw in utter badness. You instructed Payne and White that no storyteller must have been a lodger in the house. I don't understand that at all. A lodger may give variety to the thing, and cannot possibly, that I see, weaken the carrying out of the idea. Footnote: an allusion to the Christmas number, A House to Let. Neither Payne nor White, however, contributed to it. To Wilkie's queries I reply: 1. I think I had best write the framework in the first person, unless I should think of any new and odd way of doing it. I will certainly avoid the plain third person, in which the stories will be narrated. 2. I am not clear about following up the old materials, and making them doomed and destructive. I think it would end the thing with unseasonable grimness. If I could build them into a good school, or infirmary, or child's hospital, or something of that sort, it might be a more pleasant end, and a working round of the thing to something brighter. 3. If I were Wilkie, unless I got an idea which would not admit of it, I would certainly make the story of some people who kept the house the story. Indeed, I supposed that to have been understood. There was certainly in Edinburgh a coldness beforehand about the readings. I mention it to let you know that I consider the triumph there by far the greatest I have made. The city was taken by storm and carried. The chimes shook it. Little Dombey blew it up. On the last 2 nights the crowd was immense, and the turnaway enormous. Everywhere nothing was heard but praises. Nowhere more than at Blackwood's shop, where there certainly was no predisposition to praise. It was a brilliant victory, and could have been represented in no mere money whatever. My profit there was £200. My profit at Newcastle £170. The room in the latter place very large. My profit in September is £900. No doubt in reason this sum will have passed £1,000 before I begin the next 1,000 in Glasgow. The Carol will be read one night at Birmingham and at Nottingham. Those are the places nearest to your hand, I think. My love to Mrs. Wills, in which the girls unite. They were delighted with Edinburgh, and saw it and all about it on beautiful days. Payne went with us to Hawthornden, and we laughed all day. Conceive his telling me that Miss Martineau once told him and a certain Lake doctor, face to face, that the reason why the Times succeeded with their foreign correspondence was because they kept a clairvoyante to do it. You may observe, says she, that the Daily News is rapidly improving in that particular. Why? Because they have lately engaged a clairvoyante too. With which large button of arrogant conceit from the head and front of a strait waistcoat, I beg to subscribe myself, ever anti-politico-economically and anti-demorganically, and the like, C.D. Hen and Chickens Hotel, Birmingham, Monday night, 18th October, 1858. My dear Wills, I forgot 3 things in my hurried note of to-day from London. 1. After the small port Monte Cristo, which is very whimsical and good, I think the great Dunkirk failure may go in. It should be in the next number you make up. Let me see the proof of any other printed paper by him. A very little erasure here and there makes a considerable difference in his case. Footnote by Charles Collins, Household Words, October the 16th and October the 30th. 2. When you come to advertise in H.W. my readings for November, put, and keep as long as the advertisement stands, this line, after Brighton 13th of November, in small caps, in a line by itself, which will terminate the series of readings. 3. The Carol is not read here. It is read at Nottingham on Thursday and at Manchester on Saturday. Oh, a very, very wet night. Ever faithfully, C.D. Royal Hotel, Derby, Friday, 22nd October, 1858. My dear Wills, if you look at the passage in Macready's letter which refers to Mrs. Meredith, you will see what I mean when I ask you if you will write to him and inquire whether he will receive the money for the paper, or what is to be done with it, telling him at the same time how much the sum is. Was she paid for her former paper or papers? That passage in her note looks to me as if she had never been paid. Immense at Nottingham last night. Immense final night at Birmingham. Let very good here. I have a bad cold all over me. Ever faithfully, C.D. Wolverhampton, Wednesday, 3rd November, 1858. H.W. My dear Wills, you remember that at one of our audit meetings, I think the last, I suggested to Mr. Evans that we ought to have the vouchers for the payments made and charged as being made by their firm on account of H.W. It arose out of our speaking of paying for the paper in ready money. Mr. Evans replied to that we, the other proprietors in H.W., were not responsible for the paper. He said so with confidence, and I did not urge the point, though I had great doubts of his being legally right. I have now ascertained that we are legally responsible. Will you therefore let Mr. Evans know that at the audit of next week we wish to have produced to us the vouchers for their payments on account of Household Words. There can be no audit, I am assured, without such vouchers, except in the mere name. Pray do not fail to see to this. Ever faithfully, Charles Dickens. Swan, Wolverhampton, Wednesday, 3rd November 1858. My dear Wills, I enclose you the note that I think best calculated to be shown or sent by you to B and E on the voucher question. In reference to my own copyrights, you seem to have omitted by accident the most important question of all. It is whether I, being the largest proprietor in the books, can change the printer and publisher of them if I choose. On this the whole question of the extent of our power, and the manner of its exercise, depends. There is no sub-agreement whatever as to printing and publishing. Now, will you again see Ouvry on this vital question, which absolutely governs our proceeding as to Household Words, and communicate his opinion on that point to Forster, along with his opinion on the other points. I cannot consult with Forster to any purpose until we know exactly how we stand on this head. As to Wilkie's paper, I see no necessity whatever for altering Fauntleroy's name, but I wouldn't use it in the title. I would call it A Paradoxical Experience, or A Curiosity of Life, or something like that. I purpose being at the office at 1 on Friday. Little Leamington came out amazingly yesterday. We took £130 and turned away many hundreds of people. We have 200 stalls let here for to-night, which, considering the size of the town, is unusually large. And I think that's all I have to say at present. Ever faithfully, C.D. End of Letters from Dickens to his Sub-Editor, W.H. Wills, 1858. From Charles Dickens as Editor.
Fire and Snow, from Household Words, Volume 8, Number 200. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 4. Fire and Snow, by Charles Dickens. Can this be the region of cinders and coal dust, which we have traversed before now divers times, both by night and by day, when the dirty wind rattled as it came against us, charged with fine particles of coal, and the natural colour of the earth and all its vegetation might have been black for anything our eyes could see to the contrary in a waste of many miles? Indeed, it is the same country, though it is so altered that on this present day, when the old year is near its last, the northeast wind blows white, and all the ground is white, pure white, insomuch that if our lives depended on our identifying a mound of ashes as we jar along this Birmingham and Wolverhampton railway, we could not find a handful. The sun shines brightly, though it is a cold, cold sun this piercing day. And when the Birmingham tunnel disgorges us into the frosty air, we find the pointsman housed in no mere box, but in a resplendent pavilion all bejewelled with dazzling icicles, the least a yard long. A radiant pointsman he should be, we think, invested by fairies with a dress of rainbow hues, and going round and round, in some gorgeously playful manner, on a gold and silver pivot. But he has changed neither his stout greatcoat, nor his stiff hat, nor his stiff attitude of watch. And as, like the ghostly dagger of Macbeth, he marshals us the way that we were going, we observe him to be a mortal with a red face, red in part from a seasonable joviality of spirit, and in part from frost and wind, with the encrusted snow dropping silently off his outstretched arm. Redder than ever are the very red brick little houses outside Birmingham, all staring at the railway in the snowy weather, like plethoric old men with white heads. Clean linen drying in yards seems ill washed against the intense white of the landscape. Far and near, the tall, tall chimneys look out over one another's shoulders for the swart ashes familiar to them, and can discern nothing but snow. Is this the smoke of other chimneys setting in so heavily from the northeast and overclouding the short brightness of the day? No. By the North Pole it is more snow. Making directly at us, and flying almost horizontally before the wind, it rushes against the train in a dark blast profusely speckled as it were with drifting white feathers. A sharp collision, though a harmless one. No wonder that the engine seems to have a fearful cold in his head. No wonder, with a deal of outdoor work in such a winter, that he is very hoarse and very short of breath, very much blown when we come to the next station, and very much given to weeping, snorting, and spitting all the time he stops. Which is short enough, for these little upstairs stations, at the tops of high arches, whence we almost look down the chimneys of scattered workshops, and quite inhale their smoke as it comes puffing at us, these little upstairs stations rarely seem to do much business anywhere, and just now are like suicidal heights to dive from into depths of snow. So away again over the moor, where the clanking serpents usually writhing above coal pits are dormant and whitened over, this being holiday time, but where those grave monsters, the blast furnaces, which cannot stoop to recreation, are awake and roaring. Now a smoky village, now a chimney, now a dormant serpent who seems to have been benumbed in the act of working his way for shelter into the lonely little engine house by the pit's mouth, now a pond with black specks sliding and skating, now a drift with similar specks half sunken in it throwing snowballs, now a cold white altar of snow with fire blazing on it, now a dreary open space of mound and fell, snowed smoothly over, and closed in at last by sullen cities of chimneys. Not altogether agreeable to think of crossing such a space without a guide, and being swallowed by a long abandoned, long forgotten shaft. Not even agreeable, in this undermined country, to think of half a dozen railway arches with the train upon them suddenly vanishing through the snow into the excavated depths of a coal forest. Snow, wind, ice, and Wolverhampton, all together. No carriage at the station, everything snowed up. So much the better. The Swan will take us under its warm wing, walking or riding. Where is the Swan's nest? In the market-place. So much the better yet, for it is market day, and there will be something to see from the Swan's nest. Up the streets of Wolverhampton, where the doctor's bright door-plate is dimmed as if old winter's breath were on it, and the lawyer's office window is appropriately misty, to the market-place, where we find a cheerful bustle and plenty of people, for the most part pretending not to like the snow, but liking it very much, as people generally do. The Swan is a bird of a good substantial brood, worthy to be a country cousin of the hospitable hen and chickens, whose company we have deserted for only a few hours, and with whom we shall roost again at Birmingham to-night. The Swan has bountiful coal country notions of firing, snug, homely rooms, cheerful windows looking down upon the clusters of snowy umbrellas in the market-place, and on the chaffering and chattering which is pleasantly hushed by the thick white down lying so deep and softly falling still. Neat, bright-eyed waitresses do the honours of the Swan. The Swan is confident about its soup, is troubled with no distrust concerning codfish, speaks the word of promise in relation to an enormous chine of roast beef, one of the dishes at the ironmaster's dinner, which will be disengaged at 4. The ironmaster's dinner! It has an imposing sound. We think of the ironmasters joking, drinking to their iron mistresses, clinking their glasses with a metallic ring, and comporting themselves at the festive board with the might of men who have mastered iron. Now for a walk. Not in the direction of the furnaces, which we will see to-night when darkness shall set off the fires, but in the country, with our faces towards Wales. Say, ye hoary finger-posts, whereon the name of picturesque old Shrewsbury is written in characters of frost, ye hedges lately bare that have burst into snowy foliage, ye glittering trees from which the wind blows sparkling dust, ye high drifts by the roadside, which are blue atop, where ye are seen opposed to the bright red and yellow of the horizon. Say, all of ye, is summer the only season for enjoyable walks? Answer, roguish crow, alighting on a sheep's back to pluck his wool off for an extra blanket, and skimming away so black over the white field. Give us your opinion, swinging alehouse signs, and cozy little bars. Speak out, farrier shed, with faces all aglow, fountain of sparks, heaving bellows, and ringing music. Tell us, cottage hearths, and sprigs of holly in cottage windows. Be eloquent in praise of wintry walks, you sudden blasts of wind that pass like shiverings of nature, you deep roads, you solid fragments of old hayricks, with your fragrance frozen in. Even you, drivers of toiling carts, coal-laden, keeping company together behind your charges, dog-attended and basket-bearing, even you, though it is no easy work to stop, every now and then, and chip the snow away from the clogged wheels with picks, will have a fair word to say for winter, will you not? Down to the solitary factory, in the dip of the road, deserted of holiday-makers, and where the water-mill is frozen up. Then turn. As we draw nigh to our bright bird again, the early evening is closing in, the cold increases, the snow deadens and darkens, and lights spring up in the shops. A wet walk, ankle-deep in snow the whole way. We must buy some stockings, and borrow the Swan's slippers before dinner. It is a mercy that we step into the toy-shop to buy a pocket-comb, too, or the pretty child customer, as it seems to us, the only other customer the elderly lady of the toy-shop has lately had, might have stood divided between the two puzzles at 1 shilling each, until the putting up of the shutters. But the incursion of our fiery faces and snowy dresses, coupled with our own individual recommendation of the puzzle on the right hand, happily turn the scale. The best of pocket-combs for 1 shilling, and now for the stockings. Dibbs don't keep 'em, though he writes up that he does, and Jibbs is so beleaguered by country people making market day and Christmas week purchases, that his shop is choked to the pavement. Mibbs is the man for our money, and Mibbs keeps everything in the stocking line, though he may not exactly know where to find it. However, he finds what we want, in an inaccessible place after going up ladders for it like a lamplighter, and a very good article it is, and a very civil worthy trader Mibbs is, and may Mibbs increase and multiply. Likewise young Mibbs, unacquainted with the price of anything in stock, and young Mibbs's aunt, who attends to the ladies' department. The Swan is rich in slippers, in those good old flip-flap inn slippers, which nobody can keep on, which knock double knocks on every stair as the wearer comes downstairs, and fly away over the banisters before they have brought him to level ground. Rich also is the Swan in wholesome well-cooked dinner, and in tender chine of beef, so brave in size that the mining of all the powerful ironmasters is but a sufficient outlet for its gravy. Rich in things wholesome and sound and unpretending is the swan, except that we would recommend the good bird not to dip its beak into its sherry. Under the change from snow and wind to hot soup, drawn red curtains, fire and candle, we observe our demonstrations at first to be very like the engines at the little station, but they subside, and we dine vigorously, another tribute to a winter walk. And finding that the swan's ideas of something hot to drink are just and laudable, we adopt the same, with emendations, in the matter of lemon chiefly, of which modesty and total abstinence principles forbid the record. Then, thinking drowsily and delightfully of all things that have occurred to us during the last 24 hours, and of most things that have occurred to us during the last 24 years, we sit in armchairs, amiably basking before the fire, playthings for infancy, creatures to be asked a favor of, until aroused by the fragrance of hot tea and muffins. These we have ordered principally as a perfume. The bill of the swan is to be commended as not out of proportion to its plumage. And now, our walking shoes being dried and baked, we must get them on somehow, for the rosy driver with his carriage and pair, who is to take us among the fires on the blasted heath by Bilston, announces from under a few shawls, and the collars of 3 or 4 coats, that we must be going. Away we go, obedient to the summons, and having taken leave of the lady in the Swan's bar opposite the door, who is almost rustled out of her glass case and blown upstairs whenever the door opens, we are presently in outer darkness grinding the snow. Soon the fires begin to appear. In all this ashy country there is still not a cinder visible. In all this land of smoke, not a stain upon the universal white. A very novel and curious sight is presented by the hundreds of great fires blazing in the midst of the cold dead snow. They illuminate it very little. Sometimes the construction of a furnace, kiln, or chimney admits of a tinge being thrown upon the pale ground near it, but generally the fire burns in its own sullen ferocity, and the snow lies impassive and untouched. There is a glare in the sky, flickering now and then over the greater furnaces, but the earth lies stiff in its winding sheet, and the huge corpse candles burning above it affect it no more than colossal tapers of state move dead humanity. Sacrificial altars, varying in size, but all gigantic, and all made of ice and snow, abound. Tongues of flame shoot up from them, and pillars of fire turn and twist upon them. Fortresses on fire, a whole town in a blaze. Moscow newly kindled we see 50 times. Rattling and crashing noises strike the ear, and the wind is loud. Thus, crushing the snow with our wheels, and sidling over hillocks of it, and sinking into drifts of it, we roll on softly through a forest of conflagration, the rosy-faced driver, concerned for the honor of his locality, much regretting that many fires are making holiday tonight, and that we see so few. Come we at last to the precipitous wooden steps by which we are to be mast-headed at a railway station. Good night to Rosy-Face, the cheeriest man we know, and up. Station very gritty as a general characteristic. Station very dark, the gas being frozen. Station very cold, as any timber cabin suspended in the air with such a wind making lunges at it, would be. Station very dreary, being a station. Man and boy behind money-taking partition, checking accounts, and not able to unravel a knot of 7 and 6pence. Small boy with a large package on his back, like Christian with his bundle of sins, sent down into the snow an indefinite depth and distance, with instructions to look sharp in delivering that, and then cut away back here for another. Second small boy in search of basket for Mr. Brown, unable to believe that it is not there, and that anybody can have dared to disappoint Brown. 6 third-class passengers prowling about, and trying in the dim light of one oil lamp to read with interest the dismal time-bills and notices about throwing stones at trains upon the walls. 2 more scorching themselves at the rusty stove. Shivering porter going in and out, bell in hand, to look for the train, which is overdue, finally gives it up for the present, and puts down the bell. also the spirits of the passengers. In our own innocence we repeatedly mistake the roaring of the nearest furnace for the approach of the train, run out, and return covered with ignominy. Train in sight at last, but the other train, which don't stop here, and it seems to tear the trembling station limb from limb as it rushes through. Finally, some half an hour behind its time, through the tussle it has had with the snow, comes our expected engine, shrieking with indignation and grief. And as we pull the clean white coverlid over us in bed at Birmingham, we think of the whiteness lying on the broad landscape all around for many a frosty, windy mile, and find that it makes bed very comfortable. End of Fire and Snow. Recording by Patty Cunningham.
It is not generally known. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason Mills. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 4. It is not generally known, by Charles Dickens. All newspaper readers are probably on familiar terms with this phrase. It is not generally known that Her Majesty's screw line-of-battle ship Hogarth 120 was precisely 7 years, 7 months, 7 days, 7 hours, and 7 minutes on the stocks in Portsmouth Yard. It is not generally known that there is now in the garden of Mr. Pipps of Camberwell a gooseberry weighing upwards of 3 ounces, the growth of a tree which Mr. Pipps has reared entirely on warm toast and water. It is not generally known that on the last rent day of the estates of the Earl of Boozle of Castle Boozle, his lordship remitted to his tenants 5% on all the amounts then paid up, and afterwards regaled them on the good old English cheer of roast beef and humming ale. It is not generally known that ale in this connection always hums. It is not generally known that a testimonial in the form of a magnificent silver centrepiece and candelabra, weighing 500 ounces, was on Tuesday last presented to Cock-a-Doodle, Esquire, FSA, at a splendid banquet given him by a brilliant circle of his friends and admirers, in testimony no less of their admiration of his qualities as a man than of anything else you like to fill up the blank with. It is not generally known that when Admiral Sir Charles Napier was junior post-captain on the African station, looking out for slavers, his ship was one day boarded by a strange craft, in the stern sheets of which sat a genuine specimen of the true British seaman, who, as he dropped alongside, exclaimed in the voice of a stentor, "Avast heaving! Old Charlie ahoy!" Upon this the Admiral, then post-captain, who chanced at the moment to be pacing the quarter-deck with his telescope at his eye, which it is not generally known he never removes, except at meals or when asleep, looked good-humouredly over the starboard bulwarks, and responded, waving his cocked hat, "Tom Gaff ahoy! And I am glad to see you, my lad!" They had never met since the year 1814, but Tom Gaff, like a true forecastle salt, had never forgotten his old rough and tough first luff, as he characteristically called him, and had now come from another part of the station on leave of absence 250 miles in an open boat, expressly to get a glimpse of his former officer, of whose brilliant career he was justly proud. It is needless to add that all hands were piped to grog, and that Tom and Charlie were mutually pleased. But it is not generally known that they exchanged tobacco boxes, and that if when old Charlie hoisted his broad pennant in proud command of the Baltic fleet, his gallant heart beat higher than usual, it pressed, as if for sympathy, against Tom Gaff's tobacco box, to which his left-hand waistcoat pocket is on all occasions devoted. Similarly, many other choice events, chiefly reserved for the special London correspondents of country newspapers, are not generally known, including gifts of various £10 notes, by Her Gracious Majesty when a child, to various old women, and the constant sending of innumerable loyal presents, principally cats and cheeses, to Buckingham Palace. One thing is sure to happen. Codgers becomes a celebrated public character, or a great capitalist. Then it is not generally known that in the year 1800 there stood one summer evening on an old London bridge a wayworn boy eating a penny loaf and eyeing the passengers wistfully, whom Mr. Flam of the Minories, attracted by something unusual in the boy's appearance, was induced to bestow sixpence on, and to invite to dinner every Sunday at 1 o'clock for 7 years. This boy was Codgers, and it is not generally known that the tradition is still preserved with pride in Mr. Flam's family. Now, it appears to me that several small circumstances of a different kind have lately happened, or are yet happening about us, which can hardly be generally known, or, if known, generally appreciated. And as this is vacation time, when most of us have some leisure for gossiping, I will enumerate a few. It is not generally known that in this present year 1854, the English people of the middle classes are a mob of drunkards, more beastly than the Russian courtiers under Peter the Great. It is not generally known that this is the national character. It is not generally known that a multitude of our countrymen, taken at random from the sense, industry, self-denial, self-respect, and household virtues of this nation, repairing to the exhibition at Sydenham, make it their business to get drunk there immediately, to struggle and fight with one another, to tear one another's clothes off, and to smash and throw down the statues. I say this is not generally known to be so. Yet I find this picture, in a fit of temperate enthusiasm, presented to the people by an artist, who is one of themselves, in pages addressed to themselves. I am even informed by a temperate journal that the artist saw these facts in this said exhibition at Sydenham with his own bodily eyes. Well, I repeat that this is a state of things not generally known. It is not generally known, I believe, that the two scarcest books in England are The Pilgrim's Progress and The Vicar of Wakefield. Yet I find that the present American minister, perfectly familiar with England, communicated the surprising intelligence to a company assembled not long ago at Fishmonger's Hall. It is not generally known, perhaps, that in expatiating on the education of his countrymen, His Excellency remarked of these two rare works, that while they were to be met with in every cabin in the United States, they were comparatively little known in England. Not generally known, that is to say. It is not generally known, and if it were recorded of our English institutions, say, by a French writer, would not, I think, be generally believed, that there is any court of justice in England in which an individual gravely concerned in the case under inquiry can twice call the advocate opposed to him a ruffian in open court, under the judge's nose and within the judge's hearing. Is it generally known that such a case occurred this last July, and was nobody's business? It is not generally known that the people have nothing to do with a certain large club which assembles at Westminster, and that the club has nothing to do with them. It is simply an odd anomaly that the members of the club happen to be elected by a body who don't belong to the club at all, the pleasure and business of the club being, not with that body, but with what its own members say and do. Look to the reports of the club's proceedings. In January, the right hand says it is the left hand that has abetted the slanders on an illustrious personage, and the left hand says it is the right hand. In February, Mr. Pott comes down on Mr. Kettle, and Mr. Kettle requests to be taken from his cradle and followed by inches to that honourable hob. In the same month, the forefinger of the left hand hooks itself on with mosaic Arabian pertinacity to the two forefingers of the right hand, and never lets go any more. In March, the most delightful excitement of the whole session is about a club dinner party. In April, there is Easter. In May, there is infinite club joy over personal mosaic Arabia and personal admiralty. In June, A relieves himself of the mild suggestion that B is an extraordinary bold apostate, when in cuts C, who has nothing to do with it, and the whole alphabet fall together by the ears. In August, Home Office takes up his colleague Under Treasury for talking sheer nonsense. In the same month, prorogation. Through the whole time, one perpetual clatter of "What did I say? What did you say? What did he say? Yes, I will. No, you won't. Yes, I did. No, you didn't. Yes, I shall. No, you shan't." And no such thing as "What do they say?" those few people outside there ever heard of. It is not generally known, perhaps, to what lengths, in these times, the pursuit of an object, and a cheer or a laugh, will carry a member of this club I am speaking of. It cannot have been generally observed, as it appears to me, for I have met with no just indignation on the subject, how far one of its members was thus carried a very little while ago. Here is the case. A board is to be got rid of. I oppose this board. I have long opposed it. It is possible that my official opposition may have very considerably increased its difficulties and crippled its efficiency. I am bent upon a jocose speech and a pleasant effect. I stand up in the heart of the metropolis of the world. From every quarter of the world, a dreadful disease, which is peculiarly the scourge of the many, because the many are the poor, ill-fed, and badly housed, whereas I, being of the few, am neither, is closing in around me. It is coming from my low, nameless countrymen, the rank and file at Varna. It is coming from the hot sands of India and the cold waters of Russia. It is in France. It is in Naples. It is in the stifling Vicoli of Genoa, where I read accounts of the suffering people that should make my heart compassionate, if anything in this world can. Nay, it has begun to strike down many victims in this city where I speak, as I the speaker cannot fail to know, must know, am bound to know, do know thoroughly well. But I want a point. I have it. The cholera is always coming when the powers of this board are about to expire. A laugh. This well-timed joke of mine, so neatly made upon the greatest misery and direst calamity that human nature can endure, will be repeated tomorrow in the same newspaper which will carry to my honourable friends here, through electric telegraph, the tidings of a troop ship put back to Plymouth with this very pestilence on board. What are all such trifles to me? I wanted a laugh. I have got a laugh. Talk to me of the agony and death of men and brothers. Am I not a lord and a member? Now, is it generally known, I wonder, that this indecency happened? Have the people of such a place as Totnes chanced to hear of it? Or will they ever hear of it? And shall we ever hear of their having heard of it? It is not generally known that an entirely new principle has begun to obtain in legislation, and is gaining wider and broader recognition every day. I allude to the profoundly wise principle of legislating with a constant reference and deference to the worst members of society, and almost excluding from consideration the comfort and convenience of the best. The question, what do the decent mechanic and his family want or deserve, always yields, under this enlightened pressure, to the question, what will the vagabond, idler, drunkard, or jailbird turn to bad account? As if there were anything in the wide world which the dregs of humanity will turn to good account. And as if the shadow of the convict ship and Newgate drop had any business, in the plainest sense or justice, to be cast from January to December on honest, hard-working, steady Job Smith's family fireside. Yet Job Smith suffers heavily at every turn of his life, and at every inch of its straight course too, from the determined ruffianism in which he has no more part than he has in the blood royal. 6 days of Job's week are days of hard, monotonous, exhausting work. Upon the 7th, Job thinks that he, his old woman, and the children could find it in their hearts to walk in a garden if they might, or to look at a picture, or a plant, or a beast of the forest, or even a colossal toy made in imitation of some of the wonders of the world. Most people would be apt to think Job reasonable in this. But up starts Britannia, tearing her hair and crying, "Never! Never! Here is Sloggins with the broken nose, the black eye, and the bulldog. What Job Smith uses, Sloggins will abuse. Therefore Job Smith must not use." So Job sits down again, in a killing atmosphere, a little weary and out of humour, or leans against a post all Sunday long. It is not generally known that this accursed Sloggins is the evil genius of Job's life. Job never had in his possession at any one time a little cask of beer, or a bottle of spirits. What he and his family drink in that way is fetched, in very small portions indeed, from the public house. However difficult the Westminster Club gentleman may find it to realise such an existence, Job has realised it through many a long year, and he knows, infinitely better than the whole club can tell him, at what hour he wants his drop of beer, and how it best suits his means and convenience to get it. Against which practical conviction of Job's, Britannia, tearing her hair again, shrieks tenderly, "Sloggins! Sloggins with the broken nose, the black eye, and the bulldog, will go to ruin," as if he were ever going anywhere else, "if Job Smith has his beer when he wants it." So Job gets it when Britannia thinks it good for Sloggins to let him have it, and marvels greatly. But perhaps he marvels most when, being invited in immense type to go and hear the Evangelist of Eloquence, or the Apostle of Purity, I have noticed in such invitations rather lofty, not to say audacious titles, he strays in at an open door, and finds a personage on a stage crying aloud to him, "Behold me! I too am Sloggins. I likewise had a broken nose, a black eye, and a bulldog. Survey me well. Straight is my nose, white is my eye, deceased is my bulldog. I, formerly Sloggins, now Evangelist, or Apostle, as the case may be, cry aloud in the wilderness unto you, Job Smith, that in respect that I was formerly Sloggins, and am now saintly, therefore you, Job Smith, who were never Sloggins or in the least like him, shall, by force of law, accept what I accept, deny what I deny, take upon yourself my shape, and follow me." Now, it is not generally known that poor Job, though blessed with an average understanding, and thinking any putting out of the way of that ubiquitous Sloggins a meritorious action highly to be commended, never can understand the application of all this to himself, who never had anything in common with Sloggins, but always abominated and abjured him. It is not generally known that Job Smith is fond of music, but he is. He has a decided natural liking for it. The Italian opera being rather dear, Sloggins would disturb the performance if he were let in cheap. Job's taste is not highly cultivated. Still, music pleases him and softens him, and he takes such recreation in the way of hearing it as his small means can buy. Job is fond of a play also. He is not without the universal taste implanted in the child and the savage, and surviving in the educated mind, and a representation by men and women of the joys and sorrows, crimes and virtues, sufferings and triumphs of this mortal life has a strong charm for him. Job is not much of a dancer, but he likes well enough to see dancing, and his eldest boy is up to it, and he himself can shake a leg in a good plain figure on occasion. For all these reasons, Job now and then, in his rare holidays, is to be found at a cheap concert, a cheap theatre, or a cheap dance, and here one might suppose he would be left in peace to take his money's worth if he can find it. It is not generally known, however, that against these poor amusements an army rises periodically, and terrifies the inoffensive Job to death. It is not generally known why. On account of Sloggins. 25 prison chaplains, good men and true, have each got Sloggins hard and fast and converted him. Sloggins, in 25 solitary cells at once, has told the 25 chaplains all about it. Child of evil as he is, with every drop of blood in his body circulating lies all through him, night and day these 25 years, Sloggins is nevertheless become the embodied spirit of truth. Sloggins has declared that Amusements done it. Sloggins has made manifest that harmony brought him to it. Sloggins has asserted that the draymer set him a knocking his old mother's head again the wall. Sloggins has made manifest that it was the double shuffle what kept him out of church. Sloggins has written the declaration, Dear Sir, if I hadn't seen the opera Fraudeveria, I shouldn't, dear sir, have been over-aggravated into the folly of beating Betsy with a red-hot poker. Sloggins warmly recommends that all theatres be shut up for good, all dancing-rooms pulled down, and all music stopped. Considers that nothing else is people's ruin. Is certain that but for sich, he would now be in a large way of business, and universally respected. Consequently, all the 25, in 25 honest and sincere reports, do severally urge that the requirements and deservings of Job Smith be in no wise considered or cared for, that the natural and deeply rooted cravings of mankind be plucked up and trodden out, that Sloggins' gospel be the gospel for the conscientious and industrious part of the world, that Sloggins rule the land and rule the waves, and that Britons unto Sloggins ever, ever, ever shall be slaves. I submit that this great and dangerous mistake cannot be too generally known or generally thought about. End of It Is Not Generally Known. Recording by Jason Mills. End of Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 4.